You are listening to Supreme Magus. Synopsis. Eric McCoy was a man who spent his entire life facing adversity and injustice. After being forced to settle with surviving rather than living, he had finally found his place in the world, until everything was taken from him one last time. After losing his life to avenge his murdered brother, he reincarnates until he finds a world worth living in, a world filled with magic and monsters. Follow him along his journey from grieving brother to alien soldier, from infant to supreme magus. Chapter 1 Prologue. No matter if you are a pessimist or an optimist, Derek Esposito's life wasn't a good one nor a bad one. It was just a mediocre, insignificant existence. His father was a bipolar, abusive man, capable of disappearing as his bedroom for days during the depressive phase. He would wake up only to eat, use the bathroom, and the occasional, let's make your life miserable, fit of rage. During his euphoric phase, he would work like a madman, but not having any talent either as a businessman nor as social climber. He was unable to both being successful and establishing the right connections. In his natural state, whenever he decided to actually take his medications, he was just a coach potato that would stand up and go to work just to avoid the blame and spite from neighbors and peers. Whatever was his mental condition, he always was a perfect example of an abusive father. His sons were always a disgrace in his eyes. They never studied hard enough, never were disciplined enough, nor did show enough respect. And he was always there to remember them how wrong they were. He would yell at them for the slightest mistake, constantly reminding them that they were just parasites that leached off his hard work. And when words weren't enough, or when they did fail to meet his expectation with school grades or chores, there was no teacher like his leather belt. Hence, Derek and Carl had to quickly learn how to fend off for themselves, since their absent-minded mother practically forgot about them right after giving birth, dedicating her life in pursuit of peace and quiet, staying as far as possible from her spouse's tantrums. Derek was 2 years older, and desperately tried to take care of his little brother, but to no avail. They grew up watching and reading stories about heroes protecting the weak and upholding justice, but no hero ever appeared to save them. Every week they would be forced to go to church to worship a nondescript benevolent God and his son, the savior of all mankind. But no matter how much they prayed or how good they were, no miracle occurred. So they simply stopped believing in heroes, and instead of wasting time with prayers they crammed. School was their only oasis, but that lasted only until the 6th grade. Once in middle school, it didn't even take a month before the bullying started. Their cheap clothes and gloomy disposition made them the easiest targets. They were so used being tossed around and insulted that they didn't even bother trying to fight back. For a long time, Derek had considered it the worst moment in his useless life. After a month, he knew he could not take any more of that, so he tried to make things better. He reported his father's abuses to the social services with an anonymous email, but being overworked and understaffed, the social work assistant made a brief visit and never came back. Then he tried to end the bullying by reporting their aggressors to a teacher, which in turn washed her hands by reporting it to the principal. The principal did not want to meddle with what he deemed as childish pranks, so he called Derek's parents to inform them of the problem, hoping they would let it slide. And at least his wish came true. Derek, instead, took an extra beating for not being man enough to face his own problems. Are you really that stupid to never learn anything from me? Never delegate if you want something done right, do it yourself. Derek had never felt so helpless and desperate, so that night he bawled his eyes out until he fell asleep. That had been the last straw. The next day he felt different, clear-headed like never before. It was not the time for despair anymore, he needed a plan. It would take him years to realize that something inside him had died. He was no longer able to trust, hope, or develop any sense of kinship. He was surrounded by enemies, and to survive, Derek needed to be able to fight back. So Derek asked his father to let him join a dojo and learn martial arts, and to his surprise, he did not have to beg or even ask twice. His old man was glad that his wimpy and scrawny poor excuse of a child was finally interested in becoming a man. His only condition was that Derek was not allowed to quit for at least 1 year, otherwise he would have to pay for it. Not only Derek started practicing Aikido almost daily, he would also wake up 2 hours earlier every single day to build muscles doing push-ups, squats, sit-ups, and running until he was out of breath. In a few months, he was finally able to do every day 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, and run for at least 10 kilometers before going to school. Aikido soon revealed to be a perfect choice for his situation. At low level was mainly focused on self-defense, but there plenty of space for attacking and fighting dirty. By practicing martial arts, he finally discovered something he was good at. He was not particularly nimble, nor a fast learner. His hand-to-eye coordination was also average at best. His talent lied in the ability to spot the best time to hit a sensible spot during a block or a defensive maneuver. Even when the sensei was teaching sword or tanto arts, Derek was always able to grasp the killing moves at his first try, sometimes even before the sensei completed the practical demonstration. It was an exciting yet disappointing discovery, since his only talent had no practical use. Even if Aikido was a sport with tournaments instead of a discipline, hits to groin, eyes, and trachea were universally forbidden. For months, Derek kept training hard while keeping a low profile at school, planning his next move. At the end of the first semester, Derek stopped hiding from the bullies and started replying in kind to every single insult they threw at him, using the best quick-witted roast lines he had found online. Derek paid attention to never go to the bathroom or to remain alone for too long, always keeping an adult witness in line of sight. It did not even take a full day before his enemies were fuming and outraged. Only when the veins almost popped out their necks, he threw his bait. "I have enough of your sh*t as asterisk holes. Meet me in an hour behind the grocery shop between Lincoln and the 3rd. Or are you too scared? Since you seek death, I will happily grant your wish, you fag *ot. It will only be you and the 3 of us, all right." Derek nodded without believing him in the least, and he was right. When they entered the back alley, they had brought along 2 more people. Derek was waiting for them, leaned against the wall at the end of the blind alley. "There you are. I was starting to think you would stand me up." They started laughing. "Sorry we were late. Hope you do not mind we taking some friends for the party." Derek shrugged while grinning from ear to ear. "No problem. No matter how much, worthless trash is always trash. I chose this alley because it's fully equipped with enough dumpsters to accommodate all of your friends." The last line hit a nerve, so they charged at him blindly. "Gang up on him, guys. Do not let him escape. Let's how him who is the trash." And so they fell into his trap. Derek had come here preparing the terrain and choosing the best spot to fight. A blind alley to not make them escape, the end of the alley so they would not notice the trip wire due to the dim light. The first 2 fell down hard on the concrete, and those behind them were so worried about not trampling on their friends that never saw the steel pipe coming. They did come in numbers. Derek had come fully armed. Using the pipe as a sword, he quickly hit them respectively on the head, the side of the knee, in the groin. Only then he started hitting the 2 that were trying to get back on their feet. While they were moaning and sobbing on the ground, he used a small knife to cut the trip wire. Then he started beating them again and again, with the metal pipe giving a special attention to the nether regions. Deeply inside, he knew what he was doing was wrong, but he could not care less. If the world was built to be unfair, the only possible course of action was to make it unfair at his advantage. So he took out the taser that he borrowed from his father and tased them until unconscious. Then he stripped them completely and took multiple photos of each one of them, and even filmed them after arranging them so that they would seem to be spooning to each other. Then he splashed them with a bucket of cold water and sealed the deal. "Sorry to ruin your Brokeback Mountain moment, girls, but I need your attention for a minute." When the bullies woke up, they were still in so much pain they could barely notice that they were naked and embracing each other. Retorting to Derek while he had still a firm grip on the steel pipe was out of question, so they kept quiet and listened. "I have made quite a scrapbook of you, even a short movie, uploaded it on my computer and even into the cloud. And it would be terrible if someone I do not know, like me, for example, would upload them on all the biggest image hosting sites. You know how they say, internet never forgets." The bullies started crying and begging. "Imagine how terrible would it be. Whenever someone would Google your names, be it your grandma, your girlfriends, or even the colleges you were willing to apply to, the first thing to appear would be those photos." "Dude, no, please, I do not even know you. I was just making a favor to a friend. It was only a joke, please forgive me." The choir of begging gave him the goose bumps. Derek wanted to puke at their hypocrisy. "I do not care for your pathetic excuses. From this day onward, you will leave me alone. And you better pray that nothing happens to me, because the cloud is set so that if I do not enter the password every day, it will upload them everywhere." Without waiting for their reply, he turned back and walked away. "Almost forgetting, I randomly threw your clothes in the dumpsters, can't remember which is which. If you don't want to go home in your birthday suit, you better start digging. So long, suckers." Derek returned home euphoric, almost singing. He had never felt so proud of himself and had the completely undeserved confidence that he would never think about those beastards ever again. Chapter 2, Prologue 2. The bullying ended, but his social life never stopped being miserable. How could he possibly make any friend with such a shameful private life? He had to constantly hide the bruises with long sleeves and had run out of plausible excuses for his streak of black eyes months before. His classmates and professors simply pretended to not know, and he just pretended to believe being that good of a liar. It was painful but manageable. He still had his little brother to share that pain with. Carl was all he had, his family, friend, and confidant. He was Derek's whole world. But when that age came, he started having crushes toward girls in his school, and those feelings weren't as easily suppressed. Once again, he felt utterly helpless. He could not tell anyone about his problems, could not allow people to get close to him, otherwise he would have to think of an explanation for not being allowed to bring any friend home, let alone a girl he liked. Derek was tormented by cruel thoughts, often demanding the heavens why what others took for granted was but an impossible dream for him. Fueled by the hormonal storms, Derek's rage started growing relentlessly. He started having trouble sleeping at night, thinking about all those lovey-dovey couples out there. Derek knew he was different from them. His crippling flaw wasn't being shy or having a bad case of acne. His problem couldn't be cured by any doctor because it had a name and surname. Ezio Esposito, his trash bag of a father. Derek started conceiving plan after plan to get rid of him, even if that meant killing him. At night, he would devise elaborate and meticulous plans that often involved prolonged torture, making Ezio suffer like Derek did for all those years. But when morning came, he would always realize it was a dumb plan, more wishful thinking than anything else. Derek lacked the means and the ruthlessness necessary for getting rid of Ezio. No matter how much he hated him, Ezio was still his father, and he was just an angry teenager. Kill Ezio, sure, and what about then? Live a whole life ridden with guilt, running away from home to avoid being the arrested, and with what money? Killing Ezio would have meant abandoning Carl forever, and destroying any possible chance of being happy in the future. So every morning Derek would swallow his plan along with the porridge and move on. His only real prospect was to cram as a madman, get a scholarship, and get out of that hell as fast as possible. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye it was the last summer before Derek's first year of high school. Despite the hot climate, his heart was cold as ice. Derek had already hit his growth spurt. That combined with his martial arts and muscle training had given him a mean look. Ezio was aware of that, and being a coward had started to avoid beating Derek as much as possible, making Carl the new favorite target. Derek had already tried standing up for his brother, but the only result had been Ezio buying a nightstick from the local army surplus and getting beaten with it instead, that with Ezio's bare hands. He saved Carl from that by begging and crying, and only because the ruckus had alarmed their neighbors. So whenever Ezio threw one of his tantrums, Derek could only watch his brother getting beaten, again and again. Then one morning Ezio received his first big commission in years. So he wore his best suit despite the heat, and had Derek preparing him the briefcase and the laptop. Ezio was in a real hurry. He could not afford his competitors to snatch this whale. It could have been his career-making commission. Derek rushed to the door, where Ezio was already waiting, and helped him adjust the laptop satchel. Ezio ran to the elevator, pushing the button like a madman, but the light remained red. Cursing his damn condo, the building manager and his rotten luck Ezio made a rush to the stairs. And that's when Derek noticed it. Turning his head to follow his father, Derek noticed that the light made odd reflections on the hallway's floor. Ezio had just passed in front of him when he realized that the janitor had just washed the stairs, but forgot to put the wet floor sign. It happened all in an instant. Ezio made a long, heavy stride, all his weight down and forward, and then his foot slipped. Derek could have warned him, could have even extended an arm and prevented the fall, but instead he chose to remain still. Ezio tumbled down the stairs, bounced on the next alley, and tumbled again, crashing downstairs. His body was a broken mess, all his limbs bent in unnatural angles. As any teenager, Derek had his smartphone at hand, so he started to make several photos to prove that the floor was wet and there was no warning sign. His mind was already planning on hiring the best shark lawyer he could, and sue the building managing firm responsible for his condo. Only then he carefully walked down the stairs to confirm Ezio's death. He was there, incapable of making a moan or asking for help, but his eyes were fixated on Derek, begging for help. Derek grinned to him and said, "Do you really think I am so stupid to never learn anything from you? As you more than once taught me, never delegate. If you want something done right, do it yourself. Your smartphone is in your pocket, take it out and call 911. I'm just a failure of a son, I do not want to mess this up for you, Daddy." Ezio's eyes were full of shock and hate, but that lasted only a moment. His head went limp, his gaze blank. A laughter fought to come out, but Derek suppressed it. Instead, he started shouting for help, putting on his best terrorized son impression. As always, Derek's mother was too obsessed with her problems, her grief, her feelings to bother looking for the lawyer, leaving everything in Derek's hand since Ezio was no more. 3 birds with 1 stone. After a careful research, he contacted and hired the best shark lawyer they could afford so that Derek would be his client instead of his mother. He told him everything about his father's incident, the abuse, and the need to make so that the money would be split between the 3 of them, mother and sons. Both Derek and Carl were very firm on that point. They wanted the lawyer to start the process to get emancipation. With the money from the compensation and the inheritance, they had enough to be self-sufficient until Derek could provide for them both. What followed was the happiest period in their life. First, they obtained the inheritance, and shortly after they got emancipated and moved away from their mother's place. Not even a month later, they received a very generous settling offer from the building manager. They used it to settle up and make proper plans for the future. During the following years, bullies were not a problem. Derek and Carl were now both martial artists and had each other's back. Finally, they could experience having friends and girlfriends, their domestic nightmare finally over. They suffered many disappointments, though, since too many of those so-called friends turned out to be people that wanted to use their parent-free house as a party house. Also, they had a hard time figuring what being a normal teen was supposed to be. While their peers seemed only interested in having fun and skipping classes, they were focused on studying and saving as much as possible. Derek and Carl would spend holidays and vacations doing part-time jobs to slow down the thinning of their bank account. They were not poor, but not rich either. They knew they had to save as much as possible, in case rainy days would once more fall upon them. But all in all, they had a good life. Derek got a scholarship and obtained a bachelor degree in chemistry, soon followed by a master in biochemistry. Carl was doing well too, already got his engineering degree, ready to study for his master, and already had a fiancée. Despite being really happy for his little brother, that was really a painful thorn in Derek's side. He had always been the more socially inept between the two, and never managed to get into a stable relationship, not even in college. Derek had no problem talking to girls. The problem always lied in him being picky and ended in his inability to trust. He had had many crushes, but never fell in love. At the beginning, he put the blame on his bad luck, always finding shallow or idiotic girls. After finding more than one good girl, he put the blame on his dark past. But when confronted with Carl's happy relationship, he could only blame himself. While Carl had suffered almost the same things, he got out much stronger and pure than Derek. Derek was just too scared of being hurt again to let any relationship grow above a certain level, and that was an enemy that he could not just beat up. Derek accepted the first decent paid job he got, working in the night shift of a big chemical company in the Q&A department. Carl had shared with him, as a graduation present, that he was willing to propose to his fiancée as soon as he got his master. Hence, Derek needed money because he had only 2 years to save enough to give his little brother a decent wedding. Derek did not like his current job, but it was a way to start his working career and filling his curriculum. Also, it was well paid, and he resolved to use the company insurance to seek for psychological counseling. He knew he had problems and wanted to work them out. Derek consulted several doctors before finding someone he was able to work with, and after several months he felt he was finally starting to make some progress. But alas, such happiness was not bound to last. Chapter 3, Prologue 3. It was a Friday evening, and Derek was getting prepared for work. He was still stuck doing Q&A because the pay was too good, and no matter how many times Carl said he wanted a small ceremony, Derek was sure that whatever they planned to spend, it would at least double in the end. It was a goddamn wedding, hence things were supposed to blow off proportions at some point. That's just how they work. Derek was adjusting his shirt when the smartphone rang on the notes of Night on Bald Mountain, the preset ringtone for unknown numbers. Derek Esposito, who is it? Mr. Esposito, this is the St. Joseph Hospital. The female voice sounded worried. This, together with the word hospital, sent him a shiver down his spine. "Is Carl Esposito your brother?" Derek could almost hear her biting her nails. "Yes, what happened?" "He was involved in a car accident and is in serious conditions. You should come here as soon as possible. The doctors need you since you are his healthcare proxy and the patient in unconscious." "A car accident?" Derek yelled while rushing out of the door and looking for a cab. "We don't have any ****NG car. What the hell happened?" "I'm sorry, I am not at liberty to say. The doctors will explain it." Derek hung up on her. He had no time for useless babbling, only for a goddamn cab. Every second in the traffic was torture, and when he finally arrived it was too late. The surgeon and a police officer explained to him that Carl had been run over by a drunk driver. The culprit had run off, and the police was still looking for him. A bystander had immediately called 911, but because of the traffic jam caused by the accident it took hours for the ambulance to arrive. So when Carl arrived at the hospital he was already in critical conditions. He had multiple fractures, ruptured spleen and internal bleeding, requiring immediate surgery. Derek had been called while Carl was just entering the OR. They had done their best to save him, but Carl had lost too much blood, so there was nothing they could do. They offered Derek their condolences, but all he could hear was white noise. "Let me see my brother," he begged. The body was covered by a sheet, only the head visible. Derek could still see traces of blood on the face of his little brother. Derek left his number to the police officer to be kept updated about the investigations, and then returned home. The culprit was quickly apprehended thanks to the traffic cameras. It turned out to be a kid, barely 17 years old, that had stolen his old man's car and then got drunk and high with his friends. Derek lived the months before the trial in anguish. The damned DA had decided to prosecute him as a minor, and the even more damned judge had granted him house arrests. All while his little brother, his Carl, was dead because of him. How could they do such a thing? Derek would yell and argue with anyone willing to listen to him. Why all this talking about the rights and the future of that little ***T? What about my brother's rights? What about his future? Carl has none because of him. What kind of justice is that? Derek visited multiple times the DA office, expressing his outrage and demanding them to ask for the maximum sentence. They were always kind and accommodating, and promised him that they would not forget about Carl. When the day of the trial finally came, Derek's world died one more time. The DA and the defense attorney had come to a settlement. Since Chris Wainwright, this was the name of the murderer, was still a minor, and that was also his first offense, he had accepted to go in rehab and do 600 hours of community service. If Chris would complete his rehab program and did not commit crimes in the next 3 years, then he would be a free citizen with no criminal record. Derek was too dumbfounded to even be angry. When the session was over, he just walked to the DA and asked a single question with muffled voice. "Why?" And then with their most kind and accommodating tone, the DA assistants explained to Derek that Chris was just a kid from a good family that had made a dumb mistake. He had a brilliant future ahead. Chris had already been admitted at the Caltech, and this was his first offense. Also, his parents had hired a great lawyer, and the judge would likely be unwilling to destroy Chris' life. Despite their expectations, Derek did not make a scene. Derek's fire was extinguished. He had no more tears to shed. In the following days, Derek lived by going through the motions. He kept following his routine like nothing had happened, his brain still refusing everything that happened in the last half-year. The only thing that made him feel alive was that constant headache that had started shortly after Carl's death. According to his doctor, it was a stress-related symptom, so with all that had happened, Derek had just been swallowing aspirins and paracetamol like they were candies. But the pain never did go away. Instead, it was getting worse. Derek finally found the strength to get a serious checkup, and once again bad news were waiting for him. According to the full body scan and the follow-up biopsy, he had stage 2 pulmonary cancer. "But I never smoked in my whole life," Derek exclaimed, more amused than scared. Indeed, it's odd. Dr. Monroe, his oncologist, was quite puzzled. She was a good-looking Hispanic woman, maybe 5 years older than Derek. In another moment, he would have probably asked her out. "You told me you work for a chemical company, right?" Derek nodded. "Such an aggressive cancer is too uncommon to be a coincidence. My personal opinion is that their ventilation system failed. You and God knows how many more people have been breathing poison from quite some time." But we wear masks the whole time we work with the chemicals, and speaking for myself, I follow the safety protocols to the letter. My colleagues always mock me for it. Derek was still in disbelief. Then maybe the masks are cheap pieces of junk, or maybe the lab or the storage, if not both, have leaks. These corporate scumbags only seek profits. It would not surprise me in the least if they cut from the safety budget to put more dividends in their pockets. Dr. Monroe was too outraged. Even in his catatonic state, Derek could tell there was more to it. "Doctor, what are you hiding from me?" he asked, looking her straight in the eyes for the first time. She nibbled on her lower lip for a while before answering. "Between you and me, you are not the first case from your company. I have already reported it to the Department of Health and to the Federals. If I were in your shoes, I would get a good lawyer and sue the soul out of them. You'll need a lot of money for the treatments." "I agree on the lawyer, but I refuse any treatment. I'll just take palliative care." Dr. Monroe jumped from her chair. "Do you realize that without the proper treatments you have 6 months, a year at best to live? Also, as I have already said, your cancer is really aggressive. We need to start as soon as possible if we want a chance to beat it." The situation was dramatic, but Derek found all those wee words hilarious, so he could not refrain from chuckling. "We barely know each other, Doctor, so we have nothing to do if not going separate ways," Derek said to her with an icy tone. "What do I have to live for? I have no family, no loved ones. My little brother's ashes are all that is left to keep me company. I could die tomorrow, and I would not give a S***T. They parted on bad terms, but she still gave him her number, in case he changed his mind or simply needed to talk. Derek called his old shark lawyer and explained everything. Years had passed, but they would still send each other Christmas cards. Derek had kept tabs on him, just in case. He had now more gray hair than before, but was still a first-class shark. Derek stopped going to work and started spending his money without much care. He would go to all the fancy restaurants he had always wanted to try, bought the suits he always dreamed about, and only ate his favorite foods for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Derek would spend most of his days playing games on his brand-new gaming PC and revisiting all the spots that held a significance for him and Carl. Then, 24 days after the diagnosis, he had an epiphany. Chapter 4, Fall and Ascension. It was a night like all the others since he had quit his job. Derek would wear one of his new suits and wander off the city to see what would it kill him first, the cancer or a random crazy head. Once reached exhaustion or simply boredom, he would then take a cab and get back home. Derek was walking with quick strides, high on his medications when he saw him. Chris Wainwright. He was holding a bottle of liquor, ill-hidden inside a paper bag from which he would drink in big gulps. Chris was talking and laughing loudly with a teen girl that was showing a lot of skin. She was holding a joint, taking big puffs, until they traded and got into a car. It was a custom-painted muscle car. Not the same Camaro that Chris had used to kill Carl, it was even bigger and more expensive. In that moment, Derek wanted to puke blood. How could he possibly have forgotten about that little B****? Had his cancer really screwed up his brain so bad to be willing to let such a loose end slip? The tires screeched and the car started suddenly, almost running over a woman that was crossing the road. The skimpily dressed girl rolled down the window, yelling insults at the woman that was still frozen in fear. Derek could almost hear that couple of idiots laughing. Gritting his teeth, he called a cab and started to plan his final act. First, he started to stalk Chris on all the social networks, learning all his routines and habits. Then Derek began to follow him and planted a GPS tracker under the Camaro to always know his exact location. Simply skimming through Chris, Chirper, he found at least 50 violations of the parole deal. While following him, Derek took many photos of Chris abusing alcohol and drugs. But Derek had no intention to submit the evidence to the police. What could he possibly gain from that? Chris would just get another slap on the wrist and then start being more careful. Derek had not the luxury of time, nor the willingness of doing what the so-called justice system was supposed to. Less than a week later, by checking Chris' Bookface page, Derek learned of a rave he would participate to. Derek double-checked his equipment and jumped into his new car, a black 1967 Chevrolet Impala. The best car to hunt monsters with. The rave was secret, hence it would take place in some rundown abandoned location. Derek followed Chris closely, and as soon they were away from traffic cams, he ran into the Camaro from the side, forcing Chris to halt. As soon as Chris stepped down of the car, Derek took him down with a stun gun, and then quickly proceeded to check if the Camaro had more passengers. It seemed to be his lucky night, Chris was driving alone. Derek searched him and crushed every electronic device he could find, Bitfit, smartphone, even Chris' keychain. Derek tied him hands and feet and ball-gagged him. Then he destroyed his own smartphone and the GPS tracker, tossing everything outside the road. Then he moved Chris in the trunk of the Impala, headed toward a party only for the two of them. Derek drove to an abandoned warehouse in the old industrial area. He had already got rid of the lock and chain that kept the big metallic doors closed, replacing them with his own. Inside the warehouse there were only 2 chairs, both bolted to the ground, a bucket and several water tanks. Derek opened the trunk, discovering that Chris had regained his senses, so he tased him again. Then he took Chris to a chair and started tightly binding his arms and legs to it. Then Derek splashed him with a bucket of water, forcing him to regain focus. "Hello, Chris. My name is Derek Esposito, and you killed my brother. We need to talk." Chris tried getting out of the restraints, and while commending his efforts, Derek violently hit him in the groin with a nightstick. The pain paralyzed him. "Where was I? Oh, yes. The last time we saw each other was during your farce trial. Do you remember me?" Chris, panting, intensified. "Good, let's get straight to business." Derek took 2 digital timers out of the car, setting the first to 30 minutes and the second to 2 hours, 44 minutes and 16 seconds. Then he pulled out a gun and double-tapped Chris' liver. His scream was muffled by the gag ball, but the shots echoed loudly in the empty warehouse. Derek started both timers simultaneously and came in close, checking the blood. It was dense and black, a clear indicator of a crushed liver. "Now, before the real pain settles in, I need you to take a good look to the timers. They are really important." Chris was crying and screaming, so Derek had to splash him again and pull him by hair to get his attention. "The first timer marks how much time you have left. After it rings, even if someone should miraculously break through that door and rescue you, you would be dead anyway. You have only so much time until your system gets flooded by toxins unfiltered by the liver, to the point that no transplant can save you. The second timer is a surprise. We'll get to it in time. For now, your only task is to stay awake and savor every moment of pain like Carl did." The time flew. Chris kept screaming through the gag ball, and soon the fist timer rang. Chris started sobbing even stronger, sometimes stopping only because overwhelmed by the constantly rising pain. Derek would speak to him no longer. He would just pace back and forth, occasionally checking the second timer. Every time Chris fainted, Derek would splash him and force him to stay awake before refilling the bucket. When the second timer rang, Derek finally spoke again. "I have bad news and I have good news. The bad news is that I lied before. I thoroughly researched liver injuries, and with such crushed liver you had no hope to begin with. Even if I had shot you in front of the best hospital in the USA, unless they had a compatible liver at hand, you would have died. I wanted to give you false hope, as happened to my brother while waiting for help. The good news is that you just suffered as long as Carl did. I may be many things, unrelenting, vengeful, a liar, a murderer, but I am also fair. So your suffering ends now." Derek pointed the gun to Chris' head and double-tapped him. Then he pointed it to his own head. "Little brother, I'm coming, wait for me," and pulled the trigger one last time. While Derek's body was still falling, his consciousness was basked in light, and he felt pulled toward the sky. After months of grieving, a whole lifetime of misery and pain, Derek felt that all his traumas and hatred were fading away. Derek had never experienced such bliss. In this new form he felt no negative emotion. He was in peace with his past, unafraid of his future. Derek was enjoying a present that he felt could lead to endless possibilities, and there was no right and wrong, success or failure. He would simply be, no strings attached. That intoxicating feeling lasted until he suddenly woke up, alive and breathing. All his negative emotions returned, plunging him back into despair. Derek cursed inwardly while trying to focus his eyes. Maybe it was because of the shot to the head, but his vision was blurry. So much for the perfect plan. Some idiot must have rescued me, and somehow I survived the journey to the hospital. I am still alive. I still have cancer. I am still alone. But when his eyes finally cleared up, they strongly disagreed with his reasoning. Derek was in some kind of huge metal corridor surrounded by dead bodies. Alien dead bodies, to be precise. They were all wearing some kind of full body armor that resembled some kind of sci-fi spacesuit. "Where the F***K am I? What the hell does this mean?" He screamed while trying to get up, only to fall back on the floor. He fell hand first, and only then he noticed that he was wearing a space suit too, and that his hands, all 4 of them, had 3 fingers each. "What the actual F***K? Chapter 5, Collateral Damage. After much screaming and freaking out, Derek finally regained his composure and started to analyze his current predicament. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge hole in the space suit at the chest level. The contours of the hole had burn marks all over it, and there was a lot of purple jelly on both his suit and the dead bodies. That meant the purple jelly was coagulated alien blood. Derek turned his head to see the spot where he had woken up, noticing a lot of blood and even something that he found safe to assume were some kind of splattered viscera. This makes no sense, he thought. All the evidence points to the fact that this body was dead as Julius Caesar until I somehow happened to inhabit it, and for whatever reason, it's also fully healed. Oh man, this means all religions are dead wrong. Luckily, I never believed in any mumbo-jumbo, otherwise I would be really disappointed right now. Derek then proceeded examining his new body. It had 4 arms, only 2 legs, but all the limbs were long and skinny. The legs were reverse-jointed, like those of a cat. Both hands and feet had only 3 fingers each. Derek was really curious about his facial features, but there was no reflective surface in sight. So, he tried feeling his face with the fingers, but the suit turned out to come with a helmet, which did not impede his senses, though. The only thing he could establish was the shape of the helmet, and based on it, Derek's new head should have been something similar to a shark's dorsal fin. Then he tried to speak. Test, test, Derek Esposito, 1, 2, 3. He could somehow do it, but it was still English. That meant that he did not inherit neither the muscle memory nor the intellect from the body's previous owner. Derek tried getting up, but the center of gravity was too different from his old body, so he had to give up and proceed crawling like a baby. So he started examining the corpses to make heads or tails of what was happening around him. Judging from the suits, there were 2 factions at war. One had a red-colored space suit, and the other, which Derek was donning, was gray. He had no idea which side was winning, but it would not make any difference to him anyway. Unless the suit was equipped with a universal translator, he was incapable of communicating. Enemies would kill him on sight, allies would probably ditch him like garbage. Who would ever want a rambling idiot, incapable even of walking during a life or death situation? I'm not even here from a day, and I am already as good as dead. Refusing to give up, Derek managed to get up by leaning on the walls and started exploring. The corridor had many doors, yet his choices were painfully limited, since he could only go through the open ones. Derek had no idea how to open the doors nor how to operate the control panels that he found along the way. He tried pushing buttons at random, but nothing happened. And he was starting to get hungry. Will I die like this? Starving in a goddamned spaceship, alien planet, or whatever the F***K is this? I don't know what this useless pile of flesh eats. Even if I stumble on a mountain of food, I have no way to know what is what. And even if I did, I do not know how the heck to remove this helmet. After walking for several hours, hunger and frustration drove him to hysteria. Derek screamed and kicked whatever was within reach, until exhaustion made him fall asleep. When he woke up, his mind was clear again. This is a nightmare. I am all out of options, to the point that even if I wanted to kill myself, I would not know how. He banged the back of his head against the wall to keep frustration at bay. I never thought about this, but being reborn in a sci-fi environment is truly the worst-case scenario. Alien body, alien customs, complete lack of the new species' common sense. And to make things worse, everything here is so high-tech that I cannot even operate a door. Heck, every goddamn button could be tagged, and it would still be useless to me since I don't know their language. His hunger was rising, and he was feeling weaker by the hour. Having no time to lose, he started wandering again, this time banging and screaming at every door he met, trying to draw some attention. Derek was on the verge of fainting again due to hunger and exhaustion, when finally a door opened up. The shock was great enough for him to lose his grip and fall to the ground. On the other side, there were gray-suited aliens in a wedge formation. Every one of them was holding some kind of long metal staff, as it was a rifle. Derek didn't even attempt to get up. He just waved a right hand, hoping it was a peace sign. Captain, that's Zach. His life signal getting back online wasn't a glitch in the system. He is still alive. From this point onward means words that Derek does not understand. The formation opened, and a taller and bulkier alien closed in. The soldiers never lowered their weapons nor lost focus, waiting for the attack order. What are you doing on the floor, soldier? And how in Thrax's name did you survive that ambush? The captain asked with a coarse voice. Dude, I have no idea what you did just said. What is he rambling? Medic, any reading on that blaster wound? A purple-dressed alien walked forward while scanning Derek's body. None, sir. It's not any dialect in the Empire, and the scanner confirms that the hole in his armor is definitely from a Corellan blaster. I have no idea how he survived it unscathed. It's a miracle. It's a liability. The captain's tone was grim. He took a staff from a soldier's hands, and by pushing a button it became a glaive, whose blade was made of pure energy. Well, seems that I'm going to die from a lightsaber. It's cool, one hit and I'll be turned into dandruff. Lucky me, another painless death incoming. When the captain plunged the glaive into his chest, it did not make any burning sound. It pierced him from side to side, bleeding him to death. The blade was not a laser-based weapon, but a hard light construct, making it no different from an ordinary glaive. Listen up, soldiers. Zack was a good soldier, and we will remember and mourn him as such, when and if we get out of this alive. But that thing, whatever that is a risk we cannot allow to take, not with Prince Ricard in our care and those Corellan rebel scums still at large. Better some collateral damage than a spy among our ranks. Now shut that door and check the perimeter again. This time, death was far from painless for Derek. He felt like his chest was on fire, but what really hurt wasn't the wound as much the lungs. Derek was struggling to breathe. Every breath was shallower and more difficult than the last. Blood started gurgling from his mouth, and he felt like slowly drowning. His throat kept contacting, trying to draw in air, but to no avail. It took Derek less than a minute to die, but for him it seemed to last forever. Once again, he found himself basked by blinding light and pulled towards it. Just like the last time, he felt all his worries and rage fading, but instead of enjoying the feeling, he was simply annoyed. Derek had never believed in any god, hence he never believed in heaven or hell. Humankind has always been a terrible race, he thought. It's impossible to define someone as truly bad. Most of the times the bad guys are simply people who never got a chance to be anything but criminals. Then there are people, like me, whom life had pushed and pushed until they broke. Not to mention psycho and sociopaths. How could someone that is born bad be sent to hell simply because his head is malfunctioning? Hence, I have always believed that either there was an afterlife for everyone, or no afterlife at all. Death is supposed to be final spirit level. Good or bad, rich or poor, the destination has to be the same. Instead, I got this cheap excuse of reincarnation screwing with me. What purpose being reborn could possibly have if I retain all of my memories? Whatever body or planet I would end up in, I would still carry my baggage. So once outside the light, all my pain, rage, and contempt toward humankind would prevent me to learn whatever lesson I am supposed to learn. Inside that otherworldly space, he had the clarity to see that his psychologist was only half right. He could only change if he wanted to, but because of all his past experiences, he had no will to. It was a perfect example of a catch-22 paradox. Suddenly he was pulled downwards and away from the light. His vision was a blur, but he could still hear a lot of commotion around him. Giant hands were holding him still while he was puking God knows what, and judging from the breeze on his butt-cheeks, he was naked. I don't know what the heck is going on, he thought, but I bet I am in deep *T again. When Derek was finally able to see again, he discovered that the hands were not gigantic. The issue was him being very small. A baby, to be precise. He is alive, I did it. I managed to save your boy's life. A further inspection revealed that said hands belonged to some gibberish rambling old hag. Derek was currently inside a wooden shack, surrounded by people dressed with rags that could be called clothes, only if they were part of a 1000 AD themed Renaissance fair. Man, I hate being always right. Chapter 6, A New Beginning. He is alive, I did it. I managed to save your boy's life. Please remember that means words that Derek is not capable of understanding. After the midwife triumphantly said those words, the room exploded in cheers and tears of joy. The people in the room were hugging each other, and the mother in turns. Meanwhile, Derek lied limp in the midwife's arms, looking left and right, trying to determine how bad was his current situation. Well, what do we have here? The bedridden woman is clearly this body's mother. She definitely needs a bath. After delivery, the sheets were stained with blood, urine, and feces. The crying, rough-looking man should be the father. I wonder if he is crying for my sake or just because he was afraid of losing his wife. I bet the second one. Then I have a bigger brother and a sister. This is bad. Suddenly another woman entered the bedroom, bringing with her a little boy, and a girl that raced to the bedridden woman. Oh, damn it, this is even worse than I thought. So far I have only two possible choices. Option 1, grow into this large family, fighting every day for the few available resources. Malnourishment is most definitely a given. Then when I am old enough, starting to work with father and brothers, getting married, having children, etc. Option 2, wait until I am tall enough to grab sharp objects, put me out of my misery, and take another spin hoping for a better outcome. I think I'll go with option number 2. Meanwhile, the room had become silent. The midwife had already finished cleaning the newborn, wrapped him up in a clean cloth. During all this time, Derek neither moved or cried. "Nana, what's wrong with the baby? Why is he not crying? It never happened before." The mother was worried, and ignoring the pain was trying to get up. "Shush, child, and don't you dare to move. I still have to heal you." The midwife tone did not leave space for reply. "I delivered dozens of children. A silent one is rare, but nothing special. Do you want to see how strong he is? There you go." She unwrapped him from the cloth, and while holding him gently gave a little spanking to force him to cry. Derek grunted a little while staring at her in dismay. "Want to play rough old hag?" he thought. "Fine, you just triggered my trap card, Twin Flood activate." And out of the blue he relieved both his bowels and bladder. The backdoor attackers splattered all over her feet, while the front door flood struck her on the face and chest. Derek started giggling loudly. "Well, this wasn't exactly what I was expecting, but as you can hear for yourself, this little imp is breathing just fine." The midwife handed the baby to another woman to clean him. Derek kept giggling, proud of his work. After washing her face with warm water and a cloth, the old hag moved her left index finger, drawing a circle in the air, striking it through in the middle from right to left. Then she pronounced a single word. "Ekidu." A black energy manifested on her fingertip. She proceeded to point it over her wet dress and then over her shoes. The smell of feces and urine suddenly disappeared, and so did their source. With his mouth agape in shock, Derek watched as his poop would dry and crumble, turning into dust. It was akin to watching one of those fast-forwarded videos where in 1 minute you could see a seed becoming a flower. Heisenberg's beard, she is not just an old midwife. She is a real magician in the flash. I have never been so happy in my whole 3 lives of being so dead wrong. Derek was ecstatic, and not only because that world had magic, but also because as soon as he heard the word Ekidu, he had felt something clicking inside of him. Like if something deep inside of him had started taking root, and suddenly had become ingrained in the very fabric of his new reality. He started repeating obsessively the magic word in his mind, and trying to engrave in his memory every detail of the circular finger movement. "Now that I'm clean, let me stop that bleeding, dear." The healer approached the mother and placed her hands above her nether regions. "Is it time for another magic? Show me, please," Derek begged in his mind. Nana first spreaded her fingers wide, then started to move both arms in a circular motion, first up over her head, then opened her arms as much as she could before joining her hands, palm against backhand, at her navel's height. "Vinayar Lakhat." Derek, all wrapped up, tried to mimic all her movements, step after step, memorizing every single detail he could grasp, no matter how small. A sphere of light enveloped Derek's mother's lower body, and she quickly recovered her complexion. The pale skin reverted to a healthy pink, while all the traces of pain and fatigue disappeared from her face. Once again, something clicked inside him. After the dark magic, he could clearly feel that simply by hearing the power word, a connection had been established between him and light magic. Derek could not stop grinning. If I have enough magical talent, it would mean there is actually a third hidden option, he thought. I can become a magician and live free for the first time in my life. No shackles, no responsibilities, but it's better not get over-enthusiastic. With my luck, I could just have a poor talent or... His reasoning was abruptly interrupted. The woman that had held him until that moment was handing him to his mother. "Nana, are you sure he is all right? He has yet to cry, and giggle or not, he is too quiet. With all that happened, I am really afraid that something is wrong with him." After those words, the noisy room turned gloomy. Afraid that he was somewhat responsible, and quite eager to explore option number 3, Derek did his best baby impression, giggling, smiling, and doing raspberry sounds. Nana felt her professional pride hurt by such allegations, but it wasn't her first time with an anxious mother. She knew Alina since she was still a child, and had delivered all her babies. Nana could not deny that this delivery had been one of the most difficult of her career. The labor had lasted hours, and she had been forced to cast healing spells multiple times to stop the bleeding. When she finally could see the baby's head, she knew something was wrong. Alina was fighting with all her strength, but the baby was limp. So she had rushed and used her hands to pull out the baby as fast as possible, only to discover that he was being strangled by his own umbilical cord. After cutting and removing it, she had tried all her best spells, but to no avail. For a whole terrible minute, Nana had believed the child was lost. But then the healing light had finally activated, forcing the baby to puke, clearing his airway. Then and only then Nana started affording the luxury of relaxing. Healing magic was no miracle. It could enhance the life force of the patient, making easier to recover from an illness or healing from an injury, but it could not create life. Nana was sensitive, so she understood that Alina didn't need a lesson about magic. Just be reassured about her child's health. "Worry not, my child. I can prove it to you that all is well." With a warm smile, she caressed Alina's cheek and took Derek from her arms, removing the cloth like she was revealing a treasure. Nana carefully adjusted Derek in the crook of her left arm. Then she circled her open right hand all around him and said, "Vinir rad too." A small wisp of light came out of her palm, dancing around the baby before penetrating his chest. The light spreaded from head to toe, making him emit a dim light. "See, if there was even a scratch on his body, my injury-detecting spell would leave that area bleak. Your little son is fine." The energy flowing through his body was making Derek feel empowered. In his old life, he had felt like that only few times. When he got his degrees, when he finally abandoned his parents' home, when he beat up the bullies. But all those times it had been a fleeting emotion, lasting few seconds at best. Now it was different. It wasn't just adrenaline. Real magic, real power was coursing through every fiber of his being, making him feel invincible. So when the spells started fading off, he could not accept that. "No, come back to me, give me my power back," Derek screamed inwardly. He focused on the last strands of energy, willing for them to stay. He could not cast the spell on his own, but he could still feel the lingering power and started feeding it with his own. Derek's light stopped dimming and instead grew stronger and stronger. Nana was dumbfounded. She had never seen anything like that before. That was not how the spell was supposed to work. Derek wanted it to last forever, but a second later he fell asleep due to mana exhaustion, and the light disappeared quickly. Nana wrapped up the baby again and returned him to his mother's embrace. "Nana, what was that?" Alina asked, full of wonder. The old healer had no idea how to answer. Many possibilities popped up in her head, and all of them would require long explanations that would needlessly make Alina worry and maybe even forcing Nana to repeat the spell. It had been a long day, and she had no intention on prolonging it even a second more than necessary, so she borrowed a line from her childhood's favorite fairy tale. "My child, I think the newborn may be blessed by the light. There is no need to worry, only to rejoice." Chapter 7, A Baby's Day. Derek's first days as a baby were peaceful but far from boring. He had no responsibilities. All he had to do was eat, sleep, poop, and the occasional baby noise or finger-grabbing routine. That left him with all the time he needed to think about his future. On Earth, it was no mystery that kids had a greater potential for learning than adults, and since his family seemed human, or at least human-like, he could hope for that to be true also in this dimension. From what he could see, his body was no different from a baby from planet Earth. He could hear his heartbeat, his chest inflating and deflating while breathing. Even the reproductive apparatus was the same. The same could be said for his new family. If it wasn't for the existence of magic, he would have simply thought to have traveled through time, but things clearly weren't that simple. Derek quickly dismissed all the "what race am I now?" hypothesis as overthinking. One of the advantages of being a baby was that ignorance was perfectly fine. When the time came, someone would teach him. He determined that he had two priorities. Number one, learn their language. All babies are supposed to learn their native language, and he had only so much time before being considered a retard, so he could not slack off. Number two, he had somehow to figure out magic, or at least its foundations. And that also had a deadline, since his learning potential was at its peak only until his brain stopped growing. After that, he would not be different from anyone else with the same talent and disposition for magic. So he set magic as his first priority. Being considered a slow learner was much better than being weak for life and forced to take another spin at reincarnation. Derek spent his first day in the new world in bed, together with his mother, while his father would sleep and rest in the boys' room. Whenever someone talked to him, he paid close attention, trying to figure out common words or patterns. The rest of the time he was not eating or the cloth diaper being changed, he would try to cast one of the 3 spells he knew. Ekidu, Vinir Lakhat, and Vinir Rad too. Every attempt was a failure. He could not feel even an iota of power inside himself. Comparing what he saw from what he knew from Earth's dungeons and looting, those spells had clearly a verbal and somatic component. But that couldn't be all, or at least he hoped so. Otherwise, until he was able to talk, all his efforts would have been wasted. Failure after failure, his anxiety grew stronger. Fear of the unknown and of tomorrow started to build up. Also, getting used to poop and wet himself wasn't a pleasant feeling either. Thankfully, his mother showered him up with nothing but love and affection, making his day not a total loss. Despite his bias about mothers due to his previous life, Alina managed to make him feel loved and protected. That wasn't half bad at all. The final outcome of his first day was zero progress in magic, no progress with language. But his mother seemed to be a good parent, and he finally learned his new name, Lith. The second day turned his world upside down. Alina, showing the strength of a wild ox, decided she was sick of resting and got up to help doing the daily chores. Lith had the opportunity to see her full figure. Despite giving birth the previous day, she was a good-looking woman in her early 20s. She was definitely well endowed in all the right places, with a fit body honed through hard work. Her shoulder blades' long hair was of a beautiful light brown color, with shades of red all over it. Just the light of the candle made it look like there were flames dancing within. Seeing Mother with her hair down in a sunny day must be quite a sight to behold, Derek thought. Maybe it was because Lith was still a baby, maybe because of the mother-son bonding, but Lith felt deeply proud of her. He also discovered that she seemed to not use bra or underpants. Once finished dressing, she wrapped up Lith, making it impossible for him to move. Then Alina placed him into her sash, using it like a baby cradle so that she could easily hold him with only one arm with minimum exertion. She walked out the small bedroom and found her older daughter, Eliza, messing with the fireplace. "What in the great mother's name do you think you're doing, Lily? The sun is not even out, you should be sleeping. You know you are not allowed to mess with fire," she said with a hiss, trying to not wake up the house. "I'm sorry, Mom. I just wanted to make you all a surprise. Let you wake up in an already warm house and breakfast ready." Eliza's face showed only sincere concern. "There is no need to worry, silly bee. Your mommy is a pro with kids," Alina said while ruffling her hair. Eliza, together with her twin brother, was the eldest child. She was 8 years old, and her blonde hair with shades of black was the reason for her moniker. Alina shooed her away from the fireplace, and with a flick of a finger lighted the fire. "In Firo." "Thanks heavens," Lith rejoiced. "Once again I had that weird feeling when discovering a new type of magic. This proves I wasn't just imagining stuff." Alina sent Lily opening the window's shutters to let the dawn light in while she prepared breakfast. Alina took several vegetables out of a cabinet and proceeded chopping them with a knife. Some had a familiar look to Lith, like some semi-potatoes and odd-colored carrots. The others were all a mystery. The idea of having such breakfast made Lith almost cry. In his past life he never liked vegetables, they were all bland tasting. No matter how much of them he ate, within half an hour he would be hungry again. Alina shoved everything inside a small copper cauldron, and with the help of a hook, hanged it on a metal bar over the fire. Then with a finger snap she conjured water out of nowhere, filling the cauldron. Both Lith and Eliza were ecstatic, even though for completely different reasons. For Lith it meant hope. Spells could be casted without words or precise hands movements, and that showed him that there was a real chance for him to practice magic while still being baby. For Eliza was a reason for pride. Magic was common, but every time Alina casted a silent spell it was like watching a real magician at work. "You are so amazing, Mom." Eliza's eyes were full of admiration. "Will I ever be as good as you with magic?" "Of course you will, silly bee," Alina replied with a kind smile while inwardly adding, "after 10+ years of chores every single day." After a while everyone woke up to have breakfast together. The family consisted of Roz, father, Alina, 2 daughters, Eliza and Tista, and 2 sons, Orpal and Tryon. Lith could then establish with depressing certainty that there was no such a thing as an indoor bathroom. From what he could see, the house consisted of a big room used as dining room, kitchen and pantry with 3 doors that lead to the various bedrooms, and nothing else. The breakfast was relatively quiet, so he had no problems learning the word for water magic when his father filled some jugs. Jorund. After everyone left for their daily routine, Alina moved along with Lith to a rocking chair. During the morning, he had the pleasure to discover that in the new world, the daily chores like washing the dishes or cleaning the floors were all performed using magic. From her rocking chair, Alina would simply twirl her index and medium finger while reciting Breza to generate up to 3 small whirlwinds that she would move all around the house to collect and get rid of the dust. Whenever someone would dirty the floor with earth or mud, a flick of the wrist and a magna would send them back through the same door they were brought in. Lith was delighted discovering how common the use of magic was. Everyone in the family, even the younger ones, would use magic to make their life easier. When bedtime arrived, Lith was dying to try some magic. He had waited so long for his hands and feet to be finally free. Alina fell asleep almost instantly, yet Lith was impatient enough to have the impression of having waited for hours. After a full day of thinking, he had decided to try only air magic first, until he was confident enough in his magic control abilities. Fire was just too dangerous for a novice, while water and light would easily wake up his mother. He could not spot any dirt to control in the dim light of the room, and was too afraid to mess up with darkness magic until he got a better understanding of it. So he twirled his little arm and said, "Iya." Nothing happened. Lith tried and failed countless times before giving up. He did not know how long his baby body would have lasted until falling asleep, so he stopped despairing and started thinking. Magic was common. Whenever he heard for the first time an elemental magic word, something inside him had clicked, like creating a connection with the elemental energy. Those were all good news, but he still couldn't make head or tails why he was always failing. He never expected succeeding at the first try, but he had thought that something would have manifested. A random tiny gust of wind, a magic spark, anything would do. So he started thinking back to when the healer had filled him with power. That feeling was not new to him, but he never experienced it so intense. Lith searched his memory until he found the answer. It was the same sensation that he had when he started practicing Aikido while learning the basic breathing technique. Well, I have nothing to lose, let's give it a try. Lith breathed in through his diaphragm, the anus relaxed to get the world energy in. Then he would contract the anus, holding the breath for some seconds to let the energy settle in before breathing out, relaxing his whole body. Back on Earth, he had always thought that the intoxicating feeling he experienced during his first days of practice was just some kind of placebo effect. His naive young mind deluding itself, that the weak could miraculously become strong just believing and practicing in all that internal energy nonsense. But what if he later stopped experiencing that sensation, only because his native world energy was just too thin? After some time, Lith started to feel a tingle all around his body, and then the energy seemed to move and condense inside his solar plexus. The more he performed the breathing technique, more clearly he could sense the energy getting more stable. In his old video games, mana was always blue, so he visualized a blue sphere settling inside his solar plexus. After a while, Lith felt brimming with power. After holding his breath one last time, he twirled his little arm before commanding, "Iya." The wind generated barely tweaked his mother's hair, while he had aimed for the blanket. Yet he could not stop grinning. This is really a great start. Chapter 8, Unrelenting Practice. In the following weeks, Lith's days consisted of a strict routine. During the day, when he was all wrapped up, he would only focus on practicing the breathing technique and learning as much as he could about his family and their language. At night, he would practice magic until exhaustion made him fall asleep. Then, as soon as he woke up, he would start again until Alina would get up for the day. More than once he tried taking a break, but it would never last long. Living as a baby was not easy, on the contrary, was very stressful. He could not speak, even the words he had already understood to not scare his family. He could not move, he could do nothing but watch, sleep, eat, and relieve his bowels. He was not used to be so helpless and dependent on someone else for every little thing. Too much free time would bring him to the verge of insanity. So he would practice and practice, trying to adjust to his new reality without overthinking about how absurd and irrational was his situation. As Lith's powers increased, so did his control, and after a few weeks he felt confident enough to try earth magic and water magic. He would always be careful, never conjuring more than a few droplets of water or manipulating a handful of dirt. He discovered that it was possible to make the elements float in midair, changing their shape and size by continuously spending mana. After that, he shifted his night training on focus and control rather than power. His mana was very limited, and he much preferred doing few elaborate tricks perfectly rather than a lot of stuff at the risk of blowing his cover. No matter how common magic was, Lith doubted that a baby practicing it would be any less than shocking or even terrifying. Lith was afraid of being abandoned by his family, or even worse, killed. He was once again scared of death, since now he had too much to lose. What were the odds to find another world where magic existed, to be born as a baby in a loving family? Zero, none, not a squat. He had to play his cards well, and play them as close to the vest as possible. Before revealing even a hint of his talent, he needed to know what the standards of that world were. How much talent was considered good? How much divided being considered a genius from being labeled as a monster? His mind was constantly filled with worries, and only training would alleviate his anxiety. After 3 months, he had become good enough at silent magic to try fire magic on the fireplace. The fire was already lit, and when everyone was busy talking and eating during breakfast, he tried making the flames dance at will. It ended up in failure, since the flames were too strong and the distance too big for his mana to have any effect. Yet he kept trying, since he could still sense the flow of magic going from himself to the fireplace, hence making it a good training to expand his mana sense and range. The only downside of all that training was that Lith would get hungry faster. Luckily, he was not Alina's first glutton, and she had no shortage of milk. Another month passed, and Alina started weaning him. This event was meaningful for 2 reasons. The first was Lith noticing that food wasn't abundant in his household, so even if he still had not a rich vocabulary, he could still read his parents' worried expressions every time he needed to be fed. Despite still being a cold-hearted, cynical misanthrope at his core, Lith could not help but feel guilty about it. They loved him like a child, while he would consider them nothing more than hosts, like a parasite. The only exceptions were Alina and Eliza, his big sister, the only one that along with his mother would take care of him. With their constant love, affection and care had managed to crack his emotional defensive wall. The more time he spent with them, the more he would consider them part of his real family, not just people that he was leading by the nose. So he started limiting his training to not exceed the amount of food they could afford. Even that required quite a few tries to find the right amount, since too little would cause even more worry than too much. The second reason were world-changing discoveries. Being forced to stop training magic as much as possible, Lith now had free time that he used to dedicate that time by practicing the breathing technique that he christened accumulation. That way, his inner energy that he had long dubbed as mana core grew faster to the point of hitting a bottleneck. Apparently, his body wasn't big or strong enough or both to hold an indefinite amount of mana. Lith never noticed before because his baby body was rapidly growing, and he had only so much time to expand the mana core. So without realizing it, his body and mana core had developed together. But now the balance had been broken, and practicing accumulation would make every fiber of his body ache, so he was forced to stop. Luckily, he was still well fed and developing fast, so despite not being able doing any physical exercise, the bottlenecks would not last long. The second discovery was the result of him being forced not to practice magic or use accumulation. While studying his bottleneck status, he found out that it was possible to modify the breathing technique by removing the breath-holding step. That way, the world energy would just flow in and out his body, energizing him like a good night's sleep. Lith named this new technique invigoration. After several tries, he discovered that the world's mana could allow him to stay awake for several days, but not indefinitely. Each time he would use invigoration, the energizing effect would last less and less, and only sleeping would reset its effectiveness. But the most important discovery, as almost always happens, was made by chance. After adjusting his food intake, Lith's greatest enemy had become the hunger, not the slight appetite that can be fixed by a candy bar or the hankering after a busy morning. It was the kind of hunger that never goes away, always lurking, even right after a meal. Even though Lith was not starving, it was something that he had never experienced. Even among all the misfortunes of his first life, food had never been an issue. He had always been able to eat to his heart content, even allowing himself to be picky about food. But now he was so hungry that he ate until the last bite, and if his body had allowed him to, he would not hesitate licking the plate clean. In the good days when the portions were larger, it was like white noise, annoying but easily ignored. But during the bad days, either because the rations were smaller or because he had lost himself in the practice of magic consuming too much mana, it would become a thorn in his head. He would be so hungry to have a headache all day long, often feeling light-headed and incapable of focusing. Food would be the only thing he would think or dream about. Of course, he was not the only hungry one in the family. Aside from Alina, only his siblings Orpal and Eliza would be tasked to feed him. And while Eliza had a big heart and strived to be like her mother, Orpal was angrier and hungrier by the day. He would often daydream about the days when he and his twin were the only children in the house. Now not only he had to fight each day for his parents' attention, but also for the food, clothes, and so on. Once he had a room only for himself, then he had to share it with Tryon. It was just a matter of time before Lith would come to take away what little personal space he still had. Orpal could not understand why a family as poor as his own would keep making kids. It was winter, so there was not much work to do. Hence there weren't many occasions to restock their food supplies, and they had to last until spring. It was the toughest time of the year for all the farmers' families, since the food was meant not only for men, but also for the animals. Orpal was sick of seeing Lith gobbling all the food, to the point of dubbing him Leech. So whenever it was his turn to feed the little vermin, he would take some spoonful for himself. But Lith was not easily bullied. As soon as he noticed the spoon was not aimed to him, he would start to cry madly, and Alina would run to his side, foiling Orpal's plan. Lith never cried unless he needed to be fed or changed, and that made their parents both really happy and paranoid about him. Since he would never cry wolf, they took every wail very seriously. That day was a really bad day for Lith, starving because of his growth spurt, and was Orpal's turn to take care of him. Both their parents were out. One of the cows seemed to suffer from frostbite. So Orpal took the plate full of creamy soup for the baby, and gulped down a full spoonful. Lith immediately started to cry, but there was no one to hear him. "Cry all you want, Leech asterisk." Lith was now able to understand most of the common words, included Orpal's mockery. "Today is just you and I, no mom in a shining armor to come to your rescue," after saying that he gulped down another one. Lith felt like he was going crazy. Once again he was helpless, his so-called magic useless in time of need. What could he possibly do, aside from blowing his cover? Ventilate him, wet him. Using fire was too dangerous, a single meal was not worthy burning down a house. Lith's hunger was eating him, and his rage went above and beyond what he would have ever thought possible. "You foo asterisk, he yelled inwardly, feeling so tough robbing a child. Then he saw the third spoonful, making a good half of his meal gone, moving toward Orpal's smug face. Lith's anger reached a new peak, his hatred burning like a fire. "You are not my brother," he yelled inwardly. "You are nothing but a filthy thief trash." And then, more than clicking, he felt something breaking inside like a dam that could not hold the raging waters anymore. "I hope you choke on that spoon, USH*T. Lith waved his arm against Orpal in a final struggle, and then it happened. Lith felt the mana going out to his body, reaching the spoon already in Orpal's mouth, and pushing it down hard. Orpal started to choke, and after removing the spoon from his throat, he started puking. Lith was so astonished to almost forget about both his rage and hunger. He had discovered something wonderful, a power that no one else in his family seemed to have. Lith had discovered spirit magic. Chapter 9, Understanding Spirit Magic. At that time, Alina and Roz, father, were coming back to the house upon hearing Lith's desperate cries. They ran back to check on him. When they found Orpal on the ground, puking, they understood what had happened. They already had suspicions, since whenever Orpal fed Lith, he was always hungrier than usual. But now they had proof. Inside the pool of vomit, the undigested creamy soup was as clear as the day. Roz became red with anger. "You little," but had to stop, his other children had returned as well. "I am very disappointed in you, Orpal," said Alina, seeing that her hubby was too angry to speak. "From now on, Alina will be the one feeding Lith. You can take all her shifts in the stable, since I don't think that even you could eat hay." "But Mom," Orpal said, trying to defend himself, he hated cows and their smell. "No buts, young man," Roz yelled. "And that is not punishment enough. Alina, feel free to prepare one more bowl for Lith and take the food from Orpal's share. He must learn that bad actions have consequences." They were speaking too fast for Lith, and there were too many unknown words. But Orpal had just turned pale, so it had to be good news. Orpal started crying and apologizing, but Lith made sure to cry louder, so Roz and Alina both ignored his pleas and sent him to take care of the animals. After being fed with a generous serving of soup and milk, Lith could finally focus on what had happened. After days of trial and error experiments, he had grasped the basics of his newfound ability and gained a much deeper understanding of magic. Lith had discovered that when he casted an elemental spell, it actually consisted in a three-step process. First, he would emit the mana, then he had to mix it with the world energy that he was trying to manipulate. The last step was the hardest one, controlling the spell and its effects. Spirit magic skipped the second step. It used only his own power without borrowing elemental energy. That made it more difficult than any magic he had practiced so far and more mana-consuming. It also required much more focus compared to normal magic. Pure mana had no physical form, so he could not rely on his eyes for manipulating its effects. All depended on his willpower and imagination. The clearer was the mental image of the action he wanted the mana to make, the better the result. The range was also very limited, barely reaching a meter, 328 feet radius. Despite all its strict limitations, Lith started to practice anything but spirit magic. The ultimate discovery about it was that every improvement he did in spirit magic was also passed on all other kinds of magic. He didn't need to switch practicing between them anymore, and so he progressed in leap and bounds compared to before. From time to time, he would use a random elemental magic to check on his progress, reaching a new understanding of the profoundness of that element. The progress Lith made allowed him to also improve his breathing techniques. Through accumulation, he could now not only perceive how his mana core changed in size with practice, but also have a rough understanding of the amount of mana contained in his body. Using accumulation, he would feed the world energy to his mana core, allowing it to expand from the size of a pinhead to that of a glass marble. Once the mana core grew to marble size, further progress could only be made when the physical body forcefully compressed the mana core back to pinhead. Lith had no idea how the phenomenon worked and had found no way around it. Mana core and body development had to go hand in hand. There was no shortcut. Bottlenecks happened when Lith tried to use accumulation when the mana core was still at its peak size. The world energy would be rejected by the mana core, going wild through his body and damaging it. By continuously undergoing expansion and compression cycles, his mana capacity was already incomparable to when he was just a newborn. After discovering and practicing spirit magic, Lith had a much finer control of his mana, inside and outside his body. He managed to modify the invigoration technique, so that when he breathed in the world mana, he would combine it with his own, temporarily exceeding his limits. Then he would expand the resulting energy, moving it from the solar plexus outwards, until even his body hair would be overflowing with mana. Ever since he invented invigoration, he had noticed qualitative changes to his body. Lith was now better at withstanding cold and head, and he would hardly ever get sick. When his whole family would catch a cold, he would either get over it before the symptoms manifested or recover in a few days. Unless it's all a crazy coincidence, improving invigoration is the only mean at my disposal to temper my body. If I am right, this means that I can use it as a crutch until I get big enough to do physical activity, he thought. Hopefully, it should also help me overcome my bottleneck periods faster. It's a gamble, but it shouldn't do any harm. Also, between hunger and bottlenecks, there isn't much I can do as a 7-month-old baby. As for his family life, it also experienced some changes during the following months. After the soup incident with Orpal, a divide opened between the brothers. Lith was vengeful by nature, and so was his brother. Sometimes, when Orpal was angry, would call him Leech instead of Lith, since he always called him like that in his mind. Every slip of the tongue would cost him a serious scolding, and when he did it while harshly arguing with his parents, even a good spanking. Orpal blamed Lith for all of his misfortunes. The little runt always giggled when he was having a hard time. The relationship between Lith and his parents instead kept getting better and better. He had already started saying babble words, making sure to say Mama, when Alina embraced him and Dada whenever Roz came near him. If this world is even a bit similar to Earth's middle age, it's better to stay in my old man's good book until I am self-sufficient. This was Lith's reasoning. He was still very afraid of father figures, and the two of them didn't have much a relationship anyway. Roz would always be busy with something, letting his wife and eldest daughter spend the most time with the baby. To his defense, he had just wrongly assumed that Lith was too little to notice. and that they would have time catch up later in the future, like he did with his other sons. Roz really loved him, and Lith never ceased to amaze him. He couldn't remember him crying for no reason, not even when teething. If someone bumped into his cradle or raised his voice while Lith was asleep, or at least pretending to, he would not make a sound, just look around before going back to sleep. Lith increasingly grew fond of Eliza. It was more like a loving aunt than a sister to him. He could see himself in her, taking care of her little brother like he did with Carl. He would have loved to express this love, but all he could do was smile and laugh as soon as he saw her, and call her Lala. She was in fact the only one beside his parents to have a Babel name. It wasn't much, but it meant the world to her. And so time went by. After 6 months from his arrival, Lith was put on the ground for the 5th time and started to crawl under strict supervision. At the 9th month he started to walk and graduated himself from Babel words to real ones. On the day of his birthday, after discovering they had birthdays in that world too, he allowed himself to use simple phrases and started to make questions to complete his vocabulary. Knowing nothing about babies, it was very stressful finding the right timing for every little thing. Luckily, Lith could always resort on cheating to find out the proper time for him to learn to do something. He was already capable of understanding most of what he could hear, so he would always be open to suggestions. If Alina was dying for him to finally say Mommy instead of Mama, he would wait a couple of days before making it happen. If Roz cheered for Lith running to him, he did. The real problem was paying attention to everything Roz, Eliza and Alina said while being seemingly completely oblivious about their words. Another problem was that once they let him roam free in the dining room, they gave him also small wooden toys expecting him to play and explore his surroundings. Lith already knew the dining room as the back of his hand, and there was not much to see in the first place, yet he had to pretend to be curious about it. That was the hardest thing he had ever done since becoming a baby, and scared him to death. He had no clue how a child would explore such bland environment, and his paranoia about blowing his cover made him sweating bullets. Seeing the expectation in their eyes, he started from the nearest thing, the fireplace. The fire was not lit, the logs were cold and covered in ashes. When he got closer, Roz stopped him. "This is the fireplace. Now is safe, but fire is bad. Fire hurts. No touching it, never." Lith looked at him, seemingly confused, before trying to put his hand in the ashes. Roz grabbed his hand, blocking him. "Fire is bad, no touching it, never," his father repeated. Lith stared in his eyes like he was deeply in thought before asking, "Fire bad?" "Yes, very bad," Roz replied while nodding. "Okay." Lith moved away from the fireplace and got close to the table. When he tried climbing up a chair, almost falling down with it, Alina ran to his rescue. Good gods, this little one sure likes danger. Seeing their increasingly worried expressions, Lith believed to have found a way out that torment. He would keep putting himself in danger, trying to climb on the table, and going into the kitchen rummaging through pots and knives. Quickly they decided that adventure time was over. They made him sit on an old cloth spreaded over the wooden floor, and gave him toys to play with while they recovered from the stress. He had a little wooden horse, some kind of cart, and an odd-looking dog thingy. Playing was much easier to him. Lith did not need to create stories or explaining what he was doing. He could just use playtime to practice spirit magic. Lith would actually never use his hands to move the toys, making them float as close as possible to his fingers. He really enjoyed those moments. Lith could finally openly rejoice, scream and laugh anytime he made a new discovery or a breakthrough, and all his parents would see was a happy child lost in his fantasies. Who would have ever thought that such a quiet little fellow could have such a vivid imagination? Roz said with a big, proud smile on his face. Look at him. All he has is just some old toys, yet it looks like he has the whole world in the palm of his hand. Chapter 10, Growing Pains. The following years weren't easy on Lith. He was finally allowed to do a lot of questions, filling most of the holes in his vocabulary, and starting to finally learn about his family and the new world. He learnt that they were living in the village of Lucia. That was part of the county of Lustria, which in turn was part of the Griffin Kingdom. His parents knew about the neighboring countries by name, but that was it. They knew nothing about the life outside the village, nor they cared about it. In their eyes, the king was some sort of mythical beast. They put all their faith and worries in Count Lucia. Not only he administered justice and taxes in the county, he would also always take part in Lucia's spring festival as the guest of honor. His parents never mentioned to their children anything about magic, wars, or history. They only told them tales that could be easily dismissed as bedtime stories, even in this new world. All of their stories were filled with beautiful princesses, valiant heroes, and villainous tyrants. Lith was truly dissatisfied by such little information. He wanted to know what was the planet's name, what was the stage of scientific development it had developed. He wanted to learn about the history of magic, the lore, the legends, anything that could give him at least a clue about what to expect from life. But it was clear they knew little more than gossip, so he could not make questions he was not even supposed to think about. At least his family tree was much easier to fully understand. Alina and Roz had married very early, even by village standards, barely 16. Roz, being an only child, had inherited his father's farm, where they were currently living. Alina got pregnant shortly after the marriage, giving birth to the twins Eliza and Orpel. Then she got pregnant again every 2 years. That meant that Roz and Alina were currently 25 years old, Eliza and Orpel 8 years old, Tryon 6 years old, Tista 4 years old, and finally Lith 2 years old. In fact, most of the information were leached from his siblings' questions. Lith was mostly limited to a "what's this? Why is that?" kind of question. Spending more and more time with the rest of the family, he also discovered why, despite his father owned such a nice farm, with its own barn and henhouse, had so much problems putting food on the table. Tista was born with a congenital condition that prevented her from doing any physical exertion, and made her also prone to illness. Fast pacing was enough to leave her out of breath. She would chuff from time to time, and when things were about to turn for the worse, the cough would become violent. At that point, one of her parents would have to run to the village to let Nana visit and heal her. But she could not really cure her, only alleviate the symptoms and return her to her natural state. And while a checkup wasn't expensive, the treatment was. Also, even if Roz did go picking her up and then brought Nana back home, it would still cost an extra. Doing a round trip meant her losing business, so she required compensation. It was the constant need for the healer to put such a strain on their budget. Lith felt very sorry for her. Despite not having spent much time with Tista, she was precious for both Alina and Eliza, and that was more than enough to make her precious for him too. He felt helpless, cursing his inability to ever practice light and darkness magic. Light magic required a patient, and until he had gained a solid grasp of how it worked and what was this world's human anatomy, he would not dare putting anyone's health at risk. Darkness magic was another story. Lith had only seen it once, no one in his family used it, and even in that one occasion he had clearly felt the destructive power it held. He was also biased against it, since on Earth dark magic would always be associated with evil practices and undeads, so he had no desire to dabble with something potentially horrifying. Lith could only live on, hoping to eventually get some training in magic, while enduring the madness that he was getting used to call family life. He had to be lively, but not too much. He had to be curious, but not too much. He had to run around, but never get out of the door. His parents were never satisfied. If he tried to sit in corner meditating, they would worry because he was too quiet or too lazy. If he tried to move around or help them, he would be scolded for getting in the way. They refused to teach him chore magic. That was the name of the lesser spells they used on their daily life, and prohibited him to learn them. Lith could not go outside without being accompanied by someone, could not get near to the fireplace, could not make too many questions. Everything was basically prohibited until he grew up. More than once Lith wanted to scream, "I may be biologically young, but I am actually the oldest in here, damn it." But all he could do was suck it up and obey. His feud with Orpel never resolved, and he could clearly feel Tryon's hostility on his brother's behalf. Clearly Orpel was for Tryon what Eliza was for Lith, his role model. Unlike Orpel, Tryon would not completely ignore him, even when their parents were absent. But Lith could clearly see that every time his brother helped him, it was just to be polite. There was no kindness between them. Lith quickly started ignoring him in return. "I have already spent half of my old life being worried about dysfunctional family members. Been there, done that. So thank you, but no thank you. If you want to be a jerk, be my guest. I don't give a damn about you." These were his thoughts about the matter, so he let things fester. Once he became 3 years old, he could not take it anymore. The boredom caused by the cold winter months where he was basically stuck at home 24/7, aggravated by the constant hunger, was about to drive him insane. It was a stormy afternoon, and the family was gathered around the fireplace. Alina was teaching her daughters how to sew. Roz was teaching Orpel how to carve wood, while Tryon and Lith were only allowed to watch. They were still too little to handle any sharp object, Even sewing was off limits. Lith had already asked, baffling his father and flattering her mother. "You are too little and your hands are still too clumsy," she replied. And Alina was right. Lith's body felt even clumsier than his old one before he started practicing martial arts. Just the thought of all the lost muscle memory was enough to make him cry. So he patiently waited that Roz finished instructing Orpal, and then Lith mustered all his courage and asked him to teach him how to read, write, and count. Roz was flabbergasted. "You are too young. Usually kids wait until they are 6 years old to go to school and learn. Don't you think it's boring?" That was the philosophy every man in his lineage had always upheld. Boring? What could possibly be more boring than sit here doing nothing? Like yesterday and the day before, and probably tomorrow too. "Please, Daddy, try me. I beg you, please, please, please." Roz didn't know how to say no. Lith had never asked him anything before. Even when he is clearly still hungry, if he notices there is no more food, he never asks for more. He thought, unlike Orpal, "I don't know if his Lith that is too good, or I am just spoiling Orpal too much." He really wanted a way out, but Alina was already staring at him. Her hands never stopped sewing, her mouth explaining the girls what they were doing wrong, but her eyes were clearly set on him. "Damn it, what can I say? Learning does not even require dangerous tools, that's it. The tools, I'm such a moron sometimes." Roz looked in Lith's puppy eyes, his heart squeezed as in a vice, but he still replied, "I'm sorry, son, we have nothing you could possibly write on, so I can't teach you." Lith had considered things through before asking, so he had already a solution at hand. He picked the biggest tray they had and filled it with the ashes collected in a bucket beside the fireplace. "Now we can write as much as we want." Roz was amazed by Lith's ingenuity, and so was Alina. He was about to object again when he noticed that the stare had turned into a frown. Her hands were moving too fast, and that meant trouble for him. There was a storm outside. He could not run away from the one that was brewing inside. So with a deep sigh, he gave up. "From what do you want to start?" Roz could only hope that Lith would get bored fast and let him return to his leisure. "Count," Lith promptly replied. So Roz sit on the floor beside him and started drawing lines in the ash. Lith was ecstatic. The numbers they used had a different shape from the Arabic numerals, but aside from that they were identical in use. Even the calculation methods were the same. So he kept the new numbers in the upper row to learn their shape, and then started doing the multiplication tables. He could actually do such simple math in his head, but he needed to engrave the new numbers in both his mind and body. Once he finished, Lith started taking requests from his audience, and when Orpal sarcastically asked, "How much is 124 times 11?" he quickly replied with flat 1364, leaving them all speechless. Alina could not help herself, standing up and lifting Lith up in a big hug. "My little genius, I'm so proud of you." In less than 1 hour, he had mastered what it would take others a full year to do. Eliza and Tista soon joined her in the embrace, congratulating their little brother, while the male side of the family was still flabbergasted. In rural areas, they learned how to count only to not get ripped off when they sold or bought merchandise. So, they remembered only addition and subtraction, letting the useless multiplications and divisions fade away in their minds. Reading and writing required more time, but it was equally simple. Lith already knew most of the words and how to spell them. He only needed to learn the alphabet and memorize it to be able to read and write. Once again his family was stunned, and the only one not rejoicing with them was Orpal, left alone with his envy and scorn. Chapter 11, I Know That I Know Nothing. Having officially learned how read and write, Lith practiced every day. While his family considered him a genius, he knew better. Needing to practice hard to memorize just 21 letters and 10 numbers, Lith did not feel much brilliant. Striking the iron while it was still hot, he asked Roz to carve for him a wooden ruler, 50 centimeters, 197 inches, long and 3 centimeters, 12 inches, both high and wide. In the front he had engraved all the alphabet, on the back the numbers. It was Lith's clutch during his homework, a tool necessary for him to be free of practicing any time without bothering his parents. Raz was still on cloud 9, so he didn't make any question about the oddly big sizes Lith requested. He could have easily made it much thinner and shorter, making it easier to carry around. But Lith refused the proposal, begging him to fulfill his wish. Lith had not missed Orpal's hostile glare every time someone called him a genius. He had to be sure for it to be not easy to break or go missing by accident. It was also the perfect pretext to always carry around something he could practice spirit magic on. When the weather finally cleared up, Alina decided that it was the perfect moment for Tista to be checked out by Nana. With all the cold and wind during those last days, no matter how much effort Roz and Orpal had put in the house's maintenance, it had still been kinda drafty. Tista had been coughing enough for Alina being seriously worried about her. So, she took the mule cart and brought Tista and Lith to the village of Lucia. The bad weather had lasted too long, and the accumulated farm work needed everyone's help to be finished before another frost wave arrived. She had to bring Lith along. He was too small to be left alone. After stuffing them with the warmer clothes they had, the trip began. Lith was really happy. It was the first time for him seeing the world outside the farm's bounds. There was much he could learn from such experience. On the road they were bothered more than once by stray groths. They were wasp-like insects with a venomous sting at the end of their abdomen. Compared to Earth's wasps, they were much hairier and blue instead of yellow. "Why in the Great Mother's name are they still around?" Alina complained. "They are supposed to be asleep during winter." One groth was particularly stubborn, and despite all their shooing, it kept going back until it got too close to Tista for comfort. Lith slammed his hands hard, missing it entirely. He was still nimble as a brick, but his spirit magic wasn't. It had already reached a radius of full 10 meters, 328 feet, radius of effect, so the groth was squashed effortlessly. Lith showed the prey with pride. "Don't worry, big sister, I'll always protect you." After hugging him, Tista was really curious about the dead insect, but Alina was still worried by the venom, so after throwing it away, they resumed their trip. When they came in sight of Lucia, much of Lith's doubts got cleared up. It wasn't just his family. The whole village resembled closely one of those early Middle Ages drawings he had seen in history books. There was no sign of any complex technology. Even a windmill or a watermill would have been considered a marvel of science. When Lith asked Alina about the village, she explained that only artisans, scholars, and merchants lived there. The rest of the population lived in their own farms, tending the fields and raising livestock. Lucia consisted in a few dozens of 1 or 2 stories high wooden houses well spaced between them. Not even one was made out of stone or bricks. There was also no road pavement of any sorts. The space between the houses was just like the road to the village, bare earth and mud. From the signs hanged outside the buildings, he could spot a blacksmith, a tavern, and a tailor's shop. The bakery didn't need any sign or advertisement. The delicious smell that came out its chimney was enough to make every passerby's mouth watery. Lith's hunger stroked so hard that he already knew what he would have dreamed about that night. When they arrived at Nana's house, Lith was surprised noticing it was bigger than their own. Yet Alina had told him more than once that Nana lived alone. In his eyes, it meant that either she was from a rich family, or more likely healing was a lucrative business. Lith decided that he had to master light magic as soon as possible. The door was open, and inside Lith felt the familiar feeling of a doctor's waiting room. Inside, there was a single huge room that smelled of medicinal herbs and incense. At the end of the room, on the left, there was a door, probably leading to Nana's living quarter. On the right, there was a huge, wide curtain, behind which Nana was visiting and treating the patients. The rest of the space was filled with benches and chairs, and many of them were already occupied. It seemed that many families had decided to make use of the good weather. Alina removed all the extra clothing from her children before instructing them to be quiet and don't disturb others. The waiting room was filled with bored mothers, and soon Alina joined the chatting, sharing her experiences and advices with them. Lith could wander around undisturbed. The women were too busy keeping their children under control to take notice of his existence. The room was bare and uninteresting, but once he got close to the curtain, he stumbled on a treasure. He found a small open cabinet filled with books about magic. Maybe in this world is the equivalent of a doctor hanging his degrees and masters. Many of the titles were specific about an element or its application, but one caught his eye immediately. It had the basics of magic written on the cover. After checking that no one was paying him attention, he grabbed it and started reading. "I'm only 3 years old. I can afford a better to ask forgiveness than permission attitude." Lith then moved to a corner, giving his back to the curtain, hoping to go unnoticed as long as possible. It was clearly a book for beginners, so he skipped the introduction, going straight for the element's description. Lith discovered that water magic was not just about conjuring and manipulating water. It also allowed the user to lower anything's temperature. Any magic apprentice was supposed to be able to generate ice and use it as a mean of both offense and defense. Air magic, too, had an ability that he had never taken in consideration. Air magic highest peak was weather control, but even at the basic level a mage could generate lightning. Fire and earth were just plain and simple as he had pictured them all along, so he moved to the last two elements. While reading, it became clear to him that because of magic, whoever had written the book had no idea what anatomy was. The book would speak about the importance of keeping a wound clean. There was no use of terms like disinfection or sepsis, so he barely found unknown medical terms. Lith remained dumbfounded upon discovering that light and darkness were explained together instead, that in separate chapters. According to the book, both elements were the bread and butter of any healer. Darkness magic could be used as a weapon, but it was not explained in detail. The author was very clear, stressing out the fact that he was not a fighter, and that beginners should never bite more than they could chew. Then he proceeded to explain that darkness magic wasn't either good or bad, just an element like the others. It was an invaluable tool for a healer, since it allowed to clean wounds, tools, or even to fumigate houses from rats and insects to avoid the spreading of diseases. Also, it was the only way of getting rid of parasites that had grown inside the patient, since light magic would allow the healer to detect their presence, but could do no harm to them. Light and darkness worked best when used together. Light magic's specialty was the ability to perceive life forces and scan them for anomalies. It also allowed to correct such anomalies and to guarantee an instant recovery from most diseases. Restoring broken bones was more difficult and was explained in another chapter. Lith felt incredibly ignorant and stupid. He could have discovered most of those elemental properties on his own if he hadn't been blinded by his narrow-minded superstition. How could I possibly have been so idiotic? I have lived here more than 3 years and I am still thinking like this is a video game with fixed rules and levels. Darkness is evil and light is holy or something. No, this is science, damn it, the same one I studied all my life. If fire magic is converting mana into heat, then water magic is nothing but converting mana into cold, condensing the water in the atmosphere and turning it into the liquid state. It's all so obvious, it's like the damned Columbus egg. He was about to turn the page and learn about healing broken bones when a firm hand squeezed his shoulder, locking him into place. That's not a toy, young man. I really hope that you have not damaged it, otherwise your family will have pay for it dearly. Chapter 12, Learning a Trade. Lith had been so engrossed reading to forget where he was, throwing caution to the wind. When Nana caught him red-handed, he was startled enough to yelp. I thought I knew every single rascal, but I failed to recognize this one. What's your name, kid? Lith, what's yours? He replied while making puppy eyes. Nana was now more curious than angry. Lith, do you mean Alina's little imp? No wonder your face is new to me. You were just a newborn the last time I saw you. Nana's presence had made the chatter stop. Some women wanted to ask her how long until their turn. Others were just curious. Alina jumped out from her chair, apologizing on Lith's behalf. There's no need to apologize, Alina, Nana said. No harm, no foul. The little imp has not damaged the book while playing with it. Yes, Mom, there is no need to apologize. Lith hated when someone spoke of him like he wasn't there. And I was not playing with it, I was just reading. Reading? Young man, how old are you? 3 years and something. If this is a joke, it's not funny. I never expected one of Alina's children to be such a liar. He is not lying. During the last storm, Lith was bored, so he asked his father to teach him how to read, write, and count. Here is proof. Alina handed Nana the wooden ruler. Alina's rebuttal had caught her by surprise. She realized to have struck a nerve. After studying the ruler, Nana had to admit it was a clever learning tool. Tell your husband that this thing is really a good idea. He could sell it to Teacher Hall. It never hurts to have extra money. Alina wouldn't let her change the subject, not until she apologized for calling her son a liar. Roz didn't invent it. Lith did, so he could study alone without bothering anyone. Nana was shaken by all those sudden revelations. Her pride wanted to avoid apologizing, but insinuating that Alina too was lying in front of all those people would have hurt her whole family's reputation. So, young man, how much is 7 times 6? 42. Nana took the book from Lith's hands, and after opening a random page, she gave it back. What is written there? Start from the top of the page. Lith suppressed a smirk. The first thing to understand while studying magic is that it's just a tool. Anyone can use it, but only few can actually use it properly. In fact. Okay, that's enough. I owe you an apology, Lith. Yet she said it while looking at Alina. Seems your son is indeed blessed by the light, dear. The room was once again resounding with chatter, but this time they were all discussing the same topic. What does Nana mean with blessed by the light? Isn't that just a fairy tale? I wish my son was that smart. Every morning just sending him to school is a war of attrition, not to mention getting some actual results. Those were the most common comments. Lith kept hitting the iron while it was still hot. Can I? Suddenly he realized that he ignored the word borrow. Take it with me for some time. I will return it as it is, I promise. And what would you do with it? Can you already use magic? Nana's reply would have normally been quite different, but she had had enough surprises for the day and could not afford any more sarcasm or skepticism. Yes, I can, Lith replied before realizing his mistake. I'm an idiot, I just blew my cover. Years of careful planning ruined by this big mouth of mine. The only thing I can do is damage control. Really? And what can you do? Yes, Lith, what can you do? Alina rebuked. Her right foot was furiously tapping the floor in annoyance. Lith knew he was in trouble. I can do wind and water chore magic, he said with a low, apologetic tone, while staring at his own shoes. I'm sorry, Mom. I know you prohibited me to use any magic, but everyone else in the house always uses it, and I was so bored. The chattering increased in volume. Alina was really angry, but she could not scold him in public, not when they were staring at them with admiration. Nana seems really impressed. Maybe this is a turning point in Lith's life. If she takes him as her apprentice, we could have a healer in our family. I can't ruin this opportunity. So she kept silent, wondering about his son's future. Would you please show me? Nana asked, smiling for the first time. In for a penny, in for a pound. Here goes everything, Lith thought. Breza. Lith twirled his middle and index finger 2 times, creating as many tiny whirlwinds that he used to quickly sweep the room. He pretended to lose control from time to time. His goal was to impress, not to brag or scare people out of their wits. Oh, Nana laughed in admiration. She could see more and more of her in the little imp. Nana, too, had been a precocious brat. When she was his age, her talent was better, but Lith was still a sight to behold. Usually men were less talented for magic, since women with their prerogative to give birth were naturally more in tune with the life force of the planet. Some called that world energy, others simply called it mana. Also, country boys were usually blockheads, more inclined to hard works in the fields or in the military rather than spend years on books. Now I want you to do a thing for me. You said you can conjure water, right? Lith nodded in response. Now call upon water, it does not matter how little, but then you have to not let it fall. You must make it float like this. A perfect sphere of water the size of a fist appeared 1/2 meter from Nana's open hand. Lith could not comprehend the why of such a specific request, but he complied. Joran, he conjured less than a glass worth of water, keeping its form irregular and unstable. Lith could not afford any more mistakes, his focus peaked trying to make his lack of control convincing. The water floated for 3 seconds before falling off, but instead of hitting the floor it started floating again, becoming another perfect sphere orbiting around Nana's spell like the moon does around the earth. Lith was flabbergasted. Not by Nana's control on the mana flow, he was already able of doing the same, if not better. He could not avert the eyes from the spectacle in front of him. Both spheres of water were constantly spinning on themselves, reflecting everything around them. They would capture the light from the sun, turning it into sparkles of rainbow. Lith had always seen magic like a force to be reckoned with, a great tool to build his future with, but he never thought of it as beautiful. For the first time in over 3 years, he was not pretending anymore. He was simply amazed, staring at the dancing lights while the memories of his old life flooded his mind. He suddenly remembered all the hours that he spent as kid, hiding in the planetarium together with his little brother Carl. They would dream of becoming astronauts, to run away to the stars where no one would ever hurt them again. And just like that, his grief returned, stronger than ever, fighting the joy out. The pain for the loss overwhelmed him, tears started streaming from his eyes. Lith, are you all right? Alina's voice woke him up from his stupor. Realizing how weak he had allowed himself to be, Lith felt deeply disgusted. Water is just water, no need to get soft over a measly light show. Soldier up and follow the plan. Lith steeled himself, sealing away all the feelings that he deemed useless. I'm done getting hurt, he thought. Yes, Mommy, I am all right. I was just moved from the old lady's magic. My name is Naria Lith, but everyone calls me Nana. Why Nana? Nana was usually a term of endearment used for the family's grandmother. You see, when I was still a young maiden, everyone called me by my name. But then time passed, and I helped so many children come into this world that they started to call me Mama. After even more time passed, those children had children of their own, and they started to call me Nana. She ruffled Lith's hair. I have a proposal for you. Now you are too little, but when you become 6 years old, instead of going to school together with those blockheads, you could come here instead. So you could read those books as much as you want, and maybe you could learn a trade. Mine. Lith tilted his head, playing dumb. I don't know, you don't seem nice. I would like the books, though. He replied while hiding behind his mother, only half his face visible behind her legs. Alina didn't know if to laugh or cry. Her dream had come true, but Lith didn't understand what he was turning down. Please excuse him, Nana. He is just 3 years old. He has no idea what he is saying. He doesn't even know the importance of apprenticeship. 3 years old, Nana repeated. It's almost too good to be true, but you are right. If he had to choose between gold and toys, he would probably pick the latter. We'll have this conversation again 3 years from now. She knelt down, looking Lith straight in the eyes. If you don't become dumb as all the other boys in this village, I'll take you as my apprentice. If you are still interested in magic and books, of course. Lith nodded, grabbing his mother gown, looking for protection. His weak and scared appearance hid his inner rage. 3 years, I could have as well starved by then, and all because of you, greedy hag. He was so sick of being hungry, he wanted to bite her out of frustration. Calm down, Derek, and remember all of your lessons. Suck it up and grow stronger, because only strength will make you free. Only power will keep your family safe. Chapter 13, Learning a Trade Again. Nana's work ethic didn't allow for favoritism of any kind. Lith may have been his future apprentice, but Tista had to wait for her turn like everyone else. Lith hadn't been so happy of being stuck in the queue since his student's days in college, when he would use every single second to review his weakest subjects. So much to read and so little time. Better to cram light and dark magic, since they are the only elements outside the physics as I know it. In the best-case scenario, it will take years to get my hands on a book again, and there is only so much I can learn as self-taught. When it came their turn, he studied carefully how the healer performed the light magic Vinir Rad 2. It was the same life force detecting spell she had used on him 3 years ago, and this time he had a better understanding of magic and a way better standpoint. Being next to her, Lith could appreciate every gesture and hand movement Nana used to amplify the spell effectiveness. The light enveloped Tista's body, quickly turning gray around her chest, clearly outlining the shape of her lungs. I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is that Tista's condition is the same as always. There is no sign of degeneration this time. The bad news is that it doesn't seem to be improving either. I'm afraid that she will remain like this forever. The more she grows, the lesser the chances that her body will be able to somehow fix itself. The air in the room turned heavy. A lifetime of illness was barely better than no life at all. Lith was so shocked to completely forget about the books. The whole world meant nothing to him if he could not share it with the only 3 people he loved and trusted. They came out of Nana's house in low spirits, returning home without speaking a word. Once arrived, Alina shared the bad news, searching for Ra's arms before starting to cry. One by one, the whole family burst into tears, hugging each other in search of comfort. Lith allowed himself to cry, cursing the cruel fate that had befallen his sister. What good is magic if I keep being helpless? Why do I keep reincarnating, simply to replace one living hell with another? Is this just bad luck, or is it my fault? Could it be that in some previous life I committed such an atrocious act that now all those I love are cursed? Could this be my punishment? During the following days, Lith kept second-guessing every life choice he made, before accepting the fact that bad things happens. Tista was already ill when he resurrected for the second time. It couldn't be his fault. Having been accepted as Nana's apprentice, he could now practice magic openly. Soon he proved capable of cleaning the whole house by himself, relieving his mother and sisters from all the chores. Thanks to darkness magic, cleaning dishes and cauldrons became a matter of minutes. Nothing organic, be it food residue or grease, could escape being turned into dust by a single spark of dark energy. He also made countless experiments with light magic, in search for a cure. Yet all he managed to do was keeping the symptoms at bay. Tista now needed much less treatments from Nana, but was still prisoner in her own body. This caused Orpal to hate him more and more. Show off how I'm supposed to enjoy my life with him constantly breathing on my neck. Not only Leech shares the housework with Mom, but also spends so much time with Tista. Mom and Dad always praised him for his so-called talent and intelligence, and now they never shut up about Leech saving the family a lot of money by tending Tista's condition on his own. No one gives a damn about me wasting my time and sweat doing all the farm work. Gods, why did you let him live? Why you didn't give me any talent? Oblivious of his brother's feelings, Lith was not coping much better. His magic power and comprehension of mana kept growing, but it could not erase the perpetual taste of failure that accompanied him. In the following year, he could not feel any joy regarding magic. Every discovery was useless, all his power meaningless. And so he was finally 4 years old. The period between 4 and 6 years in Lucia was called the Golden Age, since the child was big enough to have some freedom and too little to be of any help in the daily activities. They would be allowed to play all day without a care in the world. It was the perfect time to make friends and grow closer to one's own neighbors and deepen the ties between the families. The day of his 4th birthday, after he finished the chores, Eliza introduced him to all their neighbors before returning home. He was supposed to socialize and play, but Lith had other plans. There was no amount of failures or grief that could make him forget for long the hunger that consumed him since he was barely 5 months old. Roz's farm was on the western edge of Lucia's farmlands, a little less than a kilometer, 0.62 miles, apart from the great woods known as Tron. Despite the pretentious name, it wasn't particularly dangerous. The people who lived in nearby villages depended on the forest as their primary source of timber for their everyday life. Tron was also abundant in wildlife, so those bold and lucky enough would go hunting all year around, searching for precious meat, warm fur, or both. It was impossible to meet monsters in the forest unless one went several kilometers deep. Since there was no need for exploring Tron in detail, the inner areas were still uncharted territory. There was a reason if Lith had never practiced martial arts in the New World, not even the footwork. The constant practice of magic required a lot of energy, and his household lacked the necessary resources for his training. Lith was already skinnier than all of his siblings. Any more exertion and he would turn in a pile of bones. He needed food. But being a city boy, he knew nothing about butchering. He needed a teacher. And that was why he was headed for the house of Celia Fastero, the only hunter among their neighbors. The problem is that I have no idea how to get her to help. I'm still too little for apprenticeship, and even if I wasn't, it's unlikely she had not heard about Nana's offer. She has nothing to gain helping me. I can only hope she is a kind and benevolent woman. Celia's house was a single-story wooden house, much smaller than Lith's, about 60 square meters large. There was no henhouse or barn. Except for the space in near proximity of the house, the fields were uncultivated, full of weeds, tall grass, and whatever the wind hand planted over time. She clearly has no interest in farming and stock breeding, and that's good news. Means her business is good enough. I wonder what's in the shed near the house. It's almost as big as the house itself. Lith knocked, his innards tied in a knot from the nervousness. The door opened almost immediately. You again? Are you lost or something? Celia was a woman in her early 30s, 1.7 meters tall, the skin tanned from the years' long exposure to the sun. Her black hair was kept short with a haircut identical to Earth's military standards. She could have been considered very cute, but the small bosom coupled with her sharp eyes and rough attitude made her manlier than most farmers. She wore a leather hunting jacket over a green shirt, green cargo pants, and brown hunting boots with a soft outer sole to limit the noise made while moving. Hi, Miss Fastero, I need a favor. Could you please teach me how to skin and gut animals? Celia raised an eyebrow. Why? Because I am hungry. Not having any lever on her, Lith had decided that truth was the best policy. I have been hungry long enough to forget how being full feels. I know I can hunt, but I also know that without proper handling meat goes bad and is inedible. No, you got me wrong. I mean, why should I help you? What's in for me? Now she was knitting her eyebrows. What do you want? Lith asked while bottling up the urge to kill her slow and painfully. He was hungry enough to see her as quarry. Honestly, I don't believe a runt that barely reaches my belt can hunt anything, not even a rat. And since teaching is a waste of time, it demands compensation. She scratched her chin, searching for a deal bad enough to drive the pest away. She never wanted a child of her own, let alone dealing with someone else's. So if you want to learn from me, first you must bring here some game. If you mess up while playing butcher, you'll ruin my merchandise, wasting my goods and time. So here is my deal. Whatever you bring me, I'll teach you how to skin and gut it. But half of it is mine for the trouble. Take it or leave it. So much for the kind and benevolent woman. This is plain extortion, Lith thought. I'll take it. How long will you stay home? He replied. I'll be here all day. I have a lot of work to do. Why? Because when I get back with my prey, I'll need your help. Don't forget our deal. Lith turned around, moving toward the woods. Seeing the little runt act all tough, without a bow, traps, or even just a bag for the game, Celia could not help but laugh out loud. That until the door suddenly slammed on her face, sending her butt first on the floor. After getting up, she went to the nearest window. Lith was still in the same spot, but his face was turned towards her door, his eyes glowing bright in the dim light of the dawn. After getting at the edge of the woods, he activated the light spell Life Vision. It was one of his creations from the last year of practice. By infusing his eyes with light magic, Lith was able to see living beings as colored, while the rest of the world was turned into shades of gray. The stronger the life force, the bigger and brighter was the light emitted. This way he could easily spot animals, even if they were hiding underground, in bushes, or inside a tree. Lith did not need to hunt something big. As long as it was meat, it was the perfect prey. Most of the animals would run away as soon as he came too close, but not all of them. Birds and squirrels perched on tree branches felt safe. But Lith's spirit magic had reached a range of over 20 meters, 21.9 yards. They were all within his reach. He only needed to extend his open hand towards the quarry, then squeeze and turn it for a neck to be broken. In less than 20 minutes, he had killed 2 odd feathered birds and 2 squirrels. I could catch more, but I want to pay that harpy as little as possible. While returning to the huntress' house, his greed was debating fiercely with his rage. Damn it, I wish I could just ask my father. Our farm has a hen house. We eat chicken, so he must know how to butcher it. But if I do, then I will be forced to share my quarry in equal parts. And if there is something that I hate more than being robbed by that harpy is the idea of Orpal and Tryon having the same amount of meat as me. Or worse, even more, being older. I hunted this game. This meat is mine. They will only be allowed to eat my scraps when and if I want so. When Lith got to the door, he had calmed down, the rage hidden by his business face. He took deep breaths before knocking again. When Celia saw him, was on the verge of mocking him, calling him a quitter for giving up in less than an hour. But then Lith showed her his game, making her whole. Never underestimate how hard a hunter's job is. Speech die in her throat. Chapter 14, Learning a Trade, again too. How did you do it? Celia asked, still recovering from the surprise. Magic, I am blessed by the light. Didn't you hear the news? Celia started rummaging her brain until the answer made sense. Oh, I get it now. You are the magic kid that's on everybody's mouth in Lucia. That explains a lot, including your shitty attitude. Excuse me, you found a scrawny kid on your door asking for help, and what you did was send him away with a rip-off deal, even laughing at his efforts, and I am the one with a shitty attitude. Lith was now so angry that even the idea of sharing his prey did not seem so bad anymore. Celia laughed out loud. Kid, you really are funny in the head. First, when you come at the door of a stranger asking for help, the best you can hope for is to be sent away with a polite kick in the butt. If I had to comply with every madman's request, I would be broke in a jiffy. Second, you had the guts to slam the door at me and then come back like nothing happened. That's a shitty attitude. Listening to her point of view, Lith could only agree. For 4 years he had been a recluse, his only interactions with the family members. He had got too used getting a yes as an answer, forgetting the basic social interaction rules and even common sense. His hunger didn't help either, making him single-minded and prone to anger. Lith realized that Celia was right, and what he did that morning was just a temper tantrum. I'm really sorry, he said earnestly, looking her in the eyes. I have no excuses for my behavior. I would understand if you wanted to call off our deal. Celia started laughing even harder. Hold your horses, kid. I said that you are crazy and rude, and I like that. As you so kindly pointed out, I'm a bit of jerk myself, and dog does not eat dog. Our deal is still valid. She handed him a small knife with a wooden handle. Rule number 1, bleed out the game as soon as possible. If the blood starts clotting, the meat is ruined. Make a deep incision in the neck and then hang them upside down to make the blood drain out. She pointed him to a clothesline. When you don't need the fur, I always cut off the head directly, makes things faster. Lith put down the knife and conjured water, making it coat his whole hand. Then he froze it, turning it into a razor-sharp blade, cutting off the bird's head, using the knife only for the squirrels. Celia whistled with approval. Nice trick. You don't shy away from blood, don't you? As I have told you before, I am hungry. Too hungry to care about big round eyes or a warm fur. I only see them as food. Celia gave him thumbs up. That's the right attitude for a hunter. Then she took the animals and hanged them, thinking the clothesline was too high for Lith to reach. Lith did not feel the need to correct her. Since we are building a master-apprentice relationship and all that CR*P, mind you telling why come to me instead of your father or mother? I don't know your family, but this is something that any farmer knows how to do. It would be too expensive having someone else butcher your livestock. Indeed, Lith concurred, pondering how to answer. He looked her straight in the eyes before asking, "Jut's between us, master-apprentice secret and all that CR*P." Celia nodded, surprised receiving an actual answer instead of a cranky remark. "As far as I can remember, me and my brothers never had a good relationship. Things are pretty bad, especially with my older brother." Lith decided that he needed to take that load off his chest. Talking to a stranger was the best way to relieve his stress and ruin Orpal's reputation. Truth was indeed the best policy. "I do not know if it's because of my magic, but I always ate a lot. That would not be a big deal if I hadn't 4 siblings, one of which has a congenital condition. Her treatments cost quite a lot, and that is barely necessary to keep her house ridden. Thank the gods I'm an only child, but what does that have to do with your older brother?" Lith pretended to not have heard her. "This means that despite my parents' hard work, we don't have much food on the table." Lith pointed at his thin arm to make her feel guilt. "And my brother is a growing boy too, so he would like to have much more chow than he actually has." From time to time, especially during winter, he had fits of rage where he would accuse me of everything that goes wrong in his life. He often said things like, "Why the heck did you have so many children if you cannot properly feed them? Why does he have to get almost as much as food as me? He does nothing while I work my ass in the fields all year around. This is not my brother, this is a leech that is sucking my life away. I wish you died that cursed day." Lith did his best Orpal impression. "Are you making this up to make me feel guilty, kid? Because that's sick." Celia was knitting her eyebrows, doubting someone could say such things to his little brother. Lith shook his head, sighing. "I wish. Did your father give him a good beating? Maybe that could help him come to his senses." Lith shook his head again. "No, this started when I was still very little, and even when my father resorted to spanking, it only made things worse, to the point that I now sleep in the girl's room." Celia bit her lips to avoid making a sex joke. Too soon. "Too soon for what?" "Nothing, please continue." "That was until a year ago. Then I started practicing magic, and soon I was skilled enough to do almost all house chores by myself. Sometimes I help with the livestock, too. I even managed to keep my sister's condition under control." Lith took a deep breath before finding the strength to add, most of the times, "Then everything should be good now, right?" "Wrong. The house needs repairs, and so does the barn and most of the working tools. If you also take in consideration all the random *T that happens and takes priority, I don't see our situation getting any better soon, and neither does my brother. Now he can't put the blame on me anymore, so the last time he took it out on my ill sister, saying things that I refused to repeat out loud." Lith spat on the ground to get rid of the dirty taste the memory gave him. "To the point of saying that it would be better for her to—" Lith pointed at the hanged game. "To put her down like an animal. Kid, we may be jerks, but your brother is a lunatic." Lith gritted his teeth, remembering Orpal's exact words. "It would be much better for her, for all of us. She can't run, she can't work. Tista will never be able to make friends, fall in love, or have children of her own. She is bound to be a burden for the family, and what will happen when you guys are no more? Who will take care of her? Eliza, or maybe the little leech wonder?" Lith could still vividly recall his mother crying from those cruel words. Eliza and Tista running into her arms. Roz beating Orpal so hard he could not walk for days. "Indeed," he replied to Celia with a growl. "And that's is why I despise him and don't want him to touch a single bite of MY game." "I get it. I don't even know him and already hate that guy's guts too." "No, I don't hate him." Lith corrected her. "Hate, just like love, is an irrational feeling, while my contempt for him has sound foundations." Wow, such profound notion for someone so young, worthy of a hunter. "Now enough chit-chat, it's time to get to work." Celia took down the squirrels, passing one to Lith. "We will start with the little critters. They are smaller and better for practice, since even if you mess up is no big deal, there is not much meat in here." She placed a squirrel on a cutting board, and prepared another for Lith. "What I am going to teach you stands for most rodents, but just in case, if you ever find a rabbit that still has a snow-white fur, bring it to me. It is valuable only until it starts turning brown for the spring. Even a tiny mistake can ruin the fur, lowering its value." Celia handed him the short knife again. "If you want me to teach you properly, let's do things my way. Use the knife, do as I do, and follow my instructions." Lith nodded in approval. On the squirrel's back, pinch its hide, and cut it near the base of the neck so to expose at least half of it. Now use your index finger and middle finger on both hands to create an opening after you have made the cut. Use your fingers to hook up under the skin and pull one hand towards the rear and the other hand towards its head. During the process, Lith noticed that beside being disgusting, skinning a squirrel was like taking off a sticky wet glove. After that, Celia showed him how to remove the head, the legs, and the tail. I know is a bummer, but that bushy tail is no fur, is all goddamn body hair. You can still use it to stuff things, is very warm and soft. Now comes the tricky part. When we proceed to gut anything, be careful while making incisions. If you cut open the bladder or the intestines, the meat is ruined by bile or feces. There is no saving it. This stands for all the animals, so pay attention, kid. Gutting the squirrel was bloody and gruesome, but Lith could already smell the meat at the end of the tunnel, so he barely felt any discomfort. When they finished, Celia put both squirrels on a skewer to roast them in her fireplace. While we wait for our morning snack, I'll show you how to scald a bird for the plucking. As the name implies, water must not be too hot or cold, just enough for you to immerse a finger without getting a burn, but unable to hold the finger in for more than a second without burning yourself. That's proper scalding temperature. Celia took a big cauldron, positioning it over a campfire she had always ready on the back of her house. It can be a messy job, so it's better to do it outside whenever is possible. The smell of the meat cooking inside was making Lith's mouth watery. He could not afford the risk of them burning. Joran, at his command, the cauldron became immediately filled with water. Lith then stuck his hand in the water, casting in fire, making it emit steam. Celia whistled again with approval. Fast and efficient. I'm starting to regret this master-apprentice stuff less and less. I now understand why that old hag of Nerea called dibs on you. We should be ready to go, but first. Celia went inside briefly, returning with 2 little plates of roasted squirrel. Before she could even pass him his plate, Lith had already snatched the food, wolfing it down like there was no tomorrow. He sucked and gnawed until only bones were left. After licking every single of his fingers, he returned to his previous calm and composed demeanor. Good God, such a gentleman, Celia's voice was oozing sarcasm. Would you like another serving, because that seriously creeped me out and I know a thing or two about? Her mockery fell on deaf ears. Lith's eyes could only see the second squirrel closing in. As soon as Celia pretended to offer him her share, his hands were already moving. After devouring the last squirrel, Lith noticed that Celia was frozen in place. Her mouth was open, but no words were coming out of it, the plate still near his face. He gently put the bones back into the plate. There was no need to hold the plate for me, but thanks. That was very kind of you. Chapter 15 changes. After resolving the morning snack incident, Celia prepared the working table for the remaining game. The birds you caught are called blinkers because they get scared easily and are very quick to fly away. Usually you need luck and skill to take them down from a distance. Whatever magic you performed, it made a clean kill. Aside from the broken neck, both the feathers and the body are unscathed. Lith accepted the compliment with a small bowing. It's just a matter of finesse in using air magic, nothing special. Celia's curiosity was far from being satisfied, but she decided not to pry further. Scalding is easy and quick. You only need to throw the poultry in the cauldron for about 45 seconds. It's better to gently stir the water in the process to clean the birds from dirt and external parasites. It also helps loosening most of the feathers. Never scald too long, or the meat could start to boil. Not to mention the risk of rupturing the organs, ruining the meat. Lith took charge of the scalding process, waving his right hand to take control of the water in the cauldron, stirring it, and adjusting the force of the current according to Celia's directions. Damn it, kid. You are really starting to make me regret to have never given a damn about magic or learning it. You don't know how to use magic, Lith was astonished. No, and before today I was proud of it. I consider chore magic a simple parlor trick. Why waste my time learning how to do things with it when I get faster and better results by using my hands? Celia shrugged. Now get the blinkers out of the water, time to get serious. Beside the scalding and the plucking that replaced the skinning process, gutting poultry resulted really similar to his previous experience with the squirrel, except he had also to remove to crop, the neck and the oil gland. Once they finished, Lith's eyes enjoyed the results, noticing that aside from the blinker's skin being a little more porous compared to a chicken's, it was just a roast away from what he would purchase back on Earth. How do I cook it? Still hungry even after 2 squirrels. Yes, very. The previous meal was just an appetizer. He was far from satisfied. Please, let's use the outdoor campfire. I need to get used to not using a fireplace. Celia slammed her hand on her forehead. Right, I almost forgot about your family issues. After instructing him how to choose the right spot for a campfire, she showed him how to improvise a kebab with wood sticks. The final lesson was about how high to set the kebab to avoid burning the food, and how to recognize when it was ready to be eaten. After memorizing everything, Lith imbued his eyes with fire magic, activating the fire vision spell that granted him an improved version of thermal goggles. He then started to weave together fire and wind magic, keeping the heat stable with no hot or cold spots, while using air currents to cook every nook and cranny of the meat evenly. Such fine control required for him to move both his hands and feet, to watch his meal from different angles and adjusting the mana flow. His movements were akin to a combination of martial arts katas. Celia was about to mock him about how performing a victory dance for a single blinker was a little extreme, when the delicious smell reached her nose. The blinker was getting roasted with a speed visible to the naked eye, the skin turning into a crispy crust, releasing the fat that was masterfully spreaded evenly. The smell was so good that her stomach started grumbling, despite she had consumed her breakfast less than 2 hours ago. Lith lifted the skewer with spirit magic, and after lowering the temperature to avoid burning himself while eating, he started wolfing down the meat, ripping it apart with his bare hands. First the drumsticks, then the breast, and lastly the wings. It lacked salt, and the meat wasn't as tender as a roasted chicken since they had not let the meat undergo any maturation. Nonetheless, it was the best meal Lith had ever had. I can't believe it, I cannot feel the hunger anymore. Lith fell to his knees from the happiness, his eyes wet on the verge of shedding tears. But that moment passed quickly. I need more, I can't allow the hunger to cripple me again. Lith looked at the sun. There were still a couple of hours before noon. He had still time for more hunting. Master Celia, I need a favor. I need a place to hide my own game, the one I am not willing to share. Just call me Celia. Hunters do not waste time with honorifics. We are practical people. She waved her hand, dismissing the need for a title. As for your request, I don't make favors, only deals. What about this? From tomorrow onwards, you will come here every day and clean my house, and maybe from time to time cook something for me with that silly dance of yours. In exchange, I will keep your personal meat safe and sound, and whenever you cook for me, we will share the meal evenly. Deal? Celia offered him her hand. It was still a rip-off, but it was his only option. Deal, I have only one rule, I don't do laundry. In the next days, Lith's house resounded with much more laughter and joy than usual. Him bringing game home had raised some questions, but nothing he couldn't explain easily. The food helped everyone to relax and let go of the stress of the past. Even Lith and Orpal started to smooth over their relationship, limiting the glares and insults to a couple every day. But more importantly, Lith could finally start practicing martial arts again. His routine was very simple: hunting in the morning, magical training in the afternoon, martial arts at night. Thanks to the invigoration breathing technique, Lith was now able to stay up for almost a week before being forced to rest. He would sneak out of the house as soon his life vision spell confirmed that everyone was asleep. Once outside, he would create mud dummies with earth magic to both practice martial techniques and temper his body. His first priority was the footwork. Maybe it was because he was only 4 years old, or maybe it was the lack of activity due to the previous constant hunger, but his body was embarrassingly clumsy and lacked coordination. Whenever someone threw anything at him, even a chestnut from a meter away, 3 feet, he would either miss it entirely or dunk it on the floor. Lith knew that despite his spellcasting was very quick, especially spirit magic, it was not instant. He could not afford to become a sitting duck as soon as someone closed in too much. Learning magic was powerful, but not omnipotent. What good could possibly do to him being able to topple mountains only to get killed by a random thug that managed to snuck up on him? Even back on Earth, Lith had always thought that considering mind and body as separate entities was dumb. Exercise had always allowed him to relieve his stress and relax his mind. Exactly like studying always allowed him to perform at his best, be it at work or martial arts. Brute strength was just violence, pure intellect just ideas with no substance. Only when mind and body were trained together the body could perform as the mind required. About a week after Lith had begun training, something happened. He was alone at night, practicing footwork by circling around the dummies, when he felt that something was wrong. Pain burst from his mana core and quickly spreaded to his whole body, accompanied by a head-spinning nausea like he had never experienced before. "What's happening to me?" he screamed inwardly. "This can't be a bottleneck. The last one resolved just yesterday, and no bottleneck ever felt like this." Soon he started gasping for air, incapable to stand up any more and writhing in pain. "I can't die. I don't want to die again, not after enduring so much. I refuse to become some slave in a distant galaxy or an old man waiting for death. I had enough. I refuse to die." He used all his willpower to convert every iota of his mana into light magic, fighting off the affliction that was tormenting him, but to no avail. The pain got worse and worse, his power incapable of keeping up. When he surrendered, the burning sensation was finally free to rise all the way up to his mouth. Then he started puking lumps of a black, sticky substance that looked like tar, but smelled like something had died and rotted for weeks under the summer heat. They were the size of a nut, but the strain he felt was akin to have barfed two elephants walking side by side. The stench was so bad that even in his incapacitated state, he found the strength to summon some dark magic to destroy them without leaving traces. Lith spent the next minutes spitting, drinking, even eating grass to get rid of that revolting taste in his mouth. When everything returned normal, Lith was too exhausted to practice, so he had to use invigoration to return his body to peak condition. As soon as Lith started executing the breathing technique, he discovered that he was now able to sense his mana core with much greater clarity. While absorbing the world energy with invigoration, he could feel and manipulate the mana flowing through his blood vessels and his organs to the point of visualize even the residual magic in his hair. Despite his eyes being closed shut, Lith could see inside his body as he was observing a state-of-the-art full-body scan 3D. Still dizzy, he tried performing the footwork exercise again. Lith's movements were still far from perfect, but he no longer felt like having two left feet. It's an amazing improvement considering that, until a minute ago, my goal was stop tripping on my own feet. I wonder. Lith stretched forward, his right hand opened, applying spirit magic to the head of the dummies. The best I could do before with so many targets at once was to squeeze them a little, and now. He clenched his fist, faster and harder than ever before. The dummies' heads popped like balloons. Chapter 16 Encounters. During the following days, Lith made several discoveries about the changes he had undergone. His body felt lighter than ever, all his physical abilities augmented, all his senses sharper and heightened compared to before. There had also been cosmetic changes in his appearance. The moles on his body had visibly shrank, his skin was smoother than after a spa treatment back on Earth, and most of the freckles around his nose and eyes had disappeared. Lith took note of all these changes, trying to understand what had happened, but he could not care less about beautifying effects. Even with no moles and freckles at all, he would still look like a crude hillbilly. If his mother had passed anything to him, he was unable to notice. Unlike his sisters, Lith had nothing of her beauty or grace. Elena moved like a ballerina, while he was rough and clumsy enough to feel like a caveman. Lith had deep-set eyes like his father, a high forehead and a nose a little too big to be proportionate to his visage. He wasn't ugly, but not even cute. The best he could give himself was a solid 6 out of 10. Lith's only hope for improvement was the teenage growth spurt to get rid of his thin and scrawny build. Figuring out the changes in the mana core required even more time. Lith understood that his mana had undergone a qualitative change, becoming purer and denser. This allowed him to cast stronger spells, also reducing the time he needed to manipulate elemental and spirit magic, resulting in faster casting speed. Through Invigorate, he could now spot the presence of that tar-like material scattered all around his body, in his organs, blood vessels, and even in the neural pathway. Whenever he used the accumulation technique, he could feel the smaller tar-like particles being pulled toward the mana core, while the bigger ones would fragment over time, shrinking in size before actually moving. Confident in his new strength, Lith started getting deeper in the woods, hunting for bigger preys. He was no longer afraid of predators. Instead of avoiding them, he started looking out for them. Lith wanted for his family to have enough fur to make a set of warm clothes for everyone. He was sick of being forced to wear so many layers of clothes during winter that he was unable to walk properly, swinging every step like a penguin. The problem was that Lith still moved through the forest making a lot of noise, exuding enough killing intent to scare away anything that wasn't stupid or desperate enough to stand in his way. It was only thanks to the life vision spell combined with spirit magic that he was still capable of hunting. The spirit magic range had expanded to over 30 meters, 32.8 yards, range, so he could easily kill any animal that tried to escape by climbing trees or by taking flight. When Lith wasn't able to catch anything, he would shoot down any bird that made the mistake of flying within his scope. One day, Lith was exploring a new area of the Tron Woods, hoping to find a fur-wearing meal, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. While looking at a small mound, his life vision spotted 3 life forces hiding a few meters underground. They were not strong enough to be predators, but they were big enough to be a perfect lunch. If those are rodents or other smart animals, there could be more than one exit. I have no time to waste, I'll force them out. After getting on the highest spot of the mound, always keeping both eyes on the prize, he used earth magic. Magna, the ground around him, started to shake, making the burrow and the small tunnels collapse. The creatures started panicking, taking the most direct route out. Lith started running, following their underground movements as close as possible, not letting them get out of the spirit magic range. From a well-hidden hole near a bush, came out 3 big fat rabbits, 2 of them still wearing a snow-white fur. "Lucky," Lith screamed while snapping his fingers, forcing the rabbit's neck to a 180 degrees turn. "I'll keep the brown-white one for myself, while I'll trade the other 2 pelts with Celia for some fur of lesser quality but much more quantity. Today is really my lucky day." Lith was so used being alone in the woods to always think out loud, to break the feeling of isolation. He hung the rabbits to his belt by the ears and started walking toward Celia's house. After a few steps, Lith heard an odd sound closing in. He had never heard it before, so he started looking around for its source. Soon he could see 2 horses in the distance, galloping in his direction. F*CK, it seems I have been too loud. Fight or flight? To answer his own question, he activated life vision again. The horses were just horses, while the men were far from impressive. The one taking point was barely as strong as Celia, while the one behind was even weaker than Raz, Lith's father. Lith forced himself, hiding a cruel smile. Well, my first encounter with complete strangers in this new world. Are they good people? I bet that humans are humans everywhere. This would mean that they are *** holes. I can't wait to find out. Lith stood there, waiting for them to arrive. The first man was clearly a servant, dressed in a hunter's suit made of leather of low quality with a crest on both his chest and shoulders. He was an unshaven, middle-aged man, with pitch-black short hair, mean and angry eyes sitting on a face worthy of a mugshot. The one behind him was dressed with a suit of much better quality, probably brand new. He wore the same crest on his chest, but this one seemed to be made of silk and gold embroidered. He was a kid, maybe 16 years old, with a handsome face and the build of a swimsuit model. The tight-fitting leather emphasized his muscular body moving in tune with his horse. Lith felt really pissed off, and he knew exactly why. I really hope he is as much of a D***CK as he is handsome. Otherwise, not only I will be forced to start to believe in Prince Charming, but I will also die of envy. "Hey, kid," the servant had a rude tone of voice. "What was that noise from before?" Lith put on his best innocent expression, playing wolf in sheep clothes. "Good day, sir. It was just me hunting. I'm sorry if I scared you." Lith's voice sounded genuinely apologetic. He wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. "Where did you get those?" he said, ignoring Lith's apologies and pointing at the rabbits. "From a rabbit hole. They are my game." Lith smiled, keeping watch on both of them. "Give them to us now. They will make a perfect muff for my mother." The handsome youth had also a beautiful voice. "If you are really sorry, you should offer us proper compensation. Even a commoner like you should know the basics of decency," he said with a mocking smile. Lith dropped the act like a live grenade. "Seriously, robbing a kid in broad daylight? Don't you have any shame?" "Kid," the servant rebuked. "Do you know who are you talking to? He is the son of Baron Wrath, lord of these lands." Lith started laughing out loud. "Please, Tron Woods has no owner except maybe Count Lark. Stop spewing bulls **it just to cover your sorry **s. And besides, do you know whom are you talking to? I am the Supreme Mage." "See what happens when you waste your breath on commoners, Korth?" The young noble took up the short bow he carried on his back, nocking an arrow. "They are just too stupid. It's in the nature of things." He shot the arrow with perfect aim towards Lith's heart. But Lith was far enough, and had kept many spells ready on his fingertips. With a wave of his hand, a strong gust of wind hit the arrow on the side, making it spin out of control before harmlessly hitting the ground meters away from its intended target. Despite being flabbergasted, the young noble was able to keep his cool, knocking another arrow while ordering Korth to kill the kid. Lith raised his left hand, freezing Korth in place with spirit magic, while with the right he took control of the arrow that slipped away from the youth's fingers before stabbing him in the eye. The youth fell from his horse, screaming in pain. "To think that I even bothered giving you guys a chance to get out of here alive." Lith sighed, shaking his head. "Wait, if you kill the young lords, you and whoever you love will die. Think about it." Lith started laughing again. "Really? And how could they ever find out what happened here?" Lith moved his left thumb, and Korth noticed with horror that his right hand was moving against his will, unsheathing the hunting knife he carried at his belt. "Wait, please, have mercy. Don't do this, you are just a kid," he begged. "So when you want to kill, you kill. But when you lose, I am supposed to show mercy." The spite in his voice was palpable. Lith lowered his ring finger, bringing the knife at Korth's throat. "Since you are just a servant, I'll give you a clean death." With a flicker of the little finger, Lith forced Korth to cut his throat from ear to ear. Then he approached the young noble that was still writhing in pain, uncaring of what just happened to his loyal servant. "As for you, you are the kind of guy I hate the most." With one hand, Lith kept him frozen at midair, while he used the other to punch him non-stop. "You have seeking everything. Money, beauty, a bright future, and all you can do with such treasures is screw those who are already struggling to survive." Lith hated humans more than everything. Even back on Earth, the only thing keeping his rage in check was his responsibilities towards his family. But in the new world, there was no cameras, no GPS, nothing. There was only power, and for once he was the one holding it. "You know, I have a very ill sister," Lith said after venting out. "I could never practice darkness magic on living beings because using it on animals is just plain cruel. You, on the other side, are just a monster with the face of a man. You will make a perfect specimen for my research." Tron Woods resounded with screams for hours before death could come to claim her prize. Chapter 17 Encounters 2. While Lith was approaching Celia's house, he felt a profound sense of shame tormenting him. "It's a shame to waste so much good equipment and horse meat, but I have no plausible excuse for it. Our farm could really use a couple of horses, but what if someone recognized them? Too many risks for so little reward. Destroying everything was the right thing to do." Once he had finished with his experiments, Lith used darkness magic to wipe out any trace or proof of what happened, turning everything into dust. Celia was so excited seeing the two rabbits to let slip her dire need for them, to fill the order of a very generous client. Respecting his master's teachings, Lith exploited the situation. "Hunters don't do favors, they make deals," he quoted. In exchange for the snow-white rabbits, Lith managed to get a full set of warm clothes of lower quality, and Celia would personally tan the remaining pelt for free. That and the 3 rabbits ready for the cooking earned him great praise from his family, except Orpal. Over time, he had started to consider all the food that Lith brought home for granted, so his hatred and envy returned stronger than ever. "That little leech, hunting with magic is easy, any idiot could do it. Everything he does is a slap in my face. I never get the respect that I deserve as the firstborn, and it's all his fault. First, he flaunts his luck hunting, then he plays martyr, asking mother and father to let that piece of trash of Tista be the first to have fur clothes. What can Tista possibly do with them? Getting ill with style? No, Lith did it on purpose. He knows that my stupid parents still resent me for telling the truth about that cripple. Lith did it only to make me lose face compared to him." The truth was quite different from Orpal's self-centered interpretation. Lith really loved Alina, mother, Renab, big sister, and Tista, ill sister, while Orpal was never on his mind. He cured anyone in the family without being asked to, except for Orpal, but not out of spite or anger, but simply because his existence was irrelevant in Lith's eyes. If Orpal lived or died, it was not his problem. He would not do anything to harm him, but would not help him either. For Lith, they were complete strangers living in the same home. The reason why he had wanted Tista to be the first to benefit from his luck was that Lith hoped that with warm enough clothes his sister could finally spend more time with him and Renad during winter, playing in the snow. In Lith's eyes, the image of Carl would often overlap on Tista's visage. He loved them deeply, and both of them were victims of a cruel fate. Lith wasn't willing to let anyone or anything, not even a congenital condition, take his loved ones away from him. He suffered at the thought of how little of life she could enjoy. To give Tista the opportunity to experience speed and the feeling of the wind on her face, Lith built for her a swing with the help of their father, Raz. It was nothing special, just a wooden plank attached to 4 tight ropes hanging from a reversed U-shaped wooden framework with triangular standings. Yet the result was awe-inspiring for his family. Swings seemed to be unknown in the New World, or at least they were in the Lustria County. Roz looked at the result of their work in admiration. It's amazing. Why the 3 wooden beams instead of just one? Safety reasons? Lith explained while using earth magic to make the last 10 centimeters, 3.9 inches, of the beams sink underground, making the swing impossible to topple by bad weather or a too vigorous movement. That way both ends are like a chair. Multiple legs mean that the weight is equally distributed among multiple beams, making the stress per beam significantly inferior. Of course, now that you explained it is so simple. By the way, how do we call this thing? Lith was at loss for words. He had no idea what the word for the swing movement was, and he could not ask that now. It's a rocking chair. Damn it, why I always screw up with the little details. That's not a rocking chair, but it's the closest thing I could think about with my current vocabulary. Tista fell in love with his present, and the rocking chair became soon a popular pastime in the family, to the point that Roz had to build a couple more to avoid quarrels. Furthermore, after his experiments with dark magic, Lith spent the following months trying to apply both life vision and invigoration while treating Tista's symptoms. If I can manage to have for Tista's body the same imaging that invigoration grants me for my own body, I could have a better understanding of her underlying condition. That would mean having much better chances of finding a cure. In the blink of an eye, it was almost winter again. Lith's 5th birthday was approaching. Lith was determined to capitalize on every single day before the great cold arrived, to catch as much game he could to fill the house's storeroom to the brim. He had no idea how cold the incoming winter would be, and even if he was probably strong enough to survive a storm, he doubted his parents would allow him to test his theory. During the last year, Lith had explored more and more of the Tron woods, learning how to move without alarming the animals. He had also discovered new uses for dark magic. His newest spell, the Shroud, allowed him to cancel out his body smell and aura by enveloping Lith in thin layer of dark energy, making impossible for most animals to notice him, either by nose or instinct. But it wasn't an easy task. Even a small misstep would turn the Shroud into full-blown killing intent, making the whole woods aware of his presence. That day Lith was raiding a new area, deep in the Tron woods, investigating an odd feeling that had tormented him for days. In certain areas of the woods, Lith could hear an annoying buzzing sound, and until that day he had always ignored it. Lith had always thought that it was the call of some weird, unknown animal, but in the last days the noise had gotten stronger and persistent. Damn, whatever this is, it reminds me of my desktop's uninterruptible power supply unit whenever there was a blackout. It's ear-piercing. Lith could not help but to imagine it as a desperate cry for help. He did not understand how he got that idea, but his gut was telling him that it was something important. Ever since Lith had learned martial arts back on Earth, he had always followed his gut feelings when he had nothing to lose, and this was definitely the case. The closer he got, the louder the noise. Lith knew he was on the right path. He was running at full speed when he heard a bone-chilling howl. Lith immediately used 2 of his life-saving spells, Shroud to conceal himself, and the air spell Lightsfeet to float a few centimeters above the ground, making his movements noiseless. Both required a lot of concentration, but it was better to spend some mana rather than stupidly endangering himself. Calm and focused, he searched for the source of all that noise. Holy *T, that's Arai, Lith exclaimed inwardly after quickly hiding behind a huge tree. Arai was a magical wolf beast, the apex predator of the Tron woods. Magical beasts were more common and weaker than monsters, but they could still easily take apart a fully armed soldier. Not many animals could turn into a magical beast. They needed a great talent for magic and enough time to feed off the world energy. Once an animal became a magical beast, it could use its mana to boost its physical prowess and even developing spells that employed elements they were attuned with. The Rai was almost as big as horse, with a fire-colored thick fur. Lith could not understand why a Rai would come so close to a human settling. Rais were intelligent beasts that avoided unnecessary trouble. If humans did not disturb them, they would return the favor. Lith felt pity for its prey. After making sure being upwind, he canceled both spells to save precious mana, getting a better understanding of the situation. The Rai kept howling and growling as it was in pain. Lith noticed that every time the Rai's snout got close to the ground, the buzzing sound would become high-pitched and the magical wolf would whine in pain. Now more curious than afraid, Lith activated life vision to estimate the Rai's power. What he saw made him gasp loudly. The Rai was unbelievably strong, with a mana flow almost on par with Lith's. But the real reason for amazement was a second mana flow that belonged to the source of the buzzing sound. It was a little stone, smaller than a thimble. What the F***CK? That pebble is alive. That explains everything. The noise it emitted must have lured here the Rai just like it did for me. Taking into account its reactions, the noise is much more annoying for the Rai than for me. I never heard of rocks with mana flow. That thing must be a magical item. I cannot let that brute destroy it. Throwing caution to the wind, Lith decided to take action and save the magic stone. The Rai's life force is incomparable to mine, but if I manage to avoid it getting close, I know I can win. His mana flow is inferior to mine, and from what Celia told me, magic beasts have no offensive spells. First Lith activated Shroud again, then he started weaving his strongest spell. Plague Arrow. A bolt of dark energy flew from his joined hands, hitting the Rai from its blind spot while it was trying again to crack the noisy stone with its teeth. The screeching sound and the spell hit both at the same time, making the magical beast almost lose its footing. Plague Arrow was a spell that injected a dense mass of darkness magic in the victim, disrupting both the mana flow and the life force. Lith had charged it as much as he could to get as much advantage as he could. Before the Rai could turn around to search for its enemy, a stream of lightnings erupted from Lith's palms, hitting the magical beast with enough strength to knock it down. While increasing the distance between them, Lith canceled Shroud for life vision. Despite the sneak attacks, the Rai was still alive and strong. Lith focused his spirit magic, using both his hands, trying to break its neck as he had already done countless times. The Rai wasn't stupid. As soon as it felt the ominous sensation on his neck, it contracted its muscles, reinforcing it with mana and making it harder than steel. F***CK, so much for my advantage. If only I could use fire magic, you would be already roasted to death. Could you please go away? That thing is mine. Lith conjured several ice javelins, throwing them at the magical beast from multiple angles simultaneously. The Rai easily dodged them all, retaliating with a powerful magical roar. Lith was only saved by the distance, having the time to realize that a massive wind blast was heading his way. He stepped back at the moment of the impact, using his own wind magic to dissipate the blast. His sleeves got turned into confetti, but aside from some flesh wounds, he was fine. F***CK me sideways. Thanks a lot, Celia. Magical beasts do not have offensive spells, sure. It seems this Rai never got the memo, though. The Rai charged at Lith, using its wind blasts to disrupt his rhythm. Lith did his best to keep the beast at bay, but the difference in physical prowess was overwhelming. It was only a matter of time before getting caught. Okay, when you can't win, just run. Plan B, fight dirty. Lith stopped running away to prepare his last attack plan before throwing the towel. He conjured many ice javelins, but did not throw them. He left them floating in midair all around him. After a moment of hesitation, the Rai chose to ignore them, charging straight at that insolent pest. That's a good boy, eat this. Twin spell, flash and bang. Lith's right hand produced a massive flash of light. For a moment it was like a second sun had appeared. His left hand, instead, used wind magic to produce a noise comparable to an explosion. The Rai tumbled from the pain, its eyes and ears bleeding, while Lith was unscathed. He had learned long ago that as long as it was infused with his mana, his own spells would do him no harm. He could cover himself in fire, ice, or lightning without a scratch. When the Rai crashed against a tree, Lith finally used the javelins, throwing them with all the force he had. All of them hit the target, but the thick magical fur prevented them from impaling it, piercing only through a few centimeters of flesh. Lith immediately checked with life vision, the results appalling. The Rai was definitely wounded and weakened, but far from being dead. Damn it, so much effort for so little damage. If it continues like this, I am the one who is most likely to run out of steam or luck. The Rai only needs one hit to kill me. It's not worth the risk. Lith used spirit magic to recover the magic stone before running for his life. The stone was full of teeth marks, its sharp surface prickled Lith's skin. So long, sucker, Lith screamed at the still stunned magical beast. See you again in a few years. Let's see if you dare attack me again. Small drops of blood touched the stone, and the noise stopped. The Rai was still trying to make head or tails of what had just happened. It only wanted the damn noise to stop hurting his ears when that fierce man-pup showed up. The Rai had tried to scare him away and to teach him a lesson, but it ended to be the one getting schooled instead. Bah, who cares? The rye thought. I wanted to get rid of that stupid rock, and in one way or another I got the job done. That was one feisty pup, though. I pray that he shows more consideration towards his pack than he did for me. Otherwise, when he grows up, he will be a scourge to his kin. Stupid humans and their greed bring only troubles. They are incapable even of taking care of their own. The rye, leader of all the packs in the Tron woods, shrugged away the javelins before returning to its family. Chapter 18, New Solutions, New Problems. Lith kept running until he was out of the woods, turning his head from time to check with life vision as he was being followed. There is no trace of the rye, but better safe than sorry. I'm afraid I have pissed off that thing quite bad. It's better to give it some time to vent off and search for easier praise. He was near Celia's house when he finally remembered about the magical stone. Lith activated life vision, getting a good look up close. The first thing he noticed was that the rough edges on the stone had smoothened up. It did not prick his skin anymore. The surface was still rough, but now looked like a stone marble. The buzzing sound had stopped from a while, and the magical stone's life force, despite being still at the same level, had changed significantly. Back when he saw it for the first time, its life force was like a candle about to burn out of wax. Now it had become steady, with a regular pulse. Warning Celia about the magical beast took priority, so he hid the stone in a leather pouch he always carried at his neck before knocking at her door. Lith explained her everything, describing in detail the size and power of the rye, leaving her flabbergasted. Of course, he never mentioned their fight. Lith told her that he had fled as soon as their eyes met, and that he got away only thanks to his magic, showing his tattered sleeves as proof. Good gods, kid, she still refused to call him by his name. You have been really lucky it took it easy on you. Had the rye decided to give you chase, we would not be having this conversation. Nonetheless, thanks for warning me first instead of going to your parents. Celia ruffled his hair. How do you know I came here first? Because if you didn't, your parents would have probably locked you up in your house, and one of them would have come here to warn me in your place. Lith froze up. He had just dodged a bullet much scarier than any rye. You are right. It's better not to tell them, otherwise my hunting days may be over forever. Yeah, I suggest you taking the rest of the morning off. Make up an excuse for those sleeves and go home. Celia walked over the shed near her house where she kept her game maturating. Take these as a thank you for the heads up. She handed him a rabbit and a blinker ready to be cooked. I was about to go in the woods. I think I will follow my advice instead and keep tanning the remaining pelts. I'll go to hunting in the afternoon when it should be safer. Lith thanked her with a deep bow. He knew how precious meat was in Lucia, even for a huntress as good as Celia. Not to mention she had just saved him from perpetual house arrests. He spent the rest of the morning trying to understand how to use the magic stone. It appeared to be feeding off Lith's mana, not leeching it like a parasite, more like nibbling at the mana that he naturally released being talented in magic. The stone would simply breath in what Lith's body breathed out, nothing more. Lith tried injecting mana into it, but to no avail. Then he casted elemental spells while holding the stone to check if their strength, cast speed, and area of effect were affected in any way. All of his experiments gave no results. The stone looked just like any other. Stones do not have such a clear mana flow, and certainly they do not have any life force. Maybe this thing needs time to heal, to recharge or something. The rye messed it up quite bad. Let's hope it's not broken. Unless it starts harming me, I'll keep it. Maybe as some kind of treasure, or maybe I can find something about it on Nana's books. I just have to be patient. The last days of autumn passed on uneventful until winter arrived. Having reached the 5 years of age, Lith revealed a little more of his magic talents, proving to be invaluable to his family. He would wake up first and warm up the whole house with magic, even the floors. At that point the fireplace was lit only because it was cozy, and because rounding up around the fire, especially during the stormy winter evenings, was a family tradition. Even the cooking was entrusted to Lith. Elena would prepare the meal, and Lith would cook it faster and better than a ventilated oven, keeping the soup warm for everyone during the whole meal. He could not go hunting anymore because of the bad weather. His parents had been adamant on that. But Lith could still go to Celia's house to perform the chores for her. During the last year, she had become so lazy to become dependent on Lith for keeping her house clean and her tools sterilized. This meant killing 2 birds with 1 stone for Lith. Now he had an excuse to go fetch his private stock of meat whenever he got hungry, and Celia had to pay him for the chores. Lith would do it for free just to get out of the house, but his parents would not agree. So Celia paid him a few copper coins to clean her house, and some more for Alina to do her laundry. Both Alina and Roz would welcome any extra income, and doing the laundry for 8 instead of 7 wasn't much an effort, especially since Lith provided her an endless supply of hot water. "Nice to meet you, I am Lith Boiler Supreme," he would grumble inwardly every time. In the first weeks of winter, Lith made a very important breakthrough. He finally understood how to use Invigoration's body imaging on others. He was now able to let his mana seep into another person's body and slowly take control of their mana flow, allowing Lith to know everything about the subject's physical condition. The only way to achieve such a result was to keep physical contact, searching way-ins for the mana without harming him. Lith immediately used it on Tista, and his findings were appalling. Her body was full of the tar-like substance that, for the lack of a better term, he had dubbed impurities, and the cause of that was her lungs. Barely half of Tista's lungs were made up by a healthy tissue. The rest appeared like a black-brown mass that actively produced impurities that over time filled the healthy tissues of her lungs and windpipe, making her cough first and ill later. After giving it some thought, Lith was sure to have found a fix better than everything he had done before, but much more embarrassing. Even though now his real age was that of a 30-year-old man, he was still in a 5-year-old body, which found extremely uncomfortable the idea of speaking of certain matters, especially with the family women. After some deep breaths to calm down, he called Roz and Alina to ask for their help and permission. He had to dumb down the procedure quite a lot to get them to understand. "Basically, I cannot cure Tista, not yet, but I discovered a way that should make her feel much better. In the best-case scenario, she could even get rid of most of her symptoms." "And in the worst-case scenario?" Roz asked, full of worries. "At worst, she will be the same, that's I'm certain of it, but I need you to trust me." Contrary to his expectations, they did not make any objections or question. Their trust in Lith's mastery of magic was boundless, and in their eyes he was just a 5-year-old, while Tista was barely 7. She had yet to mature in every way. For them it was like yesterday when they bathed together in the wash tub. The first phase was the easiest. Lith would take control of Tista's mana flow, overloading her body with his mana, and forcing the impurities to move away from the inner organs and toward the skin. She would just feel hot the whole time, like having a mild fever. Once most of the impurities were about to surface, Lith demanded to be blindfolded and that either Alina or Renaa witness the process. Tista was just a kid, and Lith feared that over time suspicions might arise. During Earth's Middle Ages, incestuous relationships were disgustingly common, and he rejected even the idea of being thought of as a pervert. The second and last phase required Tista to be soaking in the wash tub that had been previously filled by Lith with hot water and soap. He clearly remembered the stench the impurities gave off, and during winter ventilating the house was difficult, especially in Tista's condition. Cold was her worst enemy. Then he could finally extract the impurities by using Mater magic, creating and manipulating flows that would massage Tista all over her body. Lith would destroy the impurities as soon as possible with dark magic, preventing them to release their smell. It was a difficult process that required using water and darkness magic, all while keeping Invigoration active. After the treatment, he would also use water magic to remove all the water still on her body, and then mix fire and wind magic to obtain a makeshift hairdryer. When it was finally over, Tista looked like she was just back from a spa, while Lith looked like he had just got back from mining, drenched in sweat and out of breath. "How do you feel?" Tista made some deep breaths. "I never felt so good, like ever. Also, I always dreamt of having a winter bath instead of having to resort to warm water-soaked towels. Thanks, lil bro, you just made 2 of my wishes come true." She tried to hug him, but he raised his arms in defense. "Please no, I'm disgusting right now, do not ruin my hard work. I now need a bath, some food, and 2 hours rest minimum." Both his mother and big sister nodded. "Lith dear, what was that thing with the water that you did?" Alina asked. "Do you mean the—" "Damn it, I can't tell her I was imitating a hydro-massage. They do not have Latin here. Nor I can call it a jacuzzi or something. Whatever, I'm too tired for this sh*T. Water massage. Yes, that, it seemed so relaxing. Tista has fallen asleep many times during her treatment. Sure, it must be pleasant." Renaa's words were filled with expectation. "And that thing for drying her hair, could you do that again too?" Alina raised the ante, their aim more and more obvious by the second. Lith was on the verge of collapsing. He had no time to spare with niceties. Are you implying that you would like a hot water massage too? More nodding followed, their hands joined in a silent plea. But Lith stuttered, both of you are. He was trying to find a polite way to say hot. Lith could still remember Alina's naked body when he was still an infant, and she had aged very well. Renaa was now 11. Maybe it was the countryside lifestyle, maybe it was related to the new world, but she had already begun her growth spurt, developing some curves, being nice and soft in all the right places. Lith already had so many qualms for his little sister, and Tista was as flat as a board, only her long hairs gave her away as a girl instead of a boy. We are family, and all of us have dreamt of being able to take a bath during winter without catching a cold or worse. You have no idea how smelly we become by working in the barn, surrounded by the livestock's smell and their dung. Sometimes the smell is so bad we can't even sleep at night. Couldn't you help us too? Alina, his mother, completely oblivious of Lith's worries, tried to play the guilt card. Lith gave up. Fine, just let me rest a bit and then I'll help you, but you still need to blindfold me and I demand a witness. They both started laughing out loud. Why so many qualms? You are just a baby, not some thug. I would like to say that I am a gentleman, but I do not know the word for it. I could say that I am a man, but that would make them laugh even harder. Stupid 5-year-old body, he thought. Decorum, it was the only word in his vocabulary he could resort to. Damn, this is going to be a fricking long winter. Chapter 19 Conflicts. As Lith predicted, his 5th winter revealed to be quite interesting. Treating Tista's condition required 2 sessions per week minimum, each one lasting around 4 hours. 2 for the treatment itself, and the remaining time for him to bathe and recover his strength. Manipulating Tista's mana flow while simultaneously using fire, water, and dark magic took its toll every time. The good news was that with so much practice, he was becoming accustomed to casting and maintaining several spells active at once. Every treatment was easier than the previous one, and her symptoms were quickly improving. Tista was now able to help with the house chores and the livestock. She could even afford making long walks outside when the weather was good. The bad news was that Lith's relationship with his brothers was now uglier than ever before. Every time Tista got better, someone would reproach Orpal for his past words, and if no one did, then Tista would. Orpal's fits of rage had really hurt her. His cruel words had shattered the image she always had of her perfect family, of her caring big brother. Tista had been humiliated and betrayed, and she was not going to forget that easily. Also, soon after hot winter baths had become available, Roz too started to bathe often. Orpal and Tryon were the only ones left out. Orpal because he could not stand the thought of having to ask something from Lith, especially if he had to do it politely. I'm the eldest brother, I'm not supposed to beg runts for favors. I'm supposed to give orders and be respected for it. That leech now has turned even the cripple against me, and I can't put Tista in her place, otherwise she will make me look like I'm the bad guy who picks on a sick little girl. Manipulative B*TCH. Tryon was between a rock and a hard place. He deeply loved Tista, but he also loved and respected Orpal. Tryon was the only one by his side, so he had not the heart to betray their bond. With everyone else fresh and clean, their smell stuck out like a sore thumb. Even with all their family goodwill, disgusted grimaces were impossible to avoid from time to time. The first time Tista dubbed the duo as Orpup and Tirik, she brought down the house with laughter. Orpal and Tryon blamed Lith for their humiliation, but he just ignored them like he always did. Roz made for Lith a pair of snowshoes, spending more and more time with him. Roz also started imparting him lessons about how to operate a farm and teaching how to whittle. Lith was still very young, but knowing he was able to skin and gut his game, Roz thought there was no risk for him in handling a carving knife. Orpal and Tryon lived the situation differently, though. Until then, Lith had spent most of his time with the girls, letting Roz spend all his free time with the boys. They felt wronged twice, once because Lith was robbing them of their dad time, the second because he always refused teaching them whittling before they reached the age of 8. Things got even more unpleasant for Lith after midwinter. Every time he would treat Tista, he could notice that something was off. Both his mother and sister had an odd look in their eyes. Often they would open their mouth, only to close them right away, giving him the silent treatment for hours. Lith couldn't figure out the reason of this behavior, so his mind started spinning like crazy. Do they believe me a pervert? Have I looked at them in an inappropriate way? Maybe they are starting to suspect something. Maybe they know I am from a different world. Lith's full-blown paranoia wouldn't give him a second of rest, preventing him to have a good night of sleep. He heard them sighing too often. Something was definitely off. It took Lith all his courage to muster the strength to face them and ask for the truth. The confrontation took place in the girls' room, where they were all gathered for Tista's treatment. "Lith, did you really not notice any changes?" Alina asked, pouting. "Yes, I did. Tista is feeling much better now, right?" "Of course there's that, but don't you notice anything here?" She waved her hand, going from Tista's head to toes. "That's my sister." And she prompted. "Her health is getting better, nothing is getting worse. Tista is still Tista." For the first time in his 3 lives, Lith could spectate with his own eyes a synchronized facepalm outside internet meme gifs. Renaa was fuming. "Really, don't you notice that her hair is soft and silky, that it never tangles or gets split ends?" Tista had light brown hair with shades of purple all over them. Ever since the treatment began, the color had got more vibrant and visible. "Shades of purple, this is really another world after all. I wonder why women do have them and men do not," Lith thought. "Now that you mention it, yes I do, but normally I don't care for hair, I keep mine short for a reason." Renaa shook her head. "Don't you even notice that her skin has got smoother, with no imperfections, that she is growing taller and slender than her peers?" Lith kept scratching his head. He knew nothing about the average girl. Also, they were simply describing the side effects of removing impurities. "And why is that a problem? Aren't those all good things?" This time even Tista joined the facepalm. "They are envious of those things, dummy. They just want you to do the same for them." Lith was flabbergasted by such trivial demands. All those grimaces, the silent treatment, all of it for such a stupid reason. "Lith, dear, being attractive for a girl is a pretty big deal. For your sisters could mean getting the possibility to choose between just a wealthy man and a good, wealthy man. It can affect their entire life, their happiness." That sounded right to Lith's ears. How could I have not thought of that? "Well, for your poor mother, it means that she can finally make all those pompous, high and mighty neighbors of her, that keep bragging about having so much more money than her, flaunting all the pricey beauty creams they can afford, kicking themselves out of envy." That sounded right to Lith's ears, too. He accepted with a sigh, and his life finally returned to normal. He had to spend at least 3 afternoons a week for all the treatments, but it was worth it. All that practice made his mana core grow steady and fast. His control of mana and cast speed improved by leap and bounds. Right before the end of winter, he was forced to take in a new customer. With the weather improving, the neighboring families started meeting often. Sometimes for a visit, more often they would simply bump into each other while trading goods at the village. And that was driving Roz crazy. "Lith, you have to help me." His plea was desperate. "Your mother looks at least 10 years younger, and I am starting to look more like her father rather than her husband. People keep murmuring how she was unfortunate marrying me, that she could have got so much better. Please do your thing on me too." Lith had heard the rumors. They were mean and petty and deserved to be faced head-on. He would not allow anyone to speak ill of his dad. "Fine, but only at some conditions, the same I asked from Mom. 1, secrecy. Nobody must ever know outside you and me. Think of all the bad people that could want to exploit me." Roz nodded. "Second, you will never talk about it with Orpal or Tryon, nor ask me to do it for them. I don't care if they fall on love or want to marry. They made pretty clear what they feel toward me and Tista. I will not endanger my safety for them. Take it or leave it." Roz wanted to object, remind Lith that they were family too. But their behavior had only gotten worse after being forced to spend so much time together during winter. Roz had to scold them multiple times just to make them behave properly. "I can only hope that when they grow up, my sons will be able to mend their relationship. I can't force them to get along." And so he accepted. A few weeks later, Lith was headed to Celia's house for the usual cleaning, before going hunting. The dawn's light made the world around him look like out of a fairy tale. The thin layer of snow was immaculate, reflecting the orange light over the weeds and trees along the way. His surroundings were completely silent, the world still and at peace. At the next clearing, Lith took out the magic stone out of his pouch, observing it in the morning light. During the winter months, the magic stone had mended most of the teeth marks. Both its life force and mana flow had tremendously improved, but it was still useless as the day Lith found it. "Just my luck," he sighed. "I risked my life facing that rye for nothing. Let's hope I can find something in Nana's books, otherwise my only option is to find someone willing to buy it." Lith was really impatient to start his apprenticeship. It meant being finally able to study magic from books instead as a self-taught. Also, as an apprentice healer, he would get practice magic and be paid for it, gaining the village recognition and respect. So many birds with just one stone. After putting the magic stone back into the pouch, Lith arrived at his destination and opened the door. That day Celia was out of town to sell her merchandise, so she had left the door open for him. It didn't take him much time to clean everything and leave. As soon as he walked out the house, he got hit in the head by a wooden stick. Lith's eyes went blurry. He felt someone pushing him back inside, making him fall to the ground with a kick in the stomach. "Look who's here, the little leech." Lith recognized that voice. He was one of Orpal's friends. 4 boys quickly surrounded Lith, kicking him while he was still down, while a 5th closed the door after checking that no one did notice them. "You little arrogant piece of sh*T. Orpal told us all about you. How you humiliate him every day, how you even dare stealing his food." "Yeah," another one yelled. "He is your big brother. It should be him getting the best part of the game, not you little ungrateful runt." Less yelling and more kicking, Trant. Remember Orpal's words, if Leech gets the chance to use his magic, we are finished. Despite Lith was curling up, desperately trying to shield his head and stomach, another kick grazed his face, making one of his baby teeth fall. "I know what to do." Trant moved forward, gripping Lith's hands with enough strength to crush them. "Let's see how he does magic without hands." By coming that close, Trant had forced his friends to stop kicking, and a moment was all that Lith needed. He released all the lightning he could muster, shocking Trant out cold. But before he could do anything else, the wooden stick hit him in the head again, making him collapse. "You d****, how dare you hurt your seniors, you deserve to die." The beating resumed, this time with no hint of mercy or holding back. Lith started coughing blood and teeth. The 4 had him surrounded. Lith tried multiple times rolling out of the encirclement, but he would be sent back in the middle every single time. Lots of feelings were ravaging his mind, while his body was burning with pain. The spite for his brother's betrayal, the rage of being assaulted by boys with double his age and size. But most of all, he felt helpless and afraid of death. "Damn magic, what use are you if I don't have the time to concentrate? Stupid stone, I kept you hanging from my neck for months. Do something. Help me. Somebody, anybody, help me." All his silent pleas went unfulfilled. While his conscience was fading, Lith started cursing himself for his weakness and helplessness. Magic, martial arts, all that careful preparation, useless. Oddly, his last thought was not for his family or revenge, but for his last opponent. "If only I was as strong as a rye. He stopped my spirit magic so easily by." His survival instinct kicked in, his mind and body acting in unison. By infusing himself with mana, and I can do that too, it's the same principle behind life and fire vision. With each breath he started calling upon the elemental energy, but instead of wasting time giving it a form, Lith let it merge directly with his mana core, infusing himself with earth magic. His whole body started hardening, the pain getting duller and duller. Lith also infused himself with light magic, accelerating his healing and preventing himself from losing consciousness. Soon he was able to ignore the kicks, springing back up in one fluid motion. "What is earth? It's just a mix of minerals and organic matter, the same as my body. I can be immovable like a mountain." With that thought, he further hardened his head, before headbutting from below the chin of the assailant in front of him. Before the remaining 3 could recover from the surprise and resume the encirclement, Lith raised his guard. The left arm forward for blocking, the right arm ready to strike. Orpal's friends were scared. After Lith knocked down their leader with a headbutt, the only thing on their mind was to prevent him to use magic, so they rushed forward, not giving him time to recover. The closest assailant tried to punch Lith in the face, to disrupt any casting he could attempt. 60% of the human body is made of water. I can be formless like water. Lith's left arm, imbued with water magic, coiled around his opponent's right arm like a snake. The body burns calories to produce heat and energy. I can be destructive like fire. Fire magic burned through his muscles, granting Lith short bursts of explosive strength. By flexing his left arm, Lith broke the immobilized limb in 3 points, elbow, ulna, and radius, while his right fist hit the opponent on the nose, pulverizing it. The pain made the boy faint, his nose bleeding profusely. The remaining 2 fell into panic and tried to run away. Nerves, synapses, all the information and orders in the body are transmitted via electrical impulse. I can be fast as lightning. Lith imbued all his body with air magic, becoming fast enough to blink in front of them, punching both in the gonads at the same time. All of his opponents were down, sobbing in pain or fainted. Lith spit a mouthful of blood, while contemplating the results of his last experiment. Seems that this new magic puts too much strain on my body. Maybe I'm too young, maybe I took too much damage, whatever. I have all the time in the world now. I need to decide what to do with you mother of *** curs, Lith said while using light magic to heal his internal injuries. It may take a while, but you'll get my undivided attention. Enjoy your stay. Lith sat on the couch, his left hand on the chest, performing the healing. The right one was open in front of him, releasing 5 streams of lightning that enveloped the 5 boys like tendrils, making them scream with agony. Chapter 20 Breakups. The original plan was to kill them all, erase the evidence, and then make Orpal have an unfortunate accident. As Lith calmed down, however, he realized that it was an idiotic plan full of holes. If 5 young men disappear suddenly in a sleepy village like Lucia, it is bound to cause a commotion. Also, Orpal knows they were here. Once he discovers they are nowhere to be found, he could come too close to the truth for comfort. I don't want to give him any kind of leverage on me. There's also the possibility that these blockheads shared their plan with their siblings. Killing is the wrong answer here. Too many things can go spiraling out of control. Worst of all, if I make Orpal disappear too, the whole family would worry and grieve for him. Most certainly I don't want to turn him into a ***-seeking martyr. I want him to pay, to suffer for his whole ***-seeking life. While in deep thought, Lith would release streams of lighting from his right hand, keep the spell active for a couple of seconds, then give his assailants a few moments of relief before zapping them again. They had already lost control of their bladder and bowels multiple times. When they were not writhing in pain, they were sobbing and begging for mercy. I can't let off this trash easily either. Always remember to pause between lashes. The short interval without pain fills them a false hope that it's finally over, making the next hit more painful than the previous. To punish them is not enough, I want to break them. There were too many variables. Lith was sick of running circles, so he decided to resort to a modified version of his very first plan, back on Earth. Those guys were trash too. I wonder how they reacted after my death, when the photos got leaked all over the internet with their names tagged. Lith had a cruel smile at the thought of his revenge, backstabbing them after so many years. With a final spell, Lith made the 5 lose consciousness, and started arranging their bodies with spirit magic. I must keep both spirit and fusion magic a secret, so I need to create a stage from which I could end up a winner with just normal magic. An encirclement is too much for a 5-year-old. I'll fan them out. He put back the wooden stick in the hand of his owner, making sure it was smeared with blood. Lith was arranging the final details, when he heard someone calling his name from afar. ***T, I took too much time thinking. My family must have sent someone looking for me. This screws up a good part of my plan, damn it. I must play it by ear and hope they did not send Orpal, or it's going to get ugly. Lith looked through a window, spotting Alina approaching Celia's house with long and fast strides. Good, it's Mom. Renaa or Dad would have been better, but I can work with this. When she got close enough, Lith responded to her call with a moan, slowly opening the door while begging for help. Alina started running with all her strength, and once inside what she saw was bone-chilling. There was blood everywhere, teeth on the ground, and Lith was almost unrecognizable. He was losing blood from multiple injuries. His face was swollen to the point that his eyes were barely visible amidst all the black and blue. Lith was holding his left arm like it was hurt, and just by talking he could make her notice his bleeding gums and missing teeth. Mom, thank the gods it's you." Lith's voice was distorted by the injuries into a lisp. "I was so afraid they would get up before I could call for help. They tried to kill me, Mom, and I have not the strength to fight anymore." Alina quickly embraced him, feeling him yelp and shivering from the pain caused by even such a gentle touch. "My baby, my poor baby, who did this to you?" The 2 of them started to cry at the same time. Alina because she was scared to death, Lith because while in his mother's embrace he could finally allow himself to vent all his rage and fears. "Orpal, it's all Orpal's fault. These are all his friends. They even told me their plan when they thought I was about to die." Alina was shocked by those words, refusing to believe such a terrible thing. But those 5 really were Orpal's closest friends. One of them, Rizzle, was even holding his grandfather's wooden stick, and it was stained with blood. Alina looked at Lith's head, easily spotting the bruises and cuts shaped after the cane. Why would they assault you otherwise? And how could they possibly know that today Celia was out of town? Elena thought out loud. Among the sobbing and crying, Lith was inwardly smiling. Feeding her facts was a last resort. It would have a much deeper impact if she put the pieces together by herself. Can't you heal yourself even a little bit? Elena's voice was full of worry. Her son's condition seemed dire. Lith was expecting this question. Now that I had the time to recover, I could, but I won't. Why? That answer made no sense to her. Elena started worrying his injuries were affecting his mind. Because when you and Dad decide what to do with Orpal, I want you to take a good look of what he did to me. Lith screamed, coughing a mouthful of blood from a wound he had reopened on purpose. Orpal has always hated me, always will, no matter if I help you all with chores or your health. He does not care how much game I bring to the table or money to our house. Nothing is ever enough for him. Lith kept screaming and sobbing. Am I such an awful son, such a terrible brother to deserve this? Lith hugged her with all of his strength, bawling his eyes out. Elena was at loss for words, but only for a moment. She held her son tightly, raising him up from the ground and carrying him back home. Then she brought the whole family to Celia's house to let them witness the scene with their own eyes. The matter was too serious. She could not hide it from her children. When Orpal saw Lith, he became pale as a ghost. Elena refused to call him by his name, and if Glares could kill, he was certain that she would make him leave the fields feet first. What the heck went wrong? Those morons knew the plan. They had only to rough him up, teach him respect and humility, but most importantly to force him to shut his F***-seeking mouth up. Now my stupid parents will never let me hear the end of it. And when he saw all the blood on the floor with his friends still there and out cold, he felt his life falling apart. As soon as Elena let him do it, Roz embraced Lith before checking his conditions. After that, he looked around the room, easily recognizing the 5 culprits. Renaa, go call their parents. Take Tista with you. I don't want her to hear what I am about to say. Roz was even paler than Orpal, clenching his fists so hard that they started to bleed. Elena had whispered to him only 3 words after coming back with Lith. Orpal did it. In the beginning, he had refused to believe that one of his beloved children could do something like that, but the truth appeared so horrifyingly simple to his eyes. No one outside of the family knew that Lith worked for Celia. No one else could possibly know that exactly on that day and time Lith would be left alone in Celia's house. But the most painful and irrefutable truth was that no one but Orpal could possibly resent Lith so much. He barely knew anyone outside of his family and their closest friends. Lith had always been working so hard to help all of them, especially Tista, that he never had the time to make friends or enemies. Roz felt those thoughts ripping his heart out of his chest, but he had to know. Did you do it? Roz looked Orpal straight in the eyes. A terrible silence fell in the room, revealing the truth that Roz was trying so hard to deny, looking for a possible alternative explanation. But there wasn't any. How could you possibly do this to your brother? Tears were streaming from his eyes. Dad, I swear it's not like you think. I can explain. Orpal's mind was desperately trying to find a plausible excuse. Is there anything to explain? Roz roared out of anger. Aren't those your friends? Yes, but it wasn't you telling them what to do. It wasn't you planning how, when, and where to ambush Lith, causing him to be almost beaten to the death. In the gods' name, how could you possibly explain all that? Because that wasn't the plan. They didn't listen to me, just like you. You never listen to what I say. You never let me have my way, always siding with Leech and the cripple. You are never on my side, never. They got carried away. Is that your explanation? Roz didn't know if to laugh or cry. Do you mean that ambushing and beating your brother, my son, is perfectly fine as long they do it with moderation? He raised his fist, tempted to give Orpal a taste of his own medicine, but Elena stopped him. Too much blood has already been shed today. Don't do it. You'd only harm yourself. He is beyond saving. Elena was crying too, but her face and tone were stone cold. She had already made up her mind. Roz was too broken to stand any more. He needed to sit down on a chair, weeping. You are right, my love. I have lost count of the times I have tried to make him understand that respect is something that you must give before receiving it yourself. That we were his parents, not his friends. We are supposed to help our children understand their mistakes, not enabling them. The gods know if I haven't tried to teach him that his siblings were not his servants, that a man's authority lies in the responsibilities he shoulders, not how strong he is. I know I have not been a perfect father, but I did the best that I could. I don't know what to do with him anymore, Elena. Roz wiped his own tears, looking for his wife's support. I agree. Even now he doesn't show any remorse. He never loved his brother, stealing his food and calling him names even before Lith was able to walk. He is clearly unable to understand the enormity of what he did. I believe that if we allow this to continue, he will do it again, if not to Lith, to Tista, and I'm not going to let him doing more harm to our family. She held Roz's hand tight, searching for the strength she needed. I think we should disown him, strip him of his name and report him together with his accomplices for attempted murder to the village militia. Thanks, my love. Roz had no more tears to cry, his resolve steeled like his voice. I don't think I had in me the strength to say it. Chapter 21, Revelations. After those words, Orpal fell to his knees. His world was crumbling beneath his feet. All he knew, all he had planned and dreamed about, had disappeared in the space of a single word. Disown. It meant that he was dishonorably banished from his own family, leaving him with nothing he could call as his own. He had just become a nameless, penniless orphan. When the parents of the other boys arrived, things escalated quickly. Seeing their boys broken and unconscious in a foreign house, stinking of their own feces and urines, they demanded for an explanation. They were all long-time friends, so it was easy for Roz making them calm down enough to have a civil conversation. You, Roz, ordered the nameless one, explain what you did. Despite being still shocked, he was already angry enough to return to his old self. If I must go down, I'll bring them all with me. We'll share the same destiny, so I won't be alone. I refuse to be the only one to pay for this, he thought. The nameless one confessed that he had always hated his brother, and how he had planned to teach him discipline and respect with the help of his friends. When he had finished, everyone in the room was appalled, refusing to believe those words. They had always known Orpal as a good, kind young man. Lith, can you tell us what happened here exactly? Lith acted like he was reluctant to leave his mother's embrace, and after a dramatic moment of pause, he stepped forward. He made sure of limping and holding his left arm, while wincing with pain at every step. As you all know, my family has a lot of expenses and my sister is ill. So, since I am quite talented in chore magic, Celia pays me to clean her house too. I give the money to my parents to help them make ends meet. I have carefully picked the words for this speech, Lith thought. If they don't feel pity and compassion for a beaten-up 5-year-old after this sob story, these guys are full-blown psychos. Today Miss Celia is out of town, so I was alone in here when your sons suddenly barged in and started beating me. He held out his arms, turning around to let them see how battered he was. I tried to defend myself like my dad taught me, but they were too big and too strong. Lith started sobbing again. I had to use magic to defend myself. I was so scared. I really thought I was going to die. He returned between Alina's embrace, weeping nonstop. Poor kid, said Broman, Rizzle's father, picking up the wooden stick from his son's hand. This piece of trash even dared using his grandfather's only memento. Alina, Roz, Lith, I offer you my most sincere apologies. I have failed as a man and as a father to raise such a snake in the grass. Whatever is your decision, I will comply without questions. But first. Broman splashed Rizzle's face with a bucket of dirty water to get him conscious. He needed to hear the truth from his own son. He still could not fully believe even his own eyes. Dad, what are you doing here? Rizzle held his chin that was throbbing with pain when he suddenly recalled what had happened. All the eyes were on him, including Lith's. The same cold eyes, glowing with blue energy Lith had before unleashing lightnings. I make the questions, young man, and if you don't want another beating or worse, you'd better tell the truth. What in the gods' names were you all doing here? Terrified by both his father and his tormentor, Rizzle could only say the truth. One after the other, the 4 remaining boys were woken up and forced to tell the whole story. One of them tried to expose Lith's torture, but his father made him shut up with a strong slap in the face. 5 against a little kid, and you have the gall to blame him for going all out. Our families are friends from generations. Your actions dishonored us all. When we get back home, I will show you what real torture is. What a moron, Lith laughed inwardly. Their credibility is less than 0. They can tell whatever they want. It will only appear as the pathetic excuse of a criminal caught red-handed. Roz, what do you want us to do? Broman asked. I am going to disown Orpal and then report all of them for attempted murder. I won't ask anything from you. We all know how hard is being a parent, especially in moments like this. I just wanted you to hear it from me before I go to the village chief. I will not disown my son, not yet at least, Broman said, but I can promise you that I will do nothing to defend him in any way from the consequences of his actions. And when he will be back home, I will make sure that he will never have the opportunity to harm your family again. So they all went to Lucia. where the village chief listened to the 6 boys' confessions before pronouncing the sentence. After hearing all the facts and testimony, I hereby sentence the 6 of you to 4 hours of pillory, where you will be shaved of all your hair and whipped 10 times for your crimes. After that, you will spend 3 days in jail to reconsider your actions. Any objections? All those present shook their heads. I have a question, Lith said. For me or for the prisoners, young man? For them, can I? But of course, ask them whatever you want. Lith nodded and moved in front of Rizzle. Did Tryon know? Of course he did, Orpal screamed. He has always stood by my side, unlike you, Leech. Lith ignored him. Did he? No, Rizzle looked at Orpal with eyes filled with disgust. We planned everything when we were alone. Orpal said that he did not trust Tryon enough, that Tryon is a spineless coward, and that he feared that he could rat us out. Thanks, Lith then spoke to the village chief again. Could you please reduce his sentence? His sincerity helps my whole family, it clears our doubts and my brother's name as well. But of course, if the victims asks for mercy, how could I possibly refuse? Rizzle will only receive 5 lashes, and after the pillory time has passed, his family is free to bring him home. Is that okay for you? Lith nodded, and Broman shook Lith's hand while his wife was weeping with joy. Thanks, Lith. That means a lot for my poor Lisa. I will not forget your kindness. I'm sure you'll become a great man, just like your father. Lith was completely satisfied with that outcome. I didn't know that disowning a son, especially the firstborn, was possible. Everything went even better than I imagined. Orpal's friends can't wait to get some alone time in jail with him, and once his sentence is over, he is doomed. Either someone from the village adopts him, something that I find hard to believe, or he will be deported to the nearest orphanage. I hope to get rid of Tryon too, but maybe that's for the best. I don't think my parents can bear losing 2 sons at once. And between their happiness and getting even with that idiot, they come first by a landslide. The following days were really hard for Roz, Elena, and Tryon. The couple needed quite some time before overcoming their grief. It was really hard for them to accept that the kind and bright boy that they brought up for almost 12 years was gone forever. Even worse, they started to suspect that the Orpal they knew never really existed. Thinking back about all the bad things he did and said over the years, he might as well have been deceiving them all along. Tryon was the one having the hardest time. He had lost his favorite sibling and his family's trust at the same time. Despite Rizzle had cleared his name, the suspicions remain. How could he have been so close to Orpal and yet never noticing anything? I can't blame them. In their shoes, I too would think of me as either a liar or a complete idiot. Tryon didn't know if to laugh or cry. Lith, Renan, and Tista instead were having the time of their life, even if they did their best to avoid their parents to notice. They would get more and better food, clothes, and they did not have to tolerate Orpal's mean words and petty jokes anymore. Plus, there were all the gifts that 5 families sent them as an apology. Both the girls had stopped considering Orpal as a brother from the day he had proposed to get rid of Tista, calling her a cripple. Lith was above and beyond them. He never considered him his brother. His only worry was for his parents, so he tried to lessen their burden as much as he could. Lith's magic was now strong enough that he could till and plow the fields with earth magic. He could also hunt for much bigger preys, his aim set to deer, boars, and bear, whose pelt could be sold for a pretty penny. The time for the spring festival was nearing, and Lith wanted some extra pocket money to buy something nice for his parents and sisters. Tryon was still a stranger to him. The spring festival was held mid-spring, during the equinox, to celebrate the time when the light finally overcame the darkness and cold of winter. Lith was happily playing around the Tron woods, looking for the best opportunity to kill a huge boar. Damn it, its neck and skin are too thick to break with my current level of spirit magic. Fire and thunder could easily put it down, but that would mean damaging either the pelt or the meat. I need to get creative. The boar movements were easy to predict, since it would always charge in a straight line by using air fusion. Lith's body was fast enough to dodge the charges with ease, as long as he managed to prevent the beast from coming too close. When an ox went mad, my father told me that the best way to put it down is to strike at the legs instead of the head. Once you take away their mobility, beasts like this one are easy prey. At the next charge, Lith conjured a thick layer of ice before dodging. When the boar stepped on it, it lost its footing, spinning on itself like a top. The boar crashed against the huge oak Lith had aligned it with, its bones snapping on impact. Lith closed in enough to not miss his next shot, but always keeping a safe distance. A cornered prey is the most dangerous one. Always respect the prey, never underestimate it. It only needs one hit to kill you. Lith remembered Celia's teachings. Lith made a finger gun, aligning it with his target before shooting an ice arrow that penetrated in the boar's right eye, puncturing its brain. The beast collapsed on the ground, but Lith shot another arrow in the left eye too, just to be on the safe side. Okay, dead it's dead. Now the problem is how the heck do I carry it out of the woods? My spirit magic may not be enough to carry a several hundred kilograms dead animal all the way until Celia's house. And even if I actually manage to do it, how can I explain it? Lith was nervously tapping with a finger on a nearby tree, trying to find a solution before having to fight to defend his game, when the dead animal suddenly disappeared. What the F asterisk CK? Since when do boars vanish into thin air, who's there? He promptly activated life vision, scanning the surroundings in search of his enemy, but the only living beings he could find were small birds and rodents. Okay, this is getting creepy, but I need to get my boar back. The boar appeared back, very close to Lith, making him jump away in fright. Why are you messing with me? Who are you? Lith screamed while checking out the best escape route. An invisible enemy could easily kill me. Screw the boar, I need to get out of here fast, he thought. There is no need to escape, a gentle feminine voice replied in his mind. I'm not your enemy, my host. Okay, if you want to scare the sh*T out of me, you're doing a great job. What do you mean with host? Where the heck are you? Lith kept looking around. The enemy somehow was untraceable even by his magical senses. Stop looking around, host. I'm here where you put me, around your neck. Lith instinctively grabbed the pouch and threw it away. He could finally notice that both the life force and the mana flow of the stone were bigger than ever. Lith had always kept it in a blind spot, and since it was useless, he forgot to check it with life vision since the day of the ambush. Okay, I hate riddles. Tell me who or what you are, or I'll leave. As much as it pains me losing such a game, it's not worth having a creepy, mysterious stone talking in my head 24/7. Please don't, to voice turned desperate. I'll die without my host. Enough with the riddles, Lith screamed out loud. What the F asterisk CK are you? Our minds are linked. It's easier to show rather than tell. Suddenly Lith's mind was filled with images and memories that were not his own. He could have thought of having been teleported away if the images weren't full of holes, allowing to still see part of the woods through them. I'm sorry, but my powers are almost depleted. This is the best I can do. Lith could see a gigantic tower, whose vault was so deep to reach the bottom of the ocean, its top so high to touch the sky. He could perceive that the whole structure was a giant magical artifact, pulsing with mana. At some point, the owner of the tower had died, and without her mana to nourish its core, the tower began to decline. Centuries passed, while the tower kept looking for its next host, using illusions to send away those it deemed not talented enough or unworthy. Over time, the tower spent all his powers, and to avoid death it had been forced to an extreme sacrifice. To prolong its existence, it started to consume its own walls, floors, everything within itself, even its memories. More centuries had passed, now only the tower core was left, barely the size of a pebble. It had nothing left except its sense of self. Preferring death rather than becoming a mindless tool, the tower core attempted a desperate gamble. It sent a signal that any being with the bare minimum magical powers to sustain its life could perceive. The clock was ticking. Every second that passed, the tower core could feel its life slip away. When the one answering the call resulted to be awry, the tower core had tried to communicate with no results. The beast mind was too different from the first host, making the mind link impossible. Hope was lost. The tower core could only wait for its end. But then a savior arrived, saving the tower core from the beast's maw, using his own blood to bond himself with the tower core, right before it fell into a deep slumber to recover from its wounds. The images disappeared, leaving Lith alone with the pouch and the dead boar. Lith's mind was overwhelmed, incapable of any thought outside stupid jokes. Does that make us married or what? Chapter 22, The Stone's Real Worth. Why do you say that? Well, back on my world, being bonded for life with someone you would not have any intimacy was the joke definition of marriage. That's funny, the voice chuckled, and also kind of sad. Never mind the jokes. Let me get this straight. You once were a mighty artifact full of treasures and knowledge, but now everything you had and knew is lost and you are diminished to the size of a marble. Am I missing something? No, all your statements are correct. Also, you did not pick me because of my talent or virtue, but simply because I possess, and I quote, the bare minimum magical powers to sustain your life. That makes me nothing more than an off-brand life support system. That is not exact. I am now bonded with you until your death do us part. That sounds more and more like marriage, Lith grunted. I am no parasite. You can see me as a symbiote. We will both benefit from our relationship. How are you saying that if you manage to get your strength back, you will also recover your memories and magical artifacts? No, those are lost forever. I'm just like you. When you grow up, can you spit back the food you have eaten in the past to pass it on someone else? No, the same applies to me. Then what's in for me? The pleasure of your company. At the moment, all I can offer you is a pocket dimension. Say what? One moment, I'm looking at your memories to make it easier to understand. It works like a dungeons and looting's bag of keeping. That's interesting, Lith pondered. An interdimensional space where I can store my stuff without being hindered by its weight. How big is this pocket dimension? 10 cubic meters big. It can store anything that amounts up to such volume, no matter the weight, as long as it's something inanimated. A cruel intuition flashed in Lith's eyes. Can it also store things like lightnings, fireballs, or incoming arrows? If so, it would be an invaluable tool for both offense and defense. No, the voice killed Lith's hopes. The pocket dimension is outside space and time, so it rejects both life and kinetic energy. Feeling its host's disappointment, the voice added quickly. This also means that whatever you store will not rot, cool down, or warm up. A roasted blinker would be kept hot and tasty, frozen in the moment you finished cooking it. That barely qualifies as a silver lining. Despite their chat was quite long, it was only happening inside their minds. Barely a second had passed after Lith had access to the stone memories. Whatever, at least you saved me from my current predicament. Now I know how to bring the boar back. I just need a decent excuse to explain how I managed it. The stone mind shrugged. Keep it simple. Drop it to the edge of the woods and tell Celia that you managed to kite it to that spot before killing it. It should be easier to believe that the truth. Lith nodded. Resourceful and smart. The fact that our minds are linked still creeps me out, but thanks to that I can see you have no malice or hidden agenda towards me. If you really are what you say to be, I'll keep you. True loyalty is a too rare commodity to turn it down when you find it, so until I am convinced of your good faith, consider yourself on probation. Lith put the pouch back at his neck, and the boar in the pocket dimension. By the way, I can't keep calling you and Stone. Don't you have a name? No, the voice sounded really sad. It's lost like everything else. Don't be a pouter. A name is just a name. You can call me Derek, Lith, Host, CZ Delta, whatever. I'll always be the same cynic, misanthropic, lying, cutthroat guy I have always been. Would you like me to name you? Yes, please. Lith had it ready since he heard the Tower Core's story. You are supposed to be a great artifact, so I'll name you after the greatest, albeit fictional, magical forgemaster that I always admired when I was a kid. Solus. Thank you, Lith. I like how it sounds. And I really appreciate you named me after someone you loved, rather than give me a pet name like Happy or Lucky. Lith had the odd feeling Solus was mind-blushing. They spent all the time on the way back chatting. Lith was really interested in understanding the limits and use of his new partner's skill set. After assessing that both Lith and Solus could activate the pocket dimension, he proceeded to pick the right spot. It needed to be close enough to the edge of the woods and covered enough to make spotting the boar from a distance impossible. There are countless things that can go wrong leaving a dead animal alone, even for a few minutes. A passerby that then claims it's his kill, a scavenger believing to have lucked out a free meal, take your pick. With my luck, I never trust the odds. You trust no one? Solus turned to a flat tone. You bet, that's life rule 1. Rule 2 is no good deed goes unpunished. Lith then used earth and wind magic to mess up the surroundings, mimicking the signs of struggle left by his previous fight with the boar. Bah, all this effort and I get such a sloppy result. If Celia throws a second glance at this scene, she'll expose my lie. I can only hope the prize catches her eyes enough to not make any question. He then gently dropped the pouch on the ground. As soon as you receive my signal, take the boar out the pocket dimension. I'll be back in a jiffy. Without waiting for a reply, Lith started running at full speed towards Celia's house. Once out of their mind-link range, 10 meters, 9 yards, Lith could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, leaving her like that was D**CK move. She surely knows the real reasons why I did it. It's hard to accept someone else in your head, reading every single of your most embarrassing thoughts and memories. Not to mention that in D&L every sentient artifact was usually a bag full of troubles, trying to mind control the owner or something. I know that it's just fiction, but still. What if I just stumbled in this world's lone ring, like in Vasily Balkian's books? Lith shrugged his head, his body covered in cold sweat. I bet that as soon we are back together, she will have access to this inner monologue too. F***ck my life. No pain, no gain. If she really is what she says, she's worth the risk. At least I'll have someone who finally knows the real me. A few minutes later, Celia and Lith were approaching the drop spot, riding the 2-horse cart she used to move around the heaviest goods. Is it really that big to require 2 horses? She asked skeptically. I think one should be enough to move it once it's loaded. The second is necessary to drag it on the cart easily. Once Lith and Celia jumped down their ride, he gave Solus the signal. Celia detached the horses, guiding them by the bridle. Lith took with him the thick ropes necessary to make a harness for the boar, making it easy for the horses to drag it out of the woods and into the cart. When Celia saw the game with her own eyes, she whistled with approval. Good gods, this thing must be around 300 kilograms, 661 pounds. You weren't boasting as usual. I never boast. Lith used spirit magic to stealthily recover the pouch, while Celia was engrossed sizing the beast. Please, all men do. Celia clicked her tongue. You are not an exception. With all your magic and secrets, do you want me to believe you do not enjoy your short, dark, and teethless act? She added, laughing out loud. It's not my fault I have a lisp now. Lith was pissed off by her non-stop mockery of his new voice. Will you ever let me hear the end of it? I'm sorry, I really am. It's just that your tough boy attitude is even more hilarious now that you have a lisp. The first time she had heard him call her Felia, she had laughed hard enough to fall from her chair, hugging her belly. Judging from its size, it was really close to become a magical beast. We could have sold it for a much bigger sum. It's kind of sad. She sighed. Yeah, and if it was a magical beast, I would be much deader now, Lith rebuked. They kept bickering until the boar was safe and sound on the cart. Only once they got back to her house and started bleeding out the game, Celia got her business attitude back. The most valuable piece is the head. If we can find a noble willing to stuff it, hang it over his fireplace, and take the credit for the kill, we can sell it really well. The pelt and the meat are nothing special. Do you have any plans about them? Lith nodded. All this meat will allow me to skip hunting for a while, so I prefer to keep and macerate it. As for the pelt, it should make a nice carpet for my parents' bedroom. Always a family boy, huh? Celia ruffled his hair. This time there was no mockery in her voice. I'm so proud of you being so considerate toward your family that I'll tan it for free. I still get half of the head price, though. Perfect. Good, our best shot is with Count Lark himself. He's both loaded and very proud of his hunting skills. I must reach my contacts in his manor to test the waters. Fingers crossed. Lith suffered at the idea of losing so much money, but half was better than nothing. He didn't know how to tan pelts or stuff heads, and lacked both time and instruments to do it. And even if he did, he had no way to sell the merchandise outside his little village. After Lith left Celia, he and Solus started chatting again, feigning ignorance about each other's feelings. Solus, I think that your help will be invaluable to bring my martial arts training to the next level. Chapter 23, Heart to Hear. Until that moment, Lith's martial training had been really sloppy. Despite all his efforts, in a whole year of practice he had barely managed to regain the skill level of a 4th Kaiu of Aikido, the equivalent of an orange belt for karate. The only aspects he had managed to step up to the 3rd Kaiu, the equivalent of a green belt for karate, were the footwork and the fall techniques, and that because the initial progression depended completely on him. Without a sparring partner, someone that could watch his moves and help him correct his mistakes, there was only so much that he could do. He could either make a mud dummy move or train himself. He was not at the point that he could do both at the same time. Making a rough mud doll perform human-like movements required a lot of concentration. That meant that he could only put the dummies in position and then practice while they were once again still. Lith's body was even clumsier than his original one back on Earth. To make real progress, he needed to be hit, to be thrown around, to practice all his moves on a moving target. But Lith couldn't ask for help from anyone. How could he possibly explain that he wanted to practice alien martial arts? What help could anyone give him, not even knowing the basics of the basics? That's why he usually practiced in the middle of the night. And Solus was the perfect solution for his problem. After further merging their minds, they had discovered new uses for the tower core. Lith had just to plant her into a mud doll to turn it into a quasi-golem, finally getting his sparring partner. Solus had all the human senses and more, and with Lith's permission, she could consume his mana to perform spells he knew in his stead. Her nature was that of a magic tower. She was supposed to oversee countless floors and devices. Even in her weakened state, moving a poor excuse of a mud golem was easier than pie. Solus further improved Lith's idea, managing to make the golem's body soften at the right times, before hitting or being hit. This way she was able to put enough strain on Lith's body to train it, and avoid any possible injury by accident. She also had access to all his memories, including all of his master's teachings. Solus was able to use those memories to correct Lith's mistakes and help him improve by leap and bounds. Thanks to invigoration, Lith was now able to stay awake for a whole month before his performances started declining, forcing him to rest. So, thanks to Solus, whenever he would meet a bottleneck, he would train martial arts. He only needed to take a short break when the fatigue became too much. Light magic would mend his muscles, making them recover and grow stronger in a matter of minutes, dissipating the accumulated lactic acid at the same time. During those moments, Lith and Solus would chat heart to heart. So what do you plan to do in the future? Why do you put so much effort in all this training? Magic, martial arts, hunting. Why don't you stop from time to time just for smelling the roses? Solus asked. Whenever I do stop, I start thinking about the future, and that scares me to death. I already know that death is a trap, forcing me to switch one hell with another. I don't want to live all my life in a small village, just the idea is equivalent to the death penalty. Doing the same routine every day, in a prison without bars where I am forced to lie every single day, waiting to die and start all over again. I can't bear this thought. My plan is to test this body's limits, get as strong as I can, so that once I reach adulthood, I will be able to explore this world and see if it's worth living in. If either this body or this world meet my expectation, I will strive all my life to find a way to prevent me passing into another world after my death. How? I don't know, I'm still as ignorant as a baby about magic. All I know is its practical use. I have no idea if it's possible to create magical artifacts. But if my hypothesis is right, I could become a lick. Even better, I could find a way to bind my soul to this world, so that in case of death I would remain here, possessing the nearest available corpse. I hope that when push comes the shove, I will also have found a way to retain both my magic core and muscle memory. And what if both the world and your body fail you? In that case, I would not mind starting my journey once again. If I have to live a sh*TTY life in a sh*TTY world, might as well depart early. I'll keep moving around until I roll my 100 and get born as a perfectly healthy young master of a filthy rich family, a chosen one or whatever. It's just a matter of luck. What about your family? Are you going to abandon them like that? Lith pondered seriously about that matter. Of course not. Making them lose their son, their brother for no reason, without even giving them a body to bury is too cruel, even for me. I'll stick around until my family needs me before checking out. Solus giggled. Don't you see, things are not actually all black and white as you make them. When you awoke in this world, you couldn't wait to die. To reroll, as you say. Then you chose to stay for the magic. Now you are willing to continue this life for someone else's sake. Give yourself some time. The bad people you met have reinforced your bias on life, but the good people are also slowly changing you. At the beginning, you couldn't care less about Tista's life. Now it's all you think about. You hated both Alina and Roz even before knowing them because of your issues with parental figures. They are not your parents back on Earth. This planet is not Earth. Give it a chance before doing something so extreme. How do I know you are not telling me all this stuff only to keep your host? Easy peasy read my mind. After checking it thrice, Lith could not find any hidden agenda or egotistical reason. Damn it, all this mind-link stuff is so irritating. I cannot get out of this argument with mistrust or doubts. It's my loss. For now, at least. You are barely a month old. Life will change you. It always does. Solus giggled again. Or maybe it will change you, and you will start warming up to me. And then you will have to take care of me for your whole life, hubby. Lith felt a cold chill run down his spine. Please don't call me like that. I'm ready to go again. Don't go easy on me. I never do, Solus replied, getting on Lith's already shaken nerves. Thanks to all that exercise, Lith would quickly overcome any bottlenecks, and soon he could feel the bottled-up impurities trying to find their way out again. Lith had pondered if it was the case of getting rid of the impurities in the same way he did for the rest of his family, but after discussing it with Solus, he decided not to. The purification treatment he had devised for Tista was an artificial method, and even though it gave the same benefits in terms of physical appearance and resistance to illness, their magic power and physical prowess never got enhanced. Lith had no idea why the impurities had to travel to the mana core before getting expelled, inflicting such excruciating pain, but it was worth the cost. It happened during one of their sparring sessions. As soon as Lith realized what was happening, he quickly undressed himself to not taint his clothes. This time he offered no resistance, discovering that it wasn't so painful after all. Lith puked much more impurities than the last time, letting them came out of all his pores and orifices. The stench was so bad, he was about to faint before managing to destroy them with dark magic. He was completely exhausted. This time not even invigoration could replenish his energies. He needed to sleep. After a bath, I stink so bad I could raise the dead. Solus ignored the obvious remark. It's exactly as you remembered. Whatever happens to you is like a sword getting tempered and purified at the same time. Both your body and mana core had undergone qualitative changes again. I think your potential skyrocketed, promoting you from my bare minimum requirements. You still need to work hard to develop it, though. And so, Lith continued his routine until the day of the Spring Festival came. Chapter 24, The Spring Festival. It was without a doubt the worst day of the year for Lith. He would be forced to spend the full afternoon away from home, surrounded by complete strangers and robbed of any privacy or personal space during the festivities. All the families in the village would gather for the festival, forgetting about all their daily problems and miseries, since everything from decorations to food and drinks were paid by Count Lark. He would also take part in the whole event, to keep his bonds with the community strong and maintain his reputation of a fair lord, instead of being just a faceless guy who collected taxes, making their lives even harder. The festival was comprised of 3 parts. The morning would still be spent like a normal day's work, to let foreigner merchants and carnies prepare their stands and arrange their merchandise. In the evening, the families would gather and check out the stands, searching for trinkets and jewelry to buy with their extra money to add them to their daughter's dowry. The food would mainly consist of appetizers, like fresh fruit and vegetables, with skewers of different kinds of meat and even exotic food, brought by Count Lark for the occasion, like saltwater fishes and seafood. The only drinks available would be water and light beer. After the sunset, huge braziers and torches would be lit all around the village, while the Count's workers would prepare the stage for the festival main event, the election of the Spring Maiden. All the girls 15 and 16 years old could take part in the Spring Maiden contest, which was more like a debutante ball rather than a beauty pageant. It was the opportunity for all the young maidens of marriageable age to show off their beauty and virtues, in hope to catch the attention of as many suitors as possible. The judges of the Spring Maiden contest were always the same, Count Lark, the village chief, and Nana. After the election, the real food would be brought out, with lots of roasted animals, soups, and caramelized fruits. Both pure and watered wines would be available, raising the spirits for the finale. The last part consisted of a ball, encouraging the eligible bachelors to approach one or more maidens that may have caught their eye. Each part would affect Lith's mood differently. The first would cause extreme boredom, tempered by the fact that he was still allowed of moving alone. The second was akin to torture. He would be forced to sit on his father's shoulders, staring for hours at a bunch of little girls he did not give a damn about. The third was the best one, but only because it was very short. After some dancing, his parents were too tired to remain any longer and would finally bring him back home. None of their children was yet of marrying age, so they had no reason to linger. For the first time in his new life, Lith had some money in his pocket, so he could check out the carnival games that offered the best prizes. They cheat, I cheat, let's play this fair and square. Using spirit magic, he won a beautiful stuffed bear for Tista, beating a ring toss game rigged by unbalanced rings. From a crossbow shoot game, he got a silver-coated hair comb for Renat. All he needed to do was to use 2 strands of spirit magic, one to guide the dart to his target, the second to force it to crumble. Last, but not least, a silk ribbon for his mother from a Wheel of Fortune stand. The carnies were flabbergasted, but trying to bully a local child in front of so many villagers, not to mention Count Lark, would have earned them nothing more than the beating of a lifetime and a permanent ban from every event in the county of Lustria. They started to keep an eye on him, but Lith was not greedy and left after getting the 3 prizes. He actually wanted something for Roz too, but all they had were feminine products. The carnies hoped to lure the young boys into wasting their money, trying to impress the girls with expensive presents they could not afford without gambling. After distributing the presents, Lith searched for Nana. He wanted to have a chat about magic with an expert. He found her sitting on a bench near her house. The first thing he did was looking at her with life vision. Her mana flow was way bigger than Lith's, but her life force was weaker than Tista's. Nana was over 60-years-old woman, but she looked like an 80-year-old Earth woman. Her back was so hunched that she needed a cane to walk properly. She had sharp gray eyes, a face full of wrinkles, and a big aquiline nose. Nana always wore a shawl over her head to avoid her long gray hair bothering her during work. At a first look, she seemed an inconspicuous old lady, but when you got near, you could feel the raw strength exuding from her body. "Must have had a rough life," Solus commented. "Hello, Nana, how are you?" Lith asked politely. "Hello to you, little imp. You sure are growing fast, aren't you?" Just like Alina had noticed back in winter, Tista and Lith were growing taller and slender than their peers. The same was happening to Renat too, after she had received Lith's treatment. Lith was already over 1.1 meters, 18, high, his shoulders broad like he played water polo. Lith nodded. "Yes, I do. Can I ask you a question?" "As long as it's not about my age, be my guest," Nana laughed. "Nana, are you a strong magician?" Nana was surprised, the question not very childlike. "Yes, I am. When I was still a young girl, I even got a scholarship for the prestigious Lightning Griffin Academy, and I managed to graduate without any problem." Nana straightened up proudly, remembering her years of glory. "Then how did you end up being a healer in Lucia?" "How tactful of you, Lith," Solus rebuked him. "Children are allowed to be rude. It's one of their few privileges." Nana's mood turned gloomy. "You see, Lith, in this world there are commoners, nobles, and mages. A strong mage has a status on par with the nobles, depending on her magic power. Back then I was very strong, but not a genius. Sadly, I was also stupid and naive, so I made some very bad choices and ended up alone without anyone backing me. I had only two options left. Either submit to a powerful noble or living free with the status of a healer. Guess what I picked?" Lith became gloomy too. The idea of losing everything after working so hard for it made his future look even scarier. There, kid," Nana brightened up. "Let's not spoil the mood and enjoy the festival." After leaving Nana alone, Lith thought back at her words about his growth and stopped in front of a mirror on display, watching his reflection. He could only sigh in resignation. "No matter how many impurities I expel, I managed to fail even at the gene pool lottery. I took so much from my dad and so little from my mom. When I look at myself while brooding, rather than cool, I like some kind of psycho kid escaped from juvie. If I smile, now that I miss so many teeth, I'm not even cute. Even all dressed up, I could barely pass for a street urchin from one of Dickens' novels." Solus tried to brighten him up, but to no avail. Later in the evening, Count Lark introduced to the village elders his guest of honor. "Chief Urok, Sage Nana, allow me to introduce you the young Ricker Trahan, son of my dear friend, Baronet Lockhart Trahan. This young lad is a really talented magician that in the future will bring glory to our county." Count Lark was a magic enthusiast, always trying to sponsor promising youths from his land. "Nice to meet you, young man." The village chief saluted him with a polite bow, expecting the other to offer him his hand or at least reply to the bow. Ricker instead kept looking around, his eyes filled with contempt. "The pleasure is mine," he replied with a cold tone. "Ricker, where are your manners?" Count Lark rebuked him mildly. "Sage Nana was a powerful and renowned magician in her youth. Feel free to ask her for advice. Her experience could prove invaluable to overcome any difficulty you may encounter during your studies." "I have no doubt about that, my lord." Ricker bowed this time, but to Count Lark. Nana had seen enough nobles in her life to recognize the type. A high and mighty young master, pampered enough to believe that only nobles could achieve greatness. The people of the village were having a hard time tolerating so much disrespect towards their elders, but for the Count's sake, they limited themselves to angry whispers. Oh, you got yourself another spunky one, dear Lark." Nana laughed without any warmth. Ricker shuddered at such lack of respect, the old bat calling the Count by his first name without honorifics. But he knew that Lark was a sucker for magicians, and judging from her attitude, he had granted the old bat the right to do so. "He has every right to be proud, dear Nana. Next year he will turn 12 and apply for a Lighting Griffin's Academy scholarship, and with a little luck he will enroll just like you did back in the day." Ricker failed to repress his amazement, knitting his eyebrows at Nana. By the gods, how could such a commoner get admitted into the academy, he thought. She must have cheated her way in, no doubt. Really, replied Nana with exaggerated enthusiasm, why don't you ask him to show us what he is capable of? Count Lark gladly accepted, and per his request soon was set up a 1-meter 33 high stump with a head of lettuce on its top. Ricker had to stay at least 10 meters, 11 yards, away from it and knock it down. It was a very basic exercise for anyone who wanted to become a magician, often used to quickly get rid of unworthy candidates. Only those with real talent for magic were able to use chore magic at such range. For normal people, magic had a range of a meter or two. To learn something outside chore magic, one had to either enroll in a magic academy or buy very expensive books. Young man, do your best. Count Lark's voice was full of enthusiasm. Ricker had done that exercise countless times, but always alone. This time he was surrounded by commoners, clearly hoping to watch him fail and get the chance to ridicule him. Even worse, Count Lark was putting a lot of pressure on him. In Ricker's eyes, this wasn't a simple test, but a matter of life and death. Feeling countless eyes on him, he lost his concentration while performing the hand signs and stuttered the magic word. In Firo, he produced a chestnut-big fireball that almost missed the lettuce, yet with a small boom the head of lettuce got knocked off. No one applauded except for Count Lark. More than one "that's it" could be heard among the crowd. Nana walked slowly to the vegetable, bringing it back for the Count to examine. He messed a few key hand signs, stuttered the magic word, and missed the lettuce entirely. It only got knocked off because of the explosion, Nana remarked coldly. I would not keep my hopes up, Lark. When I was his age, I was able to actually hit my target without performing signs nor using magic words. They admitted me only because of my perfect silent magic. Nana's gray eyes were staring at Ricker in contempt. Well, he is still young, that's why I brought him to you. He has another full year to prepare for the exam. There is still time to fix the small mistakes. I was hoping you could mentor him. I would be glad to, I really would. But between the villagers and my disciple, I already have my hands full. I'm too old to take care of 2 youths, and my apprentice takes precedence. As you know, a magician's word is her bond. You have an apprentice? Count Lark was shocked no one had informed him about such critical matter. Yes, she nodded, smiling in Ricker's face. He learned to read and write at the age of 3, and by that time he had already learned chore magic all by himself. Marvelous, Count Lark's excitement was a slap in Ricker's face. Yeah, he is also my disciple. Celia stepped forward, adding fuel to the fire. She and Nana politely detested each other, but between her and a stuck-up obnoxious brat, she would always choose the devil she knew. He hunts in the Tron woods from the age of 4. Even if he can only hunt blinkers and critters, he would never miss a moving target, let alone some deadweight lettuce. She then whispered to the Count's ear, he is actually the you-know-who that provided the you-know-what. Fantastic, excellent, when can I meet him? His monocle jumped out of his eye orbit from the happiness. Ricker was on the verge of exploding out of anger. Can't he see they are just leading him by the nose? How can someone with such a high social status like the Count trust even one word from these commoners? Lying and cheating is in their nature. They are just trash, trying to stoop us at their level to make themselves feel better about their pathetic lives. If that old bat is a magician, then I am the crowned prince. Why do I have to bear with all her nonsense? And how come even a gut-stinking hunter can freely speak to a Count? This evening could not turn any worse. How the heck I managed to let my father convince me to come to this pigsty? Here he is, Broman shouted triumphantly, forcefully dragging Lith by his arm. He had no idea what was happening. Lith was with his family, nibbling at a caramelized apple, when Broman appeared out of the blue, babbling about the village honor or something. Too many eyes were on him. Lith's intuition told him that something was wrong, so he decided to play it close to the vest. Count Lark, I'm honored to meet you. It didn't take a genius to understand that the overdressed beanpole with the monocle had to be the lord of the land. Lith greeted him cupping his fist, performing a deep bow. He then proceeded greeting the village chief, Nana and Celia, making his bow deep according to the respect they deserved. Lastly, he turned towards the ill-looking kid standing next to the Count. He had to be around 10 years old, 1.4 meters, 48 high. He was wearing a silk white shirt over high-end leather pants. His face was all red and sweaty, like he had either run for his life or been bitten by a venomous snake. The situation made no sense to Lith, but since no one seemed worried about the kid's health, Lith did what he was supposed to. Greetings, honorable guest. I hope you enjoy your visit in our village." Lith cupped his fist again, making only a small bow. He had no idea who that kid was, and Ricker could not find the strength to introduce by himself. The Count seemed to have completely forgot about his existence. Oh, Nana laughed. "See, lark, manners, that's something so many youngsters lack nowadays." Lith kept looking around, waiting for someone to explain what was happening. "Can I be of assistance?" he asked. Ricker once again needed all his willpower to prevent himself from throwing a fit of rage. "This is their prodigy, a toothless bum. I should ask the Count to whip them all to death for their blatant lies. Simply outrageous." "Yes, Lith," Celia stepped in again. "Count Lark loves magic in all its kinds and forms, and I was just telling him about how you kill blinkers without ruining even a feather. Would you mind to show him?" She took out a wooden stick, holding it up for the Count and everyone else to see. Lith sighed with relief. "All this fuss for chore magic. They almost gave me a heart attack. If it's just to entertain some bored nobles, why not? If the village thrives, so will my family." Breza, after twirling twice his middle and medium finger, a small vortex enveloped the stick. Outwardly, it was just like the ones every housewife used daily to clean their houses. But looking at it closely, one could notice that it was actually two different vortexes, one spinning clockwise and the other counterclockwise. This way, the spell applied a huge strain to the stick in the point where the two vortexes connected, causing it to break almost instantly. Lith had invented it after Celia had started bothering him too much about how he killed the blinkers. He could not show her spirit magic, so he came up with this trick. Ricker wanted to rebut, saying that Lith was standing barely a meter, 1.1 yards, away from the stick, but even he knew how hard it was to use two different spells at the same time. He also knew that such an objection would be met by the old bat requesting him to do the same, and he had no idea how to. Nana waved her hand, and a villager put another head of lettuce on the stump. "Lith, be a dear and knock that out, please." Lith was getting more and more confused. The Count now had stars in his eyes, looking at him like some mythical beast had descended from the heavens, while the noble kid was as pale as a ghost. What the heck is going on here? Why the Count is so engrossed by cheap magic, and why no one cares about that poor kid? Whatever he has is getting worse. Lith shrugged before flickering his middle finger while saying, "Joran." An ice dart hit the lettuce dead center, making it roll a few meters away. "Without using hand signs?" the Count gasped, his voice so faint that Lith could not hear him. "One last thing, dear Lith. If you manage to indulge this poor old lady, I will treat you and all your family for free until you start your apprenticeship. Are you willing to humor me one last time?" Lith had no need to think before accepting. Despite his best efforts, Tista still needed constant care. From time to time, they had still to seek for Nana's help, and it wasn't cheap. Nana smiled, full of confidence enough for the both of them. "Broman, toss one of those as high as you can." Broman threw a head of lettuce with a lob shot, sending it about 3 meters 10 high. When it reached its peak, Nana made a simple gesture, cutting the air horizontally with her extended hand and fingers, conjuring 10 ice darts. 5 struck its left side, 5 the right side. When the head of lettuce started falling, Nana cut the air again, this time vertically, splitting it evenly in 4 parts. Then she simply opened her palm toward the sky, conjuring 4 small vortexes that brought down the 4 pieces slowly. Damn, not only Nana's mana flow is still superior to mine, but her skill level is above and beyond my expectations. I could probably achieve the same result, but I'd need both hands and something more than just a casual wave of the hand. Now I understand why everyone in the village holds her in such high regard. She is likely to be the reason why the village of Lucia is so peaceful. If she can do so much with simple chore magic, I can't imagine what she can do with a real spell, Lith thought. Now is your turn, Broman. Another head of lettuce, another lob shot. Lith knew it wasn't a contest. He wasn't supposed to perform as good as Nana. Until Lith could get a clear picture of how much talent was considered good, how much to be considered a genius level, and how much for the burn that monster label, he had to play it safe. When the shot reached his peak, Lith made hand signs with both hands shouting Joran, conjuring 4 ice darts, 2 per side. When the lettuce started to fall, he used Breza to cut it unevenly in half, using it again to summon 2 vortexes to bring the pieces down. Once again they were rotating in opposite directions, the phenomenon highlighted by the slowly spinning lettuce. In for a penny, in for a pound. They already know I can do it. If I have to entertain the Count, might as well do it with a little swag. The crowd exploded into an applause. soon joined by an ecstatic Count Lark that still could not believe his own eyes. Nana sent Lith away to his parents, reassuring him that she would keep her side of the bargain, before speaking again to Ricker Trahan. And that, young man, is what real talent for magic looked like. Ricker could not hear her thought. Back when Nana had showed her skill, he had fainted standing up. His mind could not accept that all the certainties he had grew up with had proven to be nothing more than convenient lies. Chapter 25 Ambush. After the end of the spring festival, nothing major happened, and Lith's life returned to his usual routine. Solus proved to be of invaluable help for his magical training. Despite having lost all her past knowledge and being quite naive in the ways of life, she was by far the brighter of the two. Solus was not limited to the human's 5 senses, but actually had 12. Solus was certain that by regaining her powers, she would be able to awaken even more. Solus' sense of mana helped Lith to better understand the laws of magic that determined the innate talent and the mana capacity. Her mana sense was similar to Lith's life vision, but much more profound and accurate. Solus could see the mana flowing even from blades of grass or pebbles. When looking at someone, she was immediately able to grasp their magic talent. Even more important, she was able to use her mana sense even on Lith's memories. According to Solus, all the information needed for the mana sense were also contained in the visible spectrum, but the humans lacked the means to interpret them. When you were on Earth, you had no mana core. Your native world had basically no mana at all. The same thing happened on the alien spaceship. But when you were born here, you started with a very little blood-red mana core. By absorbing and processing the world energy with your breathing technique, you managed to develop it from red to orange. 4 years of unrelenting practice just to promote it to the next rank. Lith was quite depressed by the news. Not quite. Your mana core also keeps changing and developing as you grow up, and this happens to everyone else too. At the moment of your birth, Tista's mana core was already field poppy red and turned brighter every year. Right now it's light orange, and it would not surprise me if after her final growth spurt it turned yellow, or even green. She seems to be fairly talented for magic. And that, where does it leave me? Lith kept feeling worse about himself. Am I really a complete failure in everything? Looks, talent, can't I do one thing right? Stop moping around and listen to me. You keep forgetting that you are 2 years younger, and I have no idea if males and females develop their mana cores at different rates. Also, your constantly skipping steps makes hard for me to understand what your base talent is. After every cycle of expansion and compression, your mana core would turn 1 shade brighter. Every time you expel impurities from your mana core, it skips to the next level. Right now is deep green. Is it me, or this mana core strength seems to be somehow related to the light spectrum? Lith pondered. A prism can break down white light in its basic components: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Agreed, Solus' mind nodded. But it could also somehow be related to fire. Flames follow the same principle. A yellow star is colder than green one, and so on. Our real question is the final step for a mana core to turn purple or white? Lith shook his head. I'm starting to get a head-splitting headache. We'll face this like I did for college back on Earth, 1 exam session at a time. Even back there, if I started to think about all the exams that I had to pass to get my degree, only to start right back for my master, I would go into a deep depression. The memory made him shudder. So let's focus on the present. I'm deep green. What about Nana? She is the only person with a light cyan mana core. To be born with such talent, she is really impressive. Is there anyone else talented in the village? Lith had to be aware of the possible competition. No, the ill kid Count Lark brought along had a bright yellow mana core, but I don't think he lives close by. Lith sighed, all that information overwhelming him. For so many years he had deluded himself into thinking he was special, stronger than anyone else. Now he felt like the proverbial frog in the well, finally discovering the vastness of the sea. Enough moping around, let's roll up our sleeves and work hard. Nothing that's worth having comes easy. Lith and Solus kept practicing together for the whole year, growing closer and closer like fraternal twins. Lith's birthday was on fall, but all major activities in the village would be suspended until the next spring. Since Nana's offer was to replace the 2 years public school with an apprenticeship, Lith too had to wait until spring to begin his magical education. In the late winter, the weather cleared, and the trades between the village and the farmhouses became more and more frequent. Thanks to this, Nana was able to let Lith know the date she had set for starting his apprenticeship, entrusting the message to one of his neighbors that had come to her to heal a nasty wound suffered while repairing the roof. When the day came, Lith woke up early, determined to keep his routine of cleaning both his house and Celia's before going to the village. The huntress had done so much for him that Lith considered her as an aunt. A stingy, nagging one that would make rip-off deals, but an aunt nonetheless. That morning the house was in turmoil. All his loved ones were so excited at the idea of having a future mage in the family, to be barely able to eat their breakfast, spending all their time and energies giving him unwanted and obvious advices. Do not be late, is better getting a little early rather than late. Be obedient and respectful, Nana is giving you a great chance. The reason why everyone was on edge was that despite they considered the first day to be of vital importance, he had to go to the village alone. The house was in dire need of repairs, and with Orpal gone they needed all hands on deck to also take care of the fields and animals. Didn't mind it at all, it was just a 30 minutes walk that he had done countless times. Roz and Alina, though, felt like they were abandoning their child in his hour of need. Rushed out of his house to escape from that barrage of worries. He had been very calm about the apprenticeship, it wasn't his first rodeo after all. But they had managed to make him nervous like a teenager at his first date. After finishing the chores at Celia's house and collecting his usual payment, restlessly looked at the sun. Damn it, it's still barely dawn, and here I was shuddering in fear. I still have a lot of time. Walked briskly toward the village, hoping that at his arrival Nana would at least be already up. Arriving so early to give her the wake-up call would have been quite embarrassing. When he arrived midway, noticed something odd. There was a horseman standing on the side of the road. It was already unusual finding a stranger so early in the morning, but what really alarmed him was that the man wasn't moving. Whoever he was clearly on patrol. As soon the horseman noticed he took out a silvery whistle from under his shirt, emitting a high-pitched noise. Kept moving forward, but slowly, ready to react at any moment. Soon the scout was joined by 4 other horsemen, and they started trotting toward in an arrowhead formation. Stopped moving, many spells ready at hand. "Kid, are you son of Roz and Alina?" said the horseman on point. He was a middle-aged man with brown hair and eyes. He had perfectly trimmed mustaches, and everything from his straight-up posture to his commanding tone identified him a military of some sort. Looking carefully, all the horsemen had the same vibe, marching perfectly aligned. Yet they wore casual clothes, white shirts over leather hunting pants. Isn't a little earlier to go out without the matching leather jacket, thought. Unless, of course, they need to avoid showing any household insignia. "Who are you, mister? My mother always tells me that I am not supposed to talk to strangers." Decided to stall for time, while he and Solus checked their surroundings for lookouts or possible reinforcements still in hiding. "I perceive only 5 human males above average physical strength, deep red mana cores," Solus reported. It was the same thing had determined using life vision, but 4 eyes were better than 2. "I ask the questions, kid. Are you the that is supposed to start his apprenticeship today?" Grimaced. "Whoever sent this hired muscle knows way too much about me." "I am," retorted fiercely, "and it's none of your business. I'm here to give you friendly advice, son. Today you are feeling very ill, and it's best for you to go back home and stay in bed all day." Anger started to grow, and he didn't care about hiding it. "I'm feeling perfectly fine, thank you. Now scram." The 5 men lowered their hands to the weapons hanging from their belts, the reins held tight ready to the charge. "Last chance, kid. Turn back now. I know you have such a pretty house and such a beautiful mom, not to mention 2 gorgeous sisters ripe for the taking. It would be really sad if something bad happened to them." Released such a powerful killing intent aura that the horses took a step back, the hair on the horsemen's necks suddenly standing up. "I wanted to play this nice and slow, but I just changed my mind." With a sweep of his right hand, 5 wind blades struck the horses' legs, making them whine in pain while collapsing on their sides. "Now you cannot retreat anymore." The man with the mustaches and his right-hand man managed to dismount with a roll, avoiding getting crushed by the falling horse. The other 3 weren't so skilled. "Kill him, go, go, go." "Kneel," voice was cold. His words fell on the 2 men like boulders, making them instantly fall on their knees. Spirit magic was stronger than ever, and he wasn't holding back even one bit. "What the heck, Sarge, I can't get up," screamed the right-hand man struggling on the ground. "I never allowed you to talk or to look at me. I said kneel." Another wave, even stronger than the previous one, pushed their heads toward the ground. Despite dropping their weapons to absorb the impact with their hands, they still hit the ground so hard that they started to bleed. Much better, now let me dispose of the garbage before resuming our talk. Lith walked over the closest horseman, still under his horse, the leg stuck and broken, making him scream and wince in pain. With a wave of the hand, turned both their heads 180 degrees, the necks snapping like a dry log tossed into the fire. Stay away from me, monster," screamed the next in line, crying in desperation. "Am I a monster? Wasn't you the one ready to burn a house full of innocents, to R*P a barely 8-year-old child?" Without waiting for his reply, Lith clenched his fist, distorting the man's head before making it implode like a walnut. Please, it's not my fault. Have mercy, I was just following orders," said a blond, handsome youth trying to free his trapped leg. "Just following orders, I could lecture you about the many atrocities that men like you did with such an excuse. But you see, I'm just the same. I'm just following orders too, mine to be precise." A firebolt struck both horse and rider, turning them into a pyre, screaming in agony. Lith returned to the kneeling men. They were still struggling to escape his control, their faces pale as ghosts, gritting their teeth while exerting every ounce of their strength. "I'm sorry," Lith said with a cherubic smile while letting them raise their heads. "But my puppet master spell isn't so simple. It takes more than a touch of strength and a spoonful of wishful thinking to escape from it." The two men wanted to beg for mercy, but their mouths refused to open. It was like their teeth were fused to each other. "Now I have good news and bad news. The bad news is that I don't need both of you. And between the pack leader and a lackey, the choice is obvious. The good news is that I allow you to speak. Any last words?" "Please don't. I just married. I needed the prize money from my lord. My wife is expecting a child. I could not allow to lose my position." Lith emitted a cruel, joyless laugh. "We'll have to agree to disagree. You say wife, yet all I can hear is widow." Lith put his left hand on the man's head, turning it into a block of ice. It fell to the ground, shattering into countless shards of bones, skin, and brain matter. The man with the mustaches started to puke uncontrollably, but his mouth was still tight shut. Some barf managed to escape from his nose, the rest he was forced to gulp it down over and over to avoid choking. Lith raised his hand, making the man with the mustaches float in midair upside down so that he could watch him straight in the eyes. "And now you have only two choices. You can tell me what I want and die without suffering too much. Or you can keep resisting, suffering through unimaginable pain and agony before telling me what I want to know. You have free will after all."